Rupture through your brain, future and today, skipping through your mind, past, present on rewind. Rupture through your brain, future and today, skipping through your mind, past, present on rewind. Take you to a new dimension. I'm on the top of science fiction. I can show you tomorrow. Time and space bends, so do I though. Speed of light in your hands. Spend the night in no lands. Turning back the clock just to do it again. You won't ever stop, the loop never ends. Drifting from where you are, dreaming of places far. I can bring you the stars. Watch and see. Rupture through your brain, future and today, skipping through your mind, past, present on rewind. Travel through the planes, meshing yesterday, history intertwined, past, present on rewind. Differ you from long ago, reminder of someone you know. Anything, anywhere, all at once can now be yours if I'm the one. 19th century, throw it back up to Meiji. So early prehistory, thought the time would be banging. Drifting from where you are, dreaming of places far. I can bring you the stars. Watch and see. Rupture through your brain, future and today, skipping through your mind, past, present on rewind. Rupture through your brain, future and today, skipping through your mind, past, present on rewind. Where you wanna go? 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 Where you
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to FlyQuest Duel Land. I am Brian Kibler, joined by Travis Gafford, and we are getting ready for our final day of action. We had all of our teams here yesterday. We were down to just 4 who are going to be competing in a new build of Two-Headed Giant Final Fantasy sealed deck. The teams are currently building their decks, so we do have some content coming up for you in the meantime. But Travis, let's talk about how we got here today.
Yeah. So yesterday we had all of our groups play against each other, or all of our players in their groups play against each other. We cut to top 2 in both of those groups, and now we have 4 remaining teams that will be put into a bracket stage. We're gonna have 3 matches today. After what we're going to do first is a little Commander Show match presented by EDH Rec. But I believe we actually have a slide that will show all of our players here for those who missed the action yesterday and are curious how this is going to go. So these are all our players who were here yesterday, and we've now seen some eliminations for these players. But I think we have our schedule for today as well for those that want to take a look at that. So as mentioned, we did group stage yesterday, but today at 11 right now, we're starting off with an EDH Rec Commander Show match. We have Joey from EDH Rec who's going to be participating in that. And then at 12:30, we'll be diving into the bracket stage with our players competing. So we'll be talking more about the bracket stage and all of that after our Commander Show match. But first off, I do want to thank Archidekt for presenting this whole event. It's been fantastic to work with them. We have, if you want to take a look at any of the decks that got these players to the bracket stage yesterday, you can do so at the QR code there, also at archidekt.com/FlyQuest. It's been great to see our team upload all of that so that everybody can see. You can even see the pools for yesterday as well. So that's been really cool. Any highlights for you yesterday?
I think the fact that we had multiple kills with Summon Primal Odin.
Yes.
Not just 1, but 2, including one that was one player having the Primal Odin and their teammate tapping down all the opposing creatures with Cryptic Command. Yeah, that's a pretty powerful combo, to say the least.
Yeah, the Primal Odin card, I think, was the most impactful and, like, the big card from yesterday, the big storyline. So,
For sure.
Also, one of the things that I've really enjoyed seeing was Billy and Krim pop off so much because people might not know this, but I was running a whole Discord where I was pairing up all the teams and channels so that they could all talk to each other. Billy and Krim, maybe the only team that talked more than a couple lines in that. So I don't know if the teamwork played off. I mean, I'm sure people were talking in other channels too, but it's kind of cool to see. So, yeah.
Yeah, and it was interesting to see all of the teams' various takes on how to correctly build for Two-Headed Giant with Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
Notably, there was a lot of talk about the mages and the fact that they deal damage to each of your opponents. You have 2 opponents, so you're getting double value from those. We had the expectation that those might be extremely important throughout the day. We saw them be impactful, but they weren't really what carried the day.
Yes, that's very true. That's very true. Before we get into our Commander Show match, by the way, there's Broden.
He made it.
He made it. So one of the other stories of today is that we've as you mentioned, everybody's been building their decks already. They've opened their pool. We had a late competitor, which no DQ or anything like that. It just means he had less deck building time. So Talia's been holding it down, but he just got into the building a couple minutes ago. So he's 15 minutes later. So. I do want to shout out, by the way, we should have mentioned this yesterday. Our tournament operations are being done by Laughing Dragon at this event, and they actually put on some really great events. You've been to some of them as well. Yeah.
Yeah, they run fantastic events. You see they have one coming up in Phoenix, Arizona, August 22nd to 24th. It's entirely possible I just come up in this B-roll because, as you mentioned, I've been to a few of their events. They're great. A great
one in
great
Tacoma coming up October 31st to November 2nd. So please go check out the Laughing Dragon events. We have such a good time at those, and really they've been a fantastic partner for us on this event. So.
And as you can see, they run not only Magic events, but they also run Flesh and Blood, as well as a number of other games will often be featured at these events, along with artists who do signings. And obviously, if you're looking for cards, you can find them at the Laughing Dragon booth at these events in person if you don't want to have to worry about shipping things around.
Yeah. Well, we'll be getting our competitors here out in a second for a for a rock paper scissors.
Yeah, this is the real deal.
Yes,
this is the
so
crucial element of today's competition.
We were talking about how, because of the way our broadcast works, one match will be played first, the second match will be played after, obviously, and then that team, whoever wins it, will have to go straight into. Here, I'm going to switch with you, Talia, so that you can sit in the middle.
Yeah, here.
We'll rotate for
We
you
gotta
guys.
have the face to face, you know. So you can get a read here. You gotta go on the inside.
Yeah, switch.
Inside, Crim.
So we realized one team will have to play back-to-back in the finals. And so you both are on opposite sides of the bracket. So Judge Travis, you want to break down what we'll be doing here?
Yes, so the right to choose or defer as to which match will be played first will be decided by a rock, paper, scissors, the rules for which will be best of 3. We're going to go after 3, not on 3.
Okay.
So rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
And Judge Travis, are we going to be enforcing that the fist hits the palm
Yes.
on each of these?
Need contact on each counts,
Yes. All right.
even rhythm,
All right.
no false starts.
Grim. What's your strategy here?
You know, I'm gonna go with scissors,
Oh,
and
okay.
we're gonna see if Talia believes that I'm gonna go with scissors.
Absolutely not. I do not believe anything you say.
Usually a good
If
policy
he
with
does,
Crim.
if he does scissors and you lose, it's really embarrassing. Just gonna put that out there into the universe.
I know.
Wow, that's
I know.
official. That's from the judge. So it is
That is my
officially
ruling. Is you should be embarrassed.
Talia, when I told you about this, you were very excited about it. You felt very confident. You said
I
you were very
am.
good at
I
this.
really never lose a rock, paper, scissors battle.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's the first time for
I think
everything.
it's
I
because I
guess.
have like intuition. I have really good
Oh.
intuition. I can tell.
Okay.
I can kind of like read her mind. I'm gonna
Nothing's
know
going on in
exactly.
here.
the key is
Sure. Yeah. Oh, you thought you were gonna read what I was doing? Well,
protection from telepathy is just empty space.
yes, this is empty right now.
He
You're,
is
you're
one with the
actually kind
rock.
of right.
I'm one with the rock. The rock is with me. With the rock. The rock is with me.
That's all I'm saying right now in my head.
All right, Judge, whenever you're ready to call
right.
the fist fight.
Talia,
Yeah,
are
there we
you
go.
ready?
It's
I-
best of 3, right?
It
Okay.
is.
Yeah.
I am ready.
Krim, are you ready?
Oh yeah.
All right.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Boom!
Let's go.
All
All
right.
right. That's a
All
point
right.
for
I'm gonna need
Talia.
a sideboard. I'm gonna need a sideboard. 1 second. I need a sideboard. Okay. I'm sideboarded.
Okay.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
A quick 2-0
Okay,
here.
wait, so
I'm
Wow.
telling you,
We-
undefeated.
Talia, would your team like to play the first semifinal or the second semifinal?
Oh.
So you go first or you go
I have
back to back?
decisions
You
to
should
make.
totally.
Yeah.
take
She's
the
been
second
2 in
one.
the tank on her rock
I
paper
wanna
scissors strategy.
go-
She hasn't thought about the outcome yet.
I know.
I didn't think I'd get this far.
So if we play first, then we don't have to go back to back.
Right.
Perfect. Let's do that.
Okay.
That way we have some time to like think about our
There you
decks.
go.
in
Your
between.
match will be first.
Yeah. All right. Well, really
Sick.
quickly.
So
80
we are second.
Yes.
Yes.
You play second, which means that if you win and you're in the finals, you will have to go back to back.
Okay.
Yes.
Which
You
is
know what?
cool.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
fresh.
You ride that momentum.
Yeah.
You know?
Yes.
Yeah. This is
Yeah.
like the play-in tournament, but except the finals. Okay. Got it.
Yes.
Got it. All right. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, anything either of you want to say really quickly before we wrap this whole segment up and head over to the commander match?
I just want to say, and this is probably tipping our hand, but we opened the wildest and most flavorful pool. I have Cloud, Buster Sword, Zac. So we got the sacrifice and
Oh.
everything.
Wow.
Oh, our deck
We're
is
s-
looking
we're a-
juicy.
we're actually in the middle of opening our packs right now, but I did pull 2 of the Chocobo racetracks.
That's a card that needs
And-
to go usually immediately.
I've never opened one of those, so I'm really excited to play that. So my strategy might be like some landfall shenanigans. We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see what else we open. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Well, thank you both so much. We're going
Thank
to
you.
actually head over to a Commander show match presented by EDH Rec. Awesome to have them doing this. We've got some great competitors, so we'll send you over there.
Every time people are like, oh,
Okay, so you can don't start. Don't, you're live, but don't start.
okay.
Rock and roll.
They can start. Okay.
We can start.
You can start.
Introduce yourself though.
Introduce ourselves. Where is our camera? Right here? Hi, I'm Joey. I work for EDH Rec. You can find us on the EDH Rec YouTube channel. And I'm joined by Empty Chair over here.
Hell yeah.
There he is.
Chair, what's up? Joel Magic, how we doing? Good to see everybody.
Recons. Hi, Olivia. I don't know. I've been, if you don't know her, it doesn't say commander. I've probably been on it or involved with it in some capacity. I'm sorry in advance.
I like calling you my commander at homie.
Yeah.
Commander, that's so cute.
Yeah, I like that.
Wait, you should do merch. Sorry. Okay. We'll talk after. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll get a cut of that stuff. Hello, I'm Ames. I got into Magic 2 years ago, and I stream on Twitch at twitch.tv/Ames. Okay.
We're also sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, about your wallet.
Oh, yeah.
The amount of money that we all sink into this game.
Yeah. Okay, we each have 44.
We got some unupgraded Final Fantasy precons.
Yes.
Tidus, Y'shtola, Cloud, Terra.
Yeah.
Equipment.
Yeah, you got really excited about that.
Yeah, swords.
And meanwhile,
No cars, but that's okay.
Yeah.
I'm really glad that I get to play Tidus here because it's Father's Day and he has the best dad canonically.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say make a daddy joke.
Wait, is he a bad dad?
Jacked is like it's real bad news in the game.
Objectively horrible.
Really bad news.
We have
Wait,
that
is
in
it
common.
Sin's dad?
It's
Yes, and.
it's kind of there's asterisks all over it, but effectively you
I
could
remember the game.
yeah. It's messy. I'll try not to spoil too hard for people who haven't played it, but
It's basically me.
Welcome to our deep dive lore
Yeah.
podcast.
happy Father's Day with
Who's going
Tidus.
first? I know we rolled.
Oh, we rolled. I got a 10. I think that was the highest. And everyone's got a hand.
We are ready to roll.
It's okay. We
Cool.
saved the best.
I'm gonna draw, and I'm gonna start off with a Path of Ancestry, and I'll be done after that. I'm passing you on to usual.
Card for turn is going to be Contaminated Aquifer, tapped and
Are
passed.
we playing Fair Magic?
Fair Magic?
Oh yeah, precon.
I think we
Fair
are.
Magic. Hello.
Another
Hey,
Path of Ancestry and
twinsies,
it's tapped.
What
twinsies.
if I
All right,
ruin
Ames.
this?
Pressure's
Do
on
it.
you.
What if I have a turn 1 play?
Oh, do we have a soul ring?
I'll play a tapped.
Yeah! Alright, cool.
And I'll pass.
All right. I
start,
think this
great
means
start.
we've immediately established an alliance. We had the same land, and you guys both had those
the
tap
tap.
basics. So
There we
like
go.
immediately there's an alliance. That is
Perfect.
What does this even do?
Y'shtola and Terra v. Tidus and swords.
Yeah!
Even his hair is swords.
It's all
It's
that matters. Swords.
Alright, I am drawing a card. I'm going to play an island, and I'm going to cast an Everflowing Chalice kicked once to get 1 counter onto it. So it can tap for 1 mana. Decided to proliferate that. Oh, hold on, I'll tell you.
I am going to play Shine
100%.
Shadow Snarl, which is something that's
Shine
easy
Shadow
to say.
Snarl.
Reveal my sunken hollow.
A Sunken Hollow for the Shine Shadow Snarl.
Shine Shadow Snarl,
He revealed his
and we are going to.
It's like a Patreon.
I showed my sunken hollow
Yeah.
off on stream.
That's cool.
I'm gonna play
I showed you my
Cryo.
sunken hollow.
Please respond. I'm going to play Cryo Baldessian is a word?
Baldessian?
A group of words?
Sorry. Yeah.
Lifelink, whenever you cast a non-creature, you may return target creature with mana value equal to that spell's mana value from your graveyard to your hand once per turn and
I
pass.
believe you.
I've just got it's a couple hoops I gotta jump through.
They don't
things.
stop putting words on these cards.
Mm-mm.
There's so many words on these cards.
They see words on cards and they think, oh, we should put more.
Manufactured card.
This card posed a question. Now we need to answer that question within the same card. It's all self-contained.
All of these say things on them. All right. Does this card doesn't matter. All right. I'm gonna be.
Ow, my brain.
Yeah, it's a
I
few
don't
hoops.
want a color when I hurt. Those pain lands, they just irritate me.
I feel that.
I'll planes.
You alright? Wait.
Arcane Signet.
Any chance we had that in slow-mo cam?
I don't think these are good ones. Just pass it. I have no
Untap.
follow up.
Draw a Magic the Gathering card. Play a Magic the Gathering card. Arcane Signet.
With the turn 2 plays
No.
as well. Look at us. All
There's
the way
more.
around.
The alliance.
Oh, see, I don't have more. I don't have
She
more.
has a double.
Whatever. A Phoenix down.
Ooh.
Heck yeah.
Yeah. I can pay 2 and exile this artifact and return a creature or exile a skeleton spirit zombie.
Fantastic.
There's mana value involved in the creature.
I
which
love
would
that
be
they're
very
gonna have to close the door
fantastic.
because Brian laughed so loud. Probably overtook all of this.
That was a really solid high five. Like my hand is
I know. I see. Yeah.
Feel the magic.
Alright, I'm glad that I drew this land. It is
We
a
locked in this week.
brushland.
Yeah. We're operating on the very same wavelength.
Yeah, we are.
For Path of Ancestry is going to be for a white. I'll play Oron, Venerated Guardian. 4 mana, 2/5 Vigilance. Whenever Oron attacks, I put a +1 counter on it, and when I do, I exile a creature the defending player controls that has less power than Oron until he O-rings a creature. So if you remove Oron, then those creatures will come back. But since that is a human, shares a type with my commander, I'll scry one off of the Path of Ancestry. I'll do that, and I'll pass the turn on.
Auron is good.
I like that card. It will stay right there.
I like that creature. We're gonna play.
Feels like he draws a real big target on him.
Definitely.
Just like, I remove you, I remove you. Wait, why did I piss everyone off?
Are you guys mad or?
Underground River.
No, I hate that.
And
It's only defending player, so if we are still in alliance that has been decreed by
Listen.
our shared lands.
I'm literally trying to build civilization right now.
I'm gonna play another.
Canonically, you're trying to do eco-terrorism.
Okay,
Yeah,
that,
that's
no,
right.
that tracks actually. Yeah.
Blow up all
That's
of the
super
factories.
scams.
I'm gonna play Alice Leviela.
I'm sorry. One second. What was that?
It's Alice Leviela, partners with Alphanad Leviela, and I'm gonna go find it from my library because it does partner with the Levielas. He's got first strike, 3/2, second spell you cast each turn costs 2 less to cast. Levielas. We're gonna swing aims. I'm gonna send 2 at you with lifelink.
Yep.
I'm gonna go up 2, being
Wait, Amy?
and I'm gonna go get my
That's obviously
Alphanad
your
Leviela and pass.
I heard life.
Alpha level upper.
Hey.
So I went up on the life. I was like, that's not for me.
As soon as you said do an eco-terrorism, I was just like, I listened to too much Rage Against the Machine. I was like the G-Rads, I want the machines that are making them.
Alright, what does the Alphanad do?
Alphanad Leviela says vigilance 2/4. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, draw a card.
Okay.
I'll pass. I'll pull out Duolingo app and continue on with this game.
I do not have that condition. It's just yammering at myself. Okay. This feels like a trick.
Because
I
it's
am
so
talking
good.
to my own deck. Yeah, it's very good.
It's just like, it can't be. This is so powerful.
Yeah, pretty much.
There's no way this is what the card says.
Everybody's doing stuff, so I should do stuff too. That. Oh yeah, this.
Giving people with cool French last names.
Nevera?
Not you actually pronouncing the thing that we've been doing.
Okay, hang on. Whoa.
This whole time she's like,
With professional judging me silently over there.
Oui.
Would you rather be judged out loud?
Usually makes it easier, yeah.
No.
No.
It's worse when
Just
it's
tell me I'm
secret. If
good.
you just come out and say it's like, all right, well,
Okay,
go to
fine.
hell. Yeah. Red 13.
Ooh, nice.
Proud warrior. It is a beast warrior, but looks like a dog. Vigi-trample. Other modifieds have Vigi-trample. When he enters, I'll return an or equipment card from my graveyard to my hand.
Hit it.
Nailed it. Go ahead.
Victor Trample makes, whenever Cloud does arrive and start auto-attaching stuff, and it's just like your first attack step is just going to thunk.
Yes.
Just-
Vigi-trample is
I don't
fantastic.
know why we got on this thing of making Gruul with artifacts exceptionally good, because it hurts my soul.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Why not Esper?
I am going to get my commander out.
It's Terra.
I thought green hated artifice.
Yeah.
I thought so too. But it turns out.
They're like punching though.
So
Yes.
I'll go to
Good by
combat.
themselves.
Even though
Yes.
she's not attacking, I still know.
Hammer
Totally.
hands, not
That's
hammer
cool. No two
hands.
cards. We have whatever this is.
Warring Triad. Nice.
What a what?
Be still my beating heart.
Great card.
As long as they're here.
You're very flustered.
Interesting.
By graveyard stuff, yeah.
Oh,
Cool.
Yeah.
I think that's it for me. Pass.
Sounds good. Okay. Oron
Read this.
doesn't do equal power, it's only less power.
Exile target, but you get a counter on the attack
Yes.
prior to.
But it would only
Or
be,
less than.
yeah, okay. So in that case,
Alright, so Cryle is
You didn't say
on
it.
watch.
Trial's on watch. Trial's on.
She's just
I think
so nice.
Kryle's gonna go to a place. Is
Yeah.
gonna send you to a farm
You
upstate.
can pronounce her last name though.
I'm going to pay 3 mana and cast Tidus.
Here comes Tidus.
Path of Ancestry, I will scry. Hey, is that good? I'm going to assume that in this deck that is good, so we will keep that on top, and then we will go to combat. I don't have a counter to move around with the beginning of combat ability, but I am just going to go ahead and attack with Oron, who has Vigilance. I will get a +1 counter on Oron. And yeah, I am attacking you because you have a thing that I can exile.
Cryle goes away.
Goodbye, Cryle. But you did make me smile.
3 from Auron? Yes.
Just nasty you cry.
Did it? Yeah, sorry to make you cry.
I'll take 3, go to 39.
When cheer ability, when one or more creatures I control that had a counter on them deal combat damage to a player, I may draw a card and proliferate once each turn.
Sheesh.
I will draw a card and proliferate my Everflowing Chalice and
Casual.
my Oron.
Precons.
Precons!
What
We're
the
proliferating the
frick?
Everflowing
Yeah.
on turn 4.
All done.
Here we go.
Did you draw a Magic the Gathering card?
I'm drawing a Magic the Gathering card.
It's better than drawing like, if you do like a Yu-Gi-Oh card or something, that
It
would be a little bit
pretty well
suspicious.
Yes. Not what we're trying to do here.
As soon as Oron leaves, all the creatures that he imprisoned come back.
That's crazy. That's a cool deck.
Daniel Holt
We've only just begun.
built this one, and I've been having a lot of fun with it. Yeah.
Okay.
Have you seen his cosplay of Thetis? Like it's pretty fun. He was like he's clearly so in love with this, and so we put a lot of care into it, and I've been excited to see how it all plays out.
This makes me want to text him right now. But excuse you, Daniel.
Okay, we are just gonna pay 4 and get Y'shtola onto the battlefield.
I took your moment by grabbing.
Oh no!
That's okay.
The commander has left the zone.
I was like, look at all these things I can do with my hand and never cast my commander. It's like, God makes all this work.
Y'shtola, Knight's
cards
Blessed.
on her.
Cat Lady has entered the battlefield. Black, blue, white 1, 2/4 vigilance at the beginning of each end step. If a player lost 4 or more life this turn, I draw a card. And whenever I cast a non-creature spell with mana value 3 or greater, Y'shtola deals 2 to each opponent, and I gain 2 life. Pass to you.
Neat.
Very, very neat. So you're like attack each other. Go ahead.
Yeah, y'all do some stuff. Alright, leave me alone. You can ace all my creatures.
See,
you
here's
can
the
ace
thing.
everybody's creatures
Now
so.
I want to put her in the prison too.
Yeah, I understand. I'm hoping we draw some threat over here.
No, you're hoping you draw some cards.
A little bit. Same. I just want to join you.
Is that the droids you're looking for?
Yeah, I just want to join you.
What's that?
Everflowing Chalice.
Okay.
2 counters.
All of this wants things I don't have. Yeah.
I'll turn 6, 7 with these precons. You hit that clunky stage where it's like, well,
It's not even. It's like I have the half pieces of,
Yeah.
of the engine, and
Right.
all the other halves are in there. So.
Yeah, fully drawn that wrong half of your deck.
Yeah,
Has
yeah.
this situation for sure.
Because it's like everything wants to be modified. It's like,
Right.
Yeah.
well, I need modifiers.
Yeah.
So.
I'm seeing some like looks of realization. You're like,
what does that?
Okay.
just like I don't know if we've got like a close-in face cam on you, but I bet it would be a fantastic journey. Just like
I don't have to take out Jesus. I'll put it up there.
the Dr. Evil. Yeah.
Here goes Clown.
Look at all this equipment I'm attaching. This honks. Really unprofitable attacks here. Yeah, okay, cool. Okay. Oh, shit, sorry. Oh my god.
Oh, the Pathfinder tree. Yep. Does it modify?
Not even remote. Go ahead. Not even a little. It's actively worse for everybody
Not a
involved.
modification at all.
I would like to modify myself with like a breakfast burrito. You were really into
I only got a couple bites in, but man, it was good.
Oh, I like the idea of like just referring to day-to-day things.
Modify
yourself.
Yeah, modify myself with a breakfast burrito. I don't get out of bed. I untap. Just like stuff like that.
And I shouldn't say I want to modify. I specifically would like to augment myself with
Augment.
breakfast burrito.
I have a question.
You have an answer.
So this isn't technically a creature yet, so it wouldn't work with Terra's thing.
That ability will only matter when it's in play. In the graveyard, it is both artifact and creature. You're all good.
So I'm all good. Like
You
I'm
can
not-
If you wanted to reanimate it, you
Yeah.
should, you
It
should
works.
be.
with
yeah.
her
Yeah.
ability. Because right now it's a creature. It's
It is a
not a
creature.
creature until it's on the battlefield. And checking for things.
That's why.
Got 'em.
all right, then
Isn't learning fun?
everyone has blockers. That's pretty sick, you guys.
She flies though.
I do have a.
Oh, she does fly.
Yeah, flat.
Beginning of combat.
She mills and gains flying.
Ability
God,
trigger.
always
I may or may not have
explains
forgotten about that part.
That's
Not
one of the
necessarily.
parts that's it.
99% of the time, yes.
Yeah.
That 1% is real tricky.
Yeah. Who has flyers?
No,
Nobody.
No one.
Yet.
What are the life totals?
You
40.
control the skies. I'm at 39.
You're doing scary proliferate steal stuff. I'm
She
gonna
has called
swing.
you
Why,
out.
thank you.
I'm gonna swing
I'm so flattered.
girly
You
paw.
noticed.
You're saying girly pop.
Mill your cards before you do that.
Oh, that's
my
right.
gosh,
You might
thank
have
you
better
for
targets.
I am not being a good magic player.
We're all under caffeinated.
Girls
so-
say
Yeah.
It's all good. We haven't gained haste until in turn with energy drinks. yet.
Wow.
Come on.
I like
I
this
say
vibe.
one thing about
You're
modifying
gonna
myself.
set me up. I'm gonna take it.
All right, yeah.
I can't block. I have to take 3.
Yes. Okay. I'm
Got
gonna
him.
bring back this god, but it's not a creature yet.
And it costs Is it 2 mana any creature from your graveyard? Creature with power with with
I think it's
power
power
3?
3 or less.
Oh no, it's power 3 or less. Not mana cost 3 or
Yeah,
less.
it's power.
We
not
made you
mana
so
value.
sure you could return it, and
So
then we
it
broke
is a
your
target,
dreams.
however. It doesn't meet the conditions.
Yeah,
But it is a
so-
creature.
I
And I was
thought-
like, it was for if it was a different reason than you thought. That's
Yeah,
what
Okay.
it is a creature. I thought it was mana cost 3 or less.
Yeah.
Right. So.
Does that mean you're still hitting me, or did you want to do a different move?
Yeah, I'll still.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah,
Totally.
keep it. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Too
Um,
bad.
No, that still works. Okay.
But
Because I need
still-
to mill
But
stuff.
now you know it's a creature in the yard.
Yes. 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 Okay.
There's definitely other reanimation in that deck.
We look forward to misleading you later.
Because this one gets them back. Because this one is the Phoenix Down is mana value. That might have been why I got mixed up.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. This might be a little silly.
Pro silly,
I'm gonna
sis.
do this. 4 manas and tell me if this works. Palace Jailer.
Oh.
It does.
When he enters, I become a queen.
Yes.
And then exile target creature an opponent controls until an opponent becomes the monarch.
Mm-hmm.
So like, if I were to take that
Then
thing,
that goes back.
then that goes back.
Because
It
that's
does.
off the battlefield.
I already hit you, but that seems kind of fun.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm sad about it.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna
Okay.
take that guy.
So we're O-ringing.
Yes.
We're transferring O-ring
I was gonna say we're
situations.
O-ringing the O-ringer.
Yeah.
Can we make an infinite loop?
Just you guys are saying all the words together.
Move to my end step.
I showed you my
monarch
O-ring.
stuff. Draw
That
a
has
card.
such a different meaning. there's a Joey's ex-boyfriend
he
joke in
started
there.
talking, I was just like, Grinder. It just appeared in my head.
There's a Joey's ex-boyfriend joke in there somewhere.
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 So, oh my word.
I'm sure I
Okay.
know where. The O-ring.
I'm untapping. I'm drawing. Hey, I miss my guy.
Guys.
Especially because it's the one that had counters on it, and I need counters in order to do the proliferate.
Yeah,
Bound for a card that does things to be on top of my library right now.
Let's
Draw sword.
Temple of Mystery. I'll
I can feel
scrub.
it.
Ooh, that does seem pretty good. I'm going
But
to
if
keep
you
that.
take monarch
Just because
back,
I get
see if
one
I have to
signature.
draw some.
Yes, but if I were to attack you, you could just block, and that wouldn't be good for me. So I am going to make sure that I can get this. Let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll summon Valafor.
Sure.
Ooh.
Yeah. This will enter on the chapter 1.
Greatest.
Each opponent will choose a creature they control the greatest mana value among their creatures and bounce them back to your hand, please.
Okay.
damn it.
That's better than
It
Oh,
means
watch-
you can Palace Jailer again
Watch
next
this
turn.
interaction.
True.
Oh, did you draw a card from Monarch?
Yes, it did.
Okay, cool. Yishtold is going back to my hand. Alron comes into the battlefield.
He has to attack to O-ring.
Oh,
Yeah.
got it.
Yep.
It's not an
To
ETB.
O-ring?
Oblivion Ring, which
Yeah,
is
it's
hidden
a-
underneath itself.
I didn't think that
It's an
was-
effect type or short.
Wait, we're
hand.
live. Never mind.
Okay.
That was the joke we just made.
Oh, I missed
Yeah,
all
yeah,
of that. Yeah, I was in my own world.
Yeah, that was the innuendo.
Oh,
dancing
yeah.
around.
You were in the
That
think
was
tank.
exactly that.
Ah, okay. I'm caught up. That's
You were
really
there,
funny.
you
No,
didn't
it's
have the
fine.
connection.
Yeah.
That's all. Yeah.
I will move to combat, and with the beginning of combat on your turn, I may move any counter from a creature I control to a second creature I control.
All right, who is the monarch at the moment?
Ames.
Ames.
Not
okay.
for long.
Well, we have.
Oh, yes.
You can be the Black Mage Monarch for.
If y'all take this
right
for
now.
me, I will cry on
I'm
camera.
literally about to. That's literally my whole plan right
She
now.
has
Just wear it
promised
for a
tears.
She put
second.
it on.
Okay.
What if we make the
Oh, just that is
that's
the
the monarch? Then
that's
she
the
can
monarch.
keep the hat.
No, it's. I
No, you need
understand.
the whole
I
package.
understand,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Do what
Here.
you gotta do.
No, it's
This
fine.
means- This means you crave power and need to acquire it back.
Yeah.
So.
It's true. It's true. You do also have flying, which will be able to steal it. Oh wait, no, this is flying. Haha. But I am going to let you have it for like 2 seconds longer. But I am going to combat.
Okay.
I'm going to move the Saga counter. I'm going to move this
Man,
Saga
you're
counter
So rude.
from the Valafor onto Titus.
Nice.
So it doesn't power him up, but now he is a creature that's wearing counter, so he can use his own ability. I want the Monarch now.
I'm just kidding. Here we go.
I'm waiting for us to think the bottom of that just a little bit more.
Yeah. I thought about making
Wow.
myself
I am
cry.
become queen.
Look at you.
Become?
Look at you go.
I am become death, I am become queen. Oh no, because
Already is.
Gotcha.
alright, I understand. Happy Pride, everyone. But yeah, that'll be 3 damage to you with my
Commandos.
commander here. And because it's a creature with a counter, I'll be able to
Please
proliferate.
keep gesturing
Sorry.
with the wand.
He's
It's
like,
on
I'm
Brian.
so sorry it took you.
Combat damage,
Wow.
commander damage.
Fantastic.
Did I take my damage?
I don't think so
No,
yet.
you didn't.
So it'll be 3 at you, and then I'll be able to proliferate. I don't think there's a point to proliferating that counter, but I will proliferate this here, and I draw a card. And on the Monarch, so at the end step, I will draw.
You also have a solid counter that is
It got taken off.
I moved
Oh,
the
you-
counter over
you'll-
here.
okay, you
So,
needed it.
so on my next turn, it's going to do the bounce effect again.
Ah.
Yeah, I've made myself the problem.
Majors.
Whoa.
I am the problem.
Yeah.
Cool. It's all you.
All right, here we go.
Pass it. I was like, no, sir.
No. I want to keep. I won't be able to for too long. I don't think. I think I've drawn some ire, but still.
Oh, I need to keep. You hit me for commander, right? This is your commander.
yes.
damage. Right here.
We are going.
Oh, yeah, we hate that big time, don't we?
Probably, yeah. Being able to repeatedly use the Valifor ability is kind of messy.
Ew.
What the heck?
Check.
Okay.
ATCC hit.
Sunken Hollow tapped.
Please respond.
I showed you my Sunken Hollow. Please respond. I am.
Oh no.
Oh man,
So
that
another
summon
appropriate joke
is.
would be, I showed you my O-ring, please respond.
Okay, we
O-rings.
can.
That was the fastest descent into absolute depravity. Because I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure we were on it turn 1, so.
We're gonna go
think you
3
would.
for Lease Hexed. Prowess non-creature spells I cast cost 1 less to cast as long as I've cast 2 non-creature spells this turn. She has double strike.
That is not the least text I've ever seen.
It is. It is.
That's some of the most text.
Okay. Oh my god.
And Joel is officially done with me.
My soul has left my body.
Now my second spell I cast costs 3 less to cast, and we are going to cast. Oh, we're gonna go with
Oh, beans.
Bastion of Remembrance.
Oh.
Create a 1/1 human. Whenever a creature I control dies, each opponent loses a life. We'll pass a turn. Do you have any good attack? You're the Monarch.
I am the Monarch.
I
I only have
attack.
I these two as blockers.
No, pass.
Oh, not the laughing. Not the laughing.
The hee-hees, the ha-has. Right. Oh,
It's these.
that, okay.
It's these.
Alright. This honks fruit bound crackers.
No, man.
Precon mana bases.
What a day!
Although they are getting better.
They are. I still don't see any command lands in here. The hell?
Nope.
I don't understand why they made those Babylon lands. I'm like, you know where we shouldn't put them? The
I don't
only
understand it
multiplayer
either.
format that we have.
I don't get it either. It's so weird.
I am calling you out, Watsy. I know you're not watching, but I'm still doing it.
John C. Watsy is watching.
John C. Watts.
What?
They're Watts. C.
Watsy.
Watchy. No, it doesn't work. Never mind. We're gonna cut away from me.
Yeah. Cut away from me. I know. I hate it too. You should
I
try it.
just have
still over there.
It's just so much big angy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, don't. I think I hated. I just want Monarch back.
I guess. Oh wait, I can't. I just went over that with myself. I guess I just need to do something. I can do that next turn. Yeah, what the hell?
Oh, like lean it forward.
Oh.
There you go.
Oh.
Like I was like.
Gotta get that lumbar support. Uh-oh. There's math happening.
Can I? You're not necessarily in the best position either. Okay, I'm gonna borrow from Joey. Joey, I'm going to borrow your Everflowing Chalice.
But I like it.
That's great. So do I.
What'd it do?
Gain control
Gain
of target
control of
non-creature.
target non-creature artifact for as long as I control this card. Then I can attach an equipment I control onto.
All right. Does it untap?
No.
Okay.
But it's okay. So that's fine. I still borrow.
All right.
Mana.
That's That's a good boost. That's a very good boost.
Well, we'll see how long I can keep it. Please don't hurt her. Pass.
Okay.
I do have Vigi Trample, but
I've got a 2/5, a 5/4.
yeah, I know.
If you wanted to hurt
that's-
Joel, I support that decision.
What?
Oh, come on.
This is
Coming
what
for
I
the
want.
crown.
Yeah, yeah.
I need something to modify. I can at least cast 2 spells with this if I can.
Do I?
YOLO.
I kind of want the
Take it back.
hat back.
I understand.
Take it back.
I would want it too.
But this could be fun.
If you can kill this thing,
Yeah,
this
this is gonna
that's a
bounce
problem.
creatures again on my next
It's
turn.
an enormous
Whatever your
problem.
your
Yeah.
most expensive creature is. So
it's a nice little wombo here between those two.
that's nutty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus you're drawing cards on top of it
Bouncing
is
this guy
insane.
Isn't a bad idea because his ETB is kind of crazy.
Do it.
But okay.
We're playing pre-cons. There's no right answer.
Yes.
Yeah.
Throw the things at the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's get rid of it because I want to.
You want your hat back?
But am I gonna get?
This is my only flyer, and since she can get flying, you would totally be able.
Makes it safer for us to play Archidekt, I'll tell you that.
Oh no!
Bedevil.
I've been bedivilled.
Wait, that's not right. That's right.
Nice. All right. Dead bird.
Okay.
Devil.
All right.
Glad we didn't have to go through on top of that
I'm
thing.
positively bedeviled with meetings, etc. Moira Rose Shitsbury.
Yeah.
That's the second time we talked about her this week.
Yes, it is. Yeah,
She comes up.
Foxy and I were joking about being Alexis and David as a cosplay for a Magic convention. Would you like to be our Moira?
Just fold it in. Yeah.
We-
It would be
Sky
awesome.
2 David.
Well, because exactly, and we thought that
Scott
Prof
too.
would be really good as the dad. Because we just sort of got that same energy, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Moving to combat, mill 2 cards.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
Whoa,
Ooh,
she's
that's a
pretty.
Celeste.
Oh.
What's your power?
4.
4. What is the?
She's got the Phoenix down,
do
but
have
no targets
That's
for Terra yet.
mana value though.
Yeah.
She's
That is
4.
that works.
She's
Never
4.
mind.
Is she 4? She 4?
Discard any number.
Gotta get some synergies in this thing.
She count herself for the turn.
What's the text?
Whenever one or more other creature, never mind.
Yep, there
Just read it. There we go.
Nailed it.
All right. So I can't really return anything, but I will be swinging this way
Take
for
the
the
hat.
monarch.
Take the hat.
That was also you guys are exchanging commander damage. Right? Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Thank you.
That's 6 from Terra.
What are you going to gesture with now that you don't have your wand?
Oh no. I didn't think about it.
How am I going to indicate things?
How
Just-
pedestrian
I'm
to
gonna
just
have to-
use your hand.
Just gonna have to point
You're gonna gesture?
like a plebeian.
Yeah. Ugh. What about that?
Ew, David.
Ew, David, don't point.
I think I'm gonna do this thing. And
Yeah.
return this pretty lady.
Absolutely.
Nice.
When she enters, discard any number of cards and draw that many cards plus 1.
That's
shoot, okay.
pretty sick,
Do
actually.
it. Do it. So this is
In Mardu?
Yeah.
What is going on?
Yeah, this commander's great. Comments will tell you that
Does
that
the
one's
color
better than
pie
Terra.
not matter anymore? Are we just giving up?
Do whatever you want. It's commandy.
We need more text on the cards, Olivia.
Unfortunately, I don't.
You can do whatever you want. It is commander, but the pie.
Yeah,
But the pie.
The pie.
We
is-
know.
The pie.
we miss it too.
I know. I really
I'm
miss
gonna
the
put
pie.
these 3 and then draw 4.
Hell yeah.
Yep. Hell yeah.
That's really good.
Wait.
Oh no,
I-
you can get the Palace Jailer back with Terra.
Uh huh.
Oh no.
Is it until the end of turn or no?
No, I
Oh,
meant
no,
like in the
like
future
later.
you
Okay,
can, yeah.
yeah.
Which has me worried.
Terrified.
I guess it's red. Yeah, that's red. All right.
Wheel effect, kind of.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Celeste.
I
Alright.
just.
Pass.
Alright.
Oh, and draw for monarch.
All right, every turn that you've had so
Yeah,
far, we
yeah.
knock you back down, and then you are very mean.
The red
In
makes sense.
response.
I'm wondering what.
I'm
the-
just playing the cards. I do
Okay,
have
okay.
3 less mana
Yeah, that's
now,
true.
so
I
That's
take
true.
it all back. This fits.
You're into Celeste now?
No, I just mean it fits. It
Got
makes
it.
sense.
I think
discard draw for the red. I get it because you're discarding first. That's the thing.
because of the ability, I think
And then
it
it's
honestly
graveyard stuff
mostly
for
ends up being
black.
like a
Add
persist
counters
combo.
for white.
But like if it is played without the combo, I think it'll be pretty interesting.
Oh yeah.
Rating throw will be my land. And now what?
And it's a Mardu Knight. Yeah, okay. I take it back. I take it back.
Now I don't have fantastic attacks. But I'm going to play Forgotten Ancient.
Nice.
Whenever anyone casts a spell, it will get a +1 counter, and on my turn, I can fling those counters wherever I would like them to go.
Sweet. Should fling some out of this ever. I'm just borrowing.
Now I'm trying to see if there's anything that
Nice
I can.
creature onto other creatures. Oh, he could modify your creatures for you.
It's true, I could.
Get a little deal going.
Oh, okay, then I won't.
Please don't modify my creatures, thank you.
Forgot about that guy.
Let's go to combat. I do want Oron to attack. But the question is who? And is it worth it to take the monarchy back?
No.
It's absolutely not. Who would want this kind of responsibility?
Come
I'm
on.
tempted. I'm tempted to because I could attack you with both of these
Yeah.
and force the issue. I think that's the
I'm
move.
kind of into it.
Yeah, I'll attack you with Oron. Oron doesn't have a target because your creatures have 3 and 4 power, and I would need to exile something as 2 or less to have less power than Oron in total. But I have 2 creatures with counters that are both attacking you right now.
And this is a 4/4.
This is just a 3/3, which makes this a bad move. But I want the monarchy.
He's gunning on you. Yeah.
Anything it takes to take the throne here.
Yeah, I mean,
He's Marquesa.
Oh,
so Celestial,
Yeah.
yeah.
I just want it. Yeah.
Yeah, I get it, man.
At all costs.
At all costs, but this little like war between. us
Yes, it is.
I'm
Yeah.
into it. I'm into it.
Yeah. No, this isn't a good move, but I just want the crown.
He wants to be
I'm
fancy.
gonna go back
Yeah.
and forth.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
He wants to be fancy.
Whee! But then, yeah, Titus is very, very dead. And I believe I will not get the trigger because they're dying at the same time. I would not get that effect, or would I?
Whenever one or more creatures you control counters on them deal combat damage to a player, you may draw a card. I think it happens all at the same time.
The damage all happens, so he does. He does see it.
I would assume whenever one or more creatures you control.
Timing's so hard.
I know,
Yeah.
right? We might need to judge real quick. Chat is probably already very well
Oh
aware
yeah,
of
I'm
this.
sure chat's
But if
right.
he dies on the damage, do we know if that effect still happens? We'll wait on a judge call for it.
We have
Regardless, I'm going to.
Do you need a judge?
Yeah, yes. Titus dies in the hit, but a creature with a counter on it did attack an opponent.
Does he see combat damage if he dies?
Do I still get the cheer ability or not?
You're not a schlub like me. Go for it, girl.
You are.
I don't know off the top of my head.
Dude, I'm slumming it in Dave Matthews Band shirt.
Let me get
I'm
Travis.
fucking-
There he is.
Hey, there we go.
Hey.
I do regret not packing.
So-
for,
Commander produces wonderful interactions. I know nothing
Doesn't
about
it
this
though?
going in. So what's up?
So
It's just
attack
something
It's a
secret
with 2
stuff.
creatures that have counters on it. This one dies in combat, but does have a whenever one more creatures you control counters on them hit an
Well,
opponent,
doesn't
draw a card.
Does it see another creature deal combat damage as it dies and trigger its ability?
the damage has to.
You're asking about the second ability?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
If
is he triggering even though he dies during the same combat?
Yeah.
Right. He does.
Yeah, so when we deal combat damage, lots of things are going to happen. The game's going to check to see if that ability should trigger. It's also going to check to see if Titus should die. It is Titus, right?
Yes.
Yes.
And those things are going to both be executed.
Cool.
All those events happen on combat damage.
In that case, I'm drawing 2 cards
Draw
and
away.
proliferating 1.
Delightful. Thank you,
Because-
Judge.
Thank you so much, man. Yeah, so 1 from him and 1 for the monarch.
Always be nice and thank you, judges.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Cool.
Judge.
End of turn, I'll have too many cards in my hand, so I'll be discarding, but it's all you.
What a problem. Suffering from success.
What
The
a
cleanup.
problem.
How many more creatures am I going to draw that says whenever you cast a non-creature?
Yo, huge same.
Striker.
Like, I wanna
My
throw
kingdom
this
for a
back as
non-creature
too small
spell.
fish.
Okay, here we go. We're going to try some things. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we're going to cast Y'shtola, Knight's Blessed.
Yeah, it's a spell.
That makes my second spell now cost 2 less, and if it's a non-creature, costs 1 further less. We're going to use a black with my Underground River, take a life. We're going to cast Reaper's Sight. It's got job select. It's going to create a hero, And it's a non-creature, so everybody with mana value 3 or greater, so everybody's going to take 2. And I'm going to Olivia working with iPads for the first time.
Oh, really?
Is that a static image?
You got it?
I'm going to lose again. You're good at this. I'm going to gain. Well, look at me now. Look at me now. There we go. I gained 2. I cast it on creature, so this is
Literally
going to
pressed
get
it. What in the
+1.
It works now.
thoughts?
That iPad is so sexist.
Yeah, actually.
What the hell? You're right.
This guy stinks.
I stinks.
Okay, and we are going to. Oh man, come on.
Am I a ghost now?
No.
I'm no longer conducive.
I wonder which one's your commander.
I don't know. You get 4 guesses.
I'm sorry, production does need to double check this is correct now.
It is.
Okay,
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah,
thank
we're
you.
good.
Cool.
Thank you. Sorry, production.
We love you.
Angrily tapping.
This is not going well.
Bro, tell me about it.
It's Clunk City, but we will survive. I need just one more. No, that's gonna do it for me. Unfortunately, pass.
For being a deck that cares about non-creature spells, you sure got a lot of creatures in play.
It's all creatures over here. I'm going
Oh,
wild.
yeah.
Just need an anthem and I'm in business.
Modified. Let's go.
Let's go.
Finally. Okay. That is the thing. Does a. Okay, so when you do this first, and then that. All right, cool. Wait. Can I not do both? Yes, I can.
Oh, at the beginning of my end step, I put a soul counter on this equipment for each player who lost life this turn, so this gets 3 soul counters.
Sick.
Your soul is mine.
Okay, great.
Plus 1.
Tapping 2. Well, tapping Everfree Chalice for 3, using 2 for Conqueror's Flail.
Nice.
Ooh.
A
Equipment!
really good.
A really good one. Hell yeah.
Okay. So currently that is
That
at
was
2.
basically free for her.
You're welcome.
Worth it.
Yeah.
So I've got 1 floating here.
That also gets Cloud's power up to 7 automatically.
The conference spell, yeah, I really like it in that deck.
It's so good.
Is 1,
He back.
2,
And for those watching, it's from the hand because I bounced them earlier.
which means Scry from half.
Now, some fans might not have heard of Cloud. He's a character from Final Fantasy VII.
Check this out. I've never played a Final Fantasy.
They have used I
I
neither.
know nothing.
Yeah, I played 7 a little
I
bit.
know
but
that
it was,
7's the eco-terrorism one,
right.
and I know I'm supposed to play 6 because it's the most akin to Chrono Trigger, which is one of the best games of all time. Now that Claire Obscura is out, there's like 2 best games of all time.
Oh, wow.
It is
Really good?
unreal. So this happens, and then this happens.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah,
I do.
it does. That's a 7/7 with
And then
haste.
that says Vigi Trample, 7/7 haste.
Ooh, rough.
Did you do that because it's the dog?
Oh.
Our
It is weakened. So this is completely out, so this is what I have available. Great. I must punchy.
Must needs attack.
Oh, that was a spell. There was 2 spells.
There was 2 spells.
Forgot ninja.
Are you on my board right
I
now?
kind of have to.
Let's go.
I think it's.
Getting hit by Cloud does trigger my unleashed tool, and I get to draw a card for losing 4 life. Or more.
It is many. This is 1, 2, 3. Each card on 1 permanent. So that's what's most is 7.
Yep, 7/7.
And
Gonna
his-
trigger his last ability, too.
Yeah.
Let's go. You got Vigilance.
That's cool.
Taking 7.
Sick. Love it. Great. 2 treasure tokens. Drawing a crad.
I want to see.
My kingdom.
No, I don't think I'm gonna block. I think I'm just gonna take it.
I was guessing / hoping.
There you go.
Arigato. Neat. So, I have those 2. I'm gonna tap 2 more. And I'm gonna play Mask of Memory. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, I can draw 2 cards if I do discard a card. And it's 1 to L'Equipe.
spell. Forgot an ancient goods counter.
This is currently at 3, just so I remember that there's that many colors. Not that I won't, but I won't.
Now you're in business. Now you're
Cooking.
cooking.
We cook.
It's a flail. It's not a sword. I'm really
Dragon
disappointed,
skulls.
but okay.
Alright.
And they made it a stick in the art.
Yeah, it's more of a bow staff anyway.
It's not even a bow staff. It looks like just a lightsaber nightstick.
A baton.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is a mechanical
go
one
to
too.
combat.
Electricity. Very strange.
I'm gonna mill.
Mill time.
Let's
Okay. Mill
Tara
2.
leaps valiantly into the air.
My favorite
Sets it.
improvised
Ooh,
weapon
it's
that I
this
own is a
guy.
ring mandrel that's steel.
Science
What's a ring
sets.
Exactly. It's for sizing rings, but it's a rod this big about steel graduated
Oh,
at the end.
it like it's a
Absolutely
cone.
annihilate a bone if it needs to.
Oh
Yeah.
my god, dude. Dense as all hell.
Oh, that's kind of
Yeah.
cool.
I am not dropped it. Thigh and cried. So.
Oh, that's
I used to
cute.
carry
Cute.
sometimes if I were walking in the rougher
Okay.
area.
Yeah, for sure.
Greater Bay Area.
Easy peasy. Easy
I'm
peasy.
going to do combat damage maybe first. Does anyone have flyers?
Yet.
No flyers.
No flyers. Okay.
The skies are yours.
We're chilling.
Are we chill?
Yeah,
Oh,
we've been
yeah.
hitting each other.
He even has the hat.
Yeah.
I think she plans on getting the palace jailer back and taking the monarch anyway.
Sure.
I think it'll be the monarch that don't need to hit me to do it.
Yeah, okay.
That's kind of what I suspected might happen.
That's why cool. I get it. I get it.
Okay, I'm going to swing Tara. Do you feel like you were becoming a problem?
Not yet, but I'm problem adjacent. If you were to strike me, I would understand.
You would understand.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna Tara your way,
How dare.
and then I'm gonna keep her up. She's chilling, and I'm on attack. Sorry, I forgot. I can pay 3.
I think it's only 2, right?
Da-da-da.
Oh, you're using the
Yeah.
dog ability. What does
Yeah.
that
You
do?
attack with one or more legendary creatures, you can pay 3, return to the battlefield, tap and attack.
Oh my god, hell yeah.
With Menache.
I was just really like, oh, it's when Tara does it. But no,
Alright.
there's a
Damn,
dog.
okay.
Yeah.
It's all the words on there, like every
And
card.
it's a dog.
And it's a dog.
Isn't he cute? So he's
Wait,
gonna.
assassins have haste? Oh, that's going
Oh,
into
it's a
Vihan.
Yeah, that card just
Well, that's
keeps
in
providing lines of
Dogs
text.
and treasures?
So
Incredible.
we'll swing everyone.
I would also still accept the damage because I'm not going to block with another dog and it's put on menace and I'm not going to put this in.
Yeah.
this.
No dog be dog.
That makes my job easy.
Yeah, I'll
we'll
take
go here when one or more other creatures enter. If one or more then enter from the graveyard.
Just a guy.
Where's all the damage? You have 40 minutes left. This
Okay.
is your, this is your official
Alright.
warning.
Wait,
Everybody's starting to get some
I'm,
stuff
we're
going.
just
Yeah, I
30,
figured.
32,
Yeah.
33. We're
People
just-
pop.
just so
Takes a little
No,
bit to
we're-
get going with these decks.
They're pre-coms.
Yeah.
4 damage because that came back on a tag. That's why I'm like, if you want to change,
That's fine.
you're good. But it
28.
says when one or more enter, if one or more enter
Yeah,
from the
one times.
graveyard or was cast from the graveyard comes
Each. Yeah,
on
okay.
each creature.
Yeah, got it.
Oh, wow, nice.
So this
Sick.
is up to 4 command damage from Ames.
Cool.
Nailed it.
Yay, and then Tara did combat damage, so I may return a creature. I'm not gonna do the jailer.
Oh, really?
I'm gonna do the Cyan dude.
Can you do that?
Cyan
Oh, because it's power 3.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yes.
The mana value versus power thing is going to mix me up every single time.
Same dude. Meteor Golem goes in that deck because it's a 3-power creature. Not
Oh,
crazy?
sure.
Not crazy?
Yeah. And this I like to think of as Sir Conrad's brother.
Oh yeah.
And I think that one's the one that costs 2 mana. The dog is 3 mana, but this one is the 2 mana.
Oh, yeah.
What's that?
The Terra is the 2 mana to get the creature back.
Oh, I have to pay 2 mana. Yes. Oh, I didn't. You know what? I didn't
And you
read
got
that. I'm
signature.
so glad you
No, you're
said
good.
something.
There you go.
We'll do that too, and then we'll second main. We'll cast this guy.
Malkin.
Your first
as a
spell.
creature. My first spell. And then I believe that's it.
I did not have on my bingo card that I was going to keep this the whole round, but that makes me happier that I did the weird move last
Yeah,
time.
yeah, yeah.
Got you.
Okay. I'll
Yeah,
untap.
you even
Oh,
specific.
upkeep. I may move a bunch of counters
I'm
around.
waking up. I'm only 1.5 monsters in.
have to
Yeah, I'm going to keep
If
one
it's
counter
6.
on the ancient, but move 5 counters onto Oron,
Lord.
Oh my.
and then drop return.
I was like,
Sweet
it's not
bolus.
25, it's 7, and I was going to reach over and put it on 7 on a 6-sided die, so don't mind me.
Play an Ash Barons for turn.
cruising today.
Auron is terrified.
He's pretty cool. He's kind of neat, I think.
With the vigilance, you look at him and go, why? Why did you need that keyword?
Let's get to there.
Sorry, everything goes up from him coming back.
That's
Yep.
right.
You're right, absolutely.
Including himself?
It's
When they enter, if one or more of them were from a graveyard or was cast from a graveyard, put a
Yep.
1 on
He
each
gets
creature.
one too?
yeah, he does one too.
That's very cool.
Oh yeah. Boards are starting to get a little spooky.
Yeah, they are. What the hell? Joel, I'll attack you.
Come on.
You got the most life. You're at 33 still.
Yeah, let's go. I'm winning.
I'm going to attack you with... sorry. I lied. This has 7 counters on it. Beginning of combat on my turn.
It's 25.
I'll move a counter from Auron onto Titus.
See?
And now I'm just going to consolidate
Hey!
6.
Nice.
And then I'm going to attack you with Auron, which will then, when he attacks, put a counter back onto him.
Who would you like to exile?
Also, I cast a spell. Forgotten Ancient has 1 more counter on it.
This is
Your commander,
Don't
please.
target my commander.
I'm going to target your
Don't target
commander,
my
please.
commander.
Sorry, I'm
Just
targeting
say
your
that.
commander. Cool. Are you keeping it under here, or are you putting the commands on?
I am going to... I'm gonna keep it under there.
Good to know your intentions with my son.
See, I don't know what you're talking about, man. I'm gonna throw this very loyal soldier in front of Auron.
In
And,
response, nothing. Go ahead.
It's gonna die. All y'all take 1, I gain 1.
Boop.
Look at you. I missed. You nailed it. What's happening?
All your turn.
Here we go.
It hurt us calling it sexist. It was
Oh,
strange.
sorry.
Yeah.
And then I monarch
So
instead.
this is only one step.
Oh,
Discarding and evolving wilds.
Okay. Alright.
So I'm a pretty princess. I don't know that I'll keep it this time though. That seems like I'm hoping for a little bit too much.
I'm gonna pay 1, 2, 3, 4.
Did you guys go Vegas Magic Cons in like 4 days?
Yep.
Oh my
5
god,
days.
dude.
I know, I'm just
I
like,
woke up this morning, was tired.
my chest is like tight. I'm not prepared.
It's another Libélule. I've got 2 Libélules now.
Libélule is back.
Alphanod has joined LSA. Good day. How are
If you
doing?
jokingly use a V instead of a B with the way you pronounced it, you're
Spell.
basically there.
Libélule.
Added one.
Libélule.
Libélule.
Yeah, Libélule. Okay, so that
That's
says
the on Avance.
whenever I cast my second spell each turn, draw a card. I am then going to cast Swords to Plowshares. You're going to gain a nice little chunk of life.
Yeah. You cast a spell. Forgotten Ancient says hi.
CC.
It's equal to power.
Yeah, power. Gain life equal to power.
I'll gain 9.
That's my second spell, so I draw a card.
Auron releases you.
And that was
Back to 40.
Is it exile?
a 1/9
It is exile.
creature.
I like that you're like, you put it way over here, you're like, get out.
Play
I'm not going to do that. These aren't my cards.
Yeah, no, no.
Port Town Tact.
If they were for the month, like the meme of it.
Yeah, just.
As soon as you like absent-minded flick.
And then
Yeah.
all these creatures and I can't attack. Okay, pass.
We can't do any spells on your turn with the Conqueror's Foe.
Yet.
I'll, on your end step then, play Protection Magic and put a
Okay.
shield counter on both of my creatures.
Okay.
Sick.
I would have done it in response to your thing, but that only stops destruction on next time.
Oh,
Oh my god.
And that is also a spell, so I'll get Forgotten Ancient.
That's a good idea.
Oh my goodness.
You guys have no idea what's happening.
Things are
I don't.
popping.
I get to shuffle. I'm so excited. What am I doing? This, that. I really have to blow like arcane speed. This is why I'm casting this. Rampant Griffin. I don't know. A green?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'd say a green would work here.
Don't want on Friday. Oh my god, where is one? Is there a forest in this deck?
I believe in you.
That's where it was, that far away.
I believe in you.
Now it has arrived.
I know, Joey. Pretty
getting ready to gesture at things.
You would like to do what?
Yeah.
This. So we've done this.
Oh, that's a spell.
Yes, it is. Didn't like show us. That card I want to. Oh, ha! If I do that, then I can get rid of it because it's silly, and we do not have the time for that. Okay, great. I will Bonder's Enclave to equip Mask of Memory there, which will allow me to draw, and then I can discard that. Everything's better in the world. So that's a
4/4 and a 6/9.
Nice.
Hey.
Hey. Ames probably wants these things, so. I will risk it. Yeah. Ames, my darling, my dearest.
Hello.
I would like to return Lefevre
Mm-hmm.
with a 7/7 trample.
7 coming at you.
I do.
Tap trigger draw. 2 treasures.
Yes.
This is a 4/4 with double strike.
Or you could just let it come through.
Yes, ma'am.
That's politicking, ladies.
Whoa.
Or you could not.
It wasn't a command!
Have you considered don't?
Wow, teach me your Dommy powers.
I
That
like
was
that.
crazy.
No, you won't. You got it.
It was a suggestion! Okay, I will draw one from the attack, 2 treasures from the attack, and then on damage, I will draw 2 more. I will choose to discard a card. I know exactly which one it's going to be.
Cool.
Because we're not going to do this right now. Austere command.
Oh, wow. Hello.
We got
We're
time.
not
No
resetting.
time for
No.
this.
See, chat, this is how you do it. Game's got to end,
That's
and
right.
this won't end it. So, all right, second main. I feel bad that names took that. Right. 10.
You got all the mana in the world.
I do, so I'm gonna use it to do the thing and advance the board state. I'm gonna pop 2. That doesn't freaking matter, does it? Yeah. Alright, we're gonna go 2 for a stupid. We'll put out. That's the wrong one. Wrecking Ball Arm.
It's a wrecking ball arm.
Cool.
We'll use 3 for Champion's Helm.
There it is.
There it is. We will green and this for Nature's Lore. I will
Nice.
do that at the end.
Okay, that's 3
Since I
spells.
don't have any more drawings.
4.
I don't have to draw anymore. That's an equip 1 and equip 3. Should I equip that? Yeah, what the hell?
Makes Cloud a 10/10.
Yeah.
Sick.
And that'll sit there, and that's that many. Nature's Lore resolution for me right now. P to T.
She lost 1 more life of draw card.
Oh, yeah.
True.
All right. I am going to add 1 colorless
Just
and
add
mill a
first,
card.
okay.
Did I draw for turn? I did. That's supposed to be in my hand. Y'all didn't see that. I'm
Yeah,
gonna mill a
I know
card.
what you're talking about.
I genuinely didn't. I was looking in that direction, but I was not internalizing any
It's
information.
some Final Fantasy
Canopy Vista
legend.
is
There's
my
1,000
thing.
more of those.
Oh,
Damn.
put it on the
64 lives in
battlefield,
this single
because
set
it's
of
an
cards.
attack.
Reanimate in this day.
Hell yeah, there is.
Kind of
Yeah.
wish that was in my hand. But whatever. We'll do.
Go off.
You know. You
I'll tell you
asked.
something off camera because I can't say it on camera, but it's funny that you mentioned what you did earlier.
Okay. I mentioned a lot of things, so.
Uh-oh.
I know, yeah.
Okay. So I have 1 floating mana. We'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Is that?
I see 6 taps up there.
That's six.
Stupid of me.
What? Okay.
We didn't see anything.
No, wait, this would have technically worked. Okay, sorry.
Okay.
I was being lazy with the Nature's Lore resolution because I didn't want to hold up time, but this would have come in on my second main. I can equip this, and I would like to do that if that's a thing.
Sure.
Yeah.
Great.
Oh yeah. So it's got history.
And if
And it
anyone
says
says
12.
anything, I will no. This is casual.
I was
Don't
trying
shut up.
I was trying to keep things expedient.
Yeah.
But yeah, that
Casual
was the thing
fun
I could have done
magic.
in real time at the correct time.
Gearhulk enters.
Mhm.
Target opponent
I
may
was very
have
dressed
you
up for
draw 3 cards. If the player doesn't, you mill 3 cards. Then this creature deals damage to that player equal to the total mana value of those cards.
There you go. He's got
You're
a
at
hat
40?
and a mask.
He made me gain life.
Yeah.
He got rid of my big guy that I wanted to hit with. Also, I get a counter.
We wanted to stay friends. You know?
No.
Come on.
No, you got rid of my guy. I was planning on
You're
hitting.
starting left, so you're winning.
Okay.
I mean,
I'm
fair.
gonna choose you.
What would you like to do? Would you like to draw 3 or would you like to mill?
I think I'd like to mill.
Mill away.
Okay, and it's
Big damage, big damage,
Hey, I
big
get to draw a
damage.
card if I take some damage. so.
3,
3 so far.
3. Land.
2,
Okay,
Okay.
5 could be worse.
1.
I brought it.
I love it.
I'm the monarch.
He's the monarch.
That's such a good monarch.
Yeah,
That's
watch-
amazing.
But
Huh?
your hand on that side.
Oh, sorry.
Behind them. Yeah,
That's amazing. Wow.
I take
You guys are
5,
going on.
6, or 6.
6.
More now.
2.
It was a slow start. We've always gone.
There's a lot going.
There's some
doing
big
over
stuff
there
in
with
here.
this
Just
pile
not
of
so-
No.
in this issue.
Dressing up.
wearing
It's
his
Cloud
hat.
Dresses Up Day.
His
Oh.
mask, one arm, other arm.
Yeah, he's
Oh my
good.
God, fashion icon.
Yeah, absolutely.
I always make a halo of all my equipments and stuff because then I
That's
can
so
read everything
smart.
and I know what creature it's on.
I've never. That's actually really genius.
Thank you.
Are
I
you
have at
playing
least two.
Titus?
I have at least 2 good
Titus
ideas.
is over here.
Titus is here.
Yeah, Joey. I'm Joey.
I can't get over your hat. It's really good. It looks like one of
Especially
those
when-
like nightcap
It's
things
when
with
he
like
uses
the
the scepter to
candlestick.
gesture.
Yeah.
That's the
You
best
saw the
part.
wand? Yeah.
That's so good. I would have to like try to get the monarch just to do that.
That's kind of
Messing
what's
people
going on
stuff.
here a bit.
Yeah,
that
mostly
would've
for
been
them.
So good.
This is so cool.
Okay, I'm
It took me
gonna
a
tap
long
2
time to get
to
here.
play.
Here we're cooking.
We're
Yeah.
trying. We're trying.
Ooh.
Who's your
Once
commander?
during each of your turns, you may cast a creature spell from among cards in your graveyard that would
Middle
be
of
there this
character name,
turn. From anywhere other than the battlefield. When I attack, I may pay 1, discard a card if I do draw a card.
So good.
I will
Casual
then
11, 14.
Arcane Signet to cast
Yeah.
someone who is put there in the graveyard this turn.
Nice.
Citrus
This is
Supply.
perfect to eat hummus too.
Which trigger Sellies?
Wow.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yes.
What a
So we
mood.
got-
I know, right?
Things are popping over here.
Yeah, that sounds right.
We got some
I'll have a
momentum.
proposal for you.
Okay.
I'm not proposing to you. Someone seems to have misheard. Already married.
I just laughed.
But I think we can work together.
Okay. Okay.
This.
I'm down to talk. And
You would never
then.
Oh, that's
propose
a
to
spell.
Ames during Pride Month, Joey. Let's be real.
My husband would kill me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got the. Let's see.
We've upset the husbands.
We've upset the husbands. Oh no.
Let's see. Oh, when this guy enters or
Yep.
dies, I mill 3 cards. 1. Who are you?
Wow, he just gave me the most dismissive wave.
3. Okay. Alright, going to combat. Milling 2.
Deck is cruising right
It's
now.
Yeah.
so much in the graveyard. I'm loving it.
Oh, I don't have 2 mana to bring anything back. Freaking heck. Darn.
That's okay. I think you're very situated for a play that I
8
have in mind.
creatures will get it done.
What's your play?
So I agree with your evaluation that austere command would be like, it just kind of slows things down. But killing everything that doesn't have a counter on it leaves 2 people in a very good position to do a lot of damage.
Wait, what if we didn't do that?
Hang on. I'm with her on this one.
So I think that we should go ahead and start attacking them to our heart's content because I'm about to clear that field. And we'll be the only people
Or
that have huge creatures in play.
Get rid of Joey, and then you can pick us off one by one, and it makes you look like a
I think the game is slower that way.
genius.
I think the game ends up slower that
I
way.
disagree.
I think we can take them out.
Mom and Dad are gonna argue over this one. You're gonna have to make
We
a
are
choice
not
though.
Mom and Dad.
We're not.
No. We're gay uncle and why not?
There it is. There it is. Yes.
Gay Uncle and Why Not are gonna argue about this, and you're gonna have to make a choice.
Now that's the merch we need.
That's so good.
This mom and dad doesn't get that out of here.
Yeah. We don't want kids. We got dogs. That's fine for us.
I'm the godmom
These
that hands
just
them
came
back and be like,
in.
they're more spoiled now, sorry.
Hi to my children. Happy Father's Day. Thanks. Appreciate you. Love you.
I'll try to spread out some damage. So
Jackset.
flyers.
Yeah.
You-
I got
you
no
do-
answer to flyers.
No answer to flyers. Okay. Do you have flyers?
No flyers.
Damn. Alright.
You need an Air Force.
We're gonna send Tara at Olivia.
Are we?
What's your biggest blocker?
4/4. Very embarrassingly.
Is that 6 commandy?
Yes.
Oh, but there's stuff that's happening on attacks. You're gonna get shit out of the yard, right?
No.
Out of mana, I think.
Got it.
Okay. I'm going to send.
Is this like I am
How big is Mr. Cloud?
Mr. Cloud.
That is his official time.
He's a chunky lad.
He's a 10/10.
12/12.
12/12. And
This-
honks proof.
This gives +2/+2.
It
so
does.
5
And
on
hex
top of
proof.
7.
Ew. Okay.
So don't worry about this little guy.
He's a big boy.
So just a flyer this way, and then we'll send everything else this way.
Whoa. Hell yeah.
Why are you listening to him?
I don't know.
Irish Holodeck is not
He has the
doing this.
crown.
Yeah.
He's directing traffic over here.
I know, but I really like his proposal.
I think we do a lot of damage
Wow,
really
I
fast.
did
that
one
way.
nice thing. I could have just cleaned you out.
Okay, I'm
true.
going to.
I do think this makes the game faster. For what it's
That
worth.
was Menace.
I don't know,
yes,
my
this
guy.
is a
There's so many
7/6
blockers that'll get in the way.
menace.
That's fair. That's right. I don't know what you have.
This is a 5/5
I don't know what you have
with
in
double
this, sure, it's true.
strike, and this
But I
is
don't know. This
7.
is a lot I'm looking forward to.
Okay, alright. We are going to
So is this.
double block on the dog. We are going to then throw the Les Barrières in front of the other two.
Okay.
Breaks.
And that will block the damage, kill my things.
Okay. Does the dog die? Are they high enough?
7? No.
6.
4, 5, 6. Oh yeah, it does.
6. Okay.
I'm gonna lose 4 creatures, so everybody's gonna lose 4 life and I gain 4.
Oh yeah, I forgot
Chonked.
about that.
Yeah. There you go.
All right.
Okay. And then that was it.
End step.
You
Stole
draw
it.
a card off Yish and
Okay.
there you go.
Upkeep. Forgotten Ancient will move 11 counters over to Titus. So I'm literally just gonna switch this because it'll have
Yeah,
one
yeah.
left and there was one already here.
CC.
So big damages.
And they both got shields on them still.
Yes, they do.
Yes, they do.
All right. Sun Petal Grove. I control 4 sort of planes, so that's good. And yeah, I'm going to cast a Damning Verdict.
Yep.
Destroy every creature that isn't wearing a counter. And then I think we just clean up a little bit. That's a spell. Forgotten Ancient will go here.
I'm at 32. Come on over here.
You're about to be at less.
Oh, I know.
I kind of want to commander damage someone.
I figured.
And I'm also going to cast a Bread for the Hunt, so whenever my creature's wearing a +1 counter hit someone, I'll draw a card. Yeah. Joel, I'll just hit you.
14. No.
Because you're at the highest, right?
12. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
32. 15 on Titus. Am I counting that right?
Yeah.
And then.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm at 15 T damage.
T to damage.
I got 15 T'd on me.
Teed on.
T'd all over me,
And
dude.
then it was 2 more from this.
And then I take 2, so I take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
And then I have a Proliferate and Draw trigger, and then I have 2 draw triggers here. So I'm going to draw a total of 3, Proliferate
15.
once. And I'll pass to you.
2 creatures died. Everybody takes 2.
Yep.
I gain 2.
And Proliferate. I will also Proliferate the shield counters.
My Y'shtola doesn't trigger because she thought, I miss you, girl. Alright, we're gonna go here and see what we can do. Alright. You got hexproof over there or just shield counters?
Just shield counters.
Okay, and you are full shields down.
It's true. It's true.
Okay.
I was hoping that this would be a good way to get a big chunk of damage when there was.
Definitely.
If I had unblockable, I would have done that
We're
instead.
nearing the end here. Exotic Orchard. We are going to. I will pay 2 for Papalimo Totolimo. Words that I've said before in my life now. Whenever I cast a non-creature, it deals 1 damage to each opponent, I gain a life. You might recognize that. Pay 4, tap, sack it. Each opponent who lost life this turn sacks a creature with the greatest power among creatures they control.
Joke's on you. Don't have any creatures.
Got
the
him.
greatest power of the sacrifices?
Yep.
Okay, but it's next turn. Next turn.
Yeah, yeah, I can't do it right
I
now.
have something that doesn't change because you blocked, but he should have 2 more counters on him because I forgot he has an ability when one or more creature cards leave your graveyard, put a +1. So not only does she see it,
That's cool.
Grow it up. Grow it up.
You cast a spell. Forgotten Ancient will get a counter.
You can recast Cloud.
Sure can.
next turn, so
I think I'm about to be hit.
I'm gonna
Yes.
try and clear your path and give you some options here.
Her path
Oh
is
yeah,
clear.
He showed me his O-ring. I
Yeah,
will
sure.
respond.
Yeah.
I am
We wanted damage to
I
happen.
will respond.
I tapped out because we go in damage time.
I'm gonna go 4 for White Aura Sight, and we're going to exile your. Let's just exile. Oh, that's a Stitcher Supplier.
yes.
Um,
Stitcher Supplier, we have a 7 with first strike and then a 2/4.
We'll exile the Combustible Gearhulk. Give another option for Lane over there. And then 2 mana, I'm going to cast. Everybody lose a life. Boop, I gain a life. I think.
Numbers going the wrong way.
And I'll pay 2 for Tataru Taru, in other words that I've now said in my life. Enters, I draw a card, and target opponent draws a card.
Nope.
And we shall pass the turn.
Okay.
Oh, I realized that I could not proliferate +1 counters and a shield counter. I have to choose one. These should each be one smaller.
Gotcha.
My apologies. I caught it, chat. I caught it.
I created tap treasure because opponent drew a card during not their turn.
Correct.
And
Great.
dropping cards all over the place.
Chat we got there. All right. Firelit Thicket.
Let's go, Cloud! Tear down the Titus!
Terra down.
Tear down the Titus!
Cloud comes back
No
out.
official team name for me, Amelia.
We're going to auto
Big damages.
equip Wrecking Ball Arm.
Ayo.
Yeah. And then we're gonna pay 2 to. That was an official noise.
Oh, yeah. What's sponsored noise?
Yeah, totally. How much
Yeah.
is it?
9, I
It is
believe.
9.
Chonked.
I'll draw 3
9 commandy.
and 2 treasure tokens, which is fucking shame.
6 from Terra. I have 6 from Terra and 9 from Olivia. Nice. You.
Oh
Become
my
Honor.
goodness. Late hat gain. Look at you. Fully erect.
Fine. It's the only way to get my card. Goddamn right. A woman of many talents. Let's see.
I believe it.
Let's stick.
Wow, now she can
Sorry.
zap people.
A spell was cast. Did I already get the ancient? I think I
I
did.
cast 2. Did you get them off mine?
I believe I got them off of yours, but I had subtracted 1 because I forgot I could only proliferate a
Okay,
shield
cool.
counter. I think it's at this, and if not, I missed a thing. And that's a me. My bad.
Yeah.
I was
Honestly.
very caught up in that
we'll
I'm
look
being
back
attacked.
and see if
Yeah.
we need to be disappointed or not.
I don't know that this is going to make all the difference in this game, to be honest.
Okay, that matters not. I need to discard. I will.
I just wanted the ability to actually get through and hit
That
Mhm.
card's
because I didn't have any
not gonna help
evasion
me.
otherwise. So
We're here at the end.
YOLO.
Yep.
That
what up?
spell.
Mm.
Ancient.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Counter it up.
I thought you were killing
Words
it.
are hard. Conformer Shoryuken. Equipped creature has stuff it's not equipping. It doesn't matter. Pass the turn. Draw for Monarch. Neat.
There we go.
Yeah, I should make it a little more rich.
Yeah.
Now it's a little up.
I'm gonna mill a card, add a colorless mana. That, yeah. I drew for turn this time.
The graveyard is stacked.
Yeah, it is.
Good lord.
I think that's the first time I've ever seen someone
Yeah,
flip
flip
off
off a
their
soul
own
ring.
soul ring.
It's a soul ring.
Let's see. Okay.
I'm not gonna lie, this whole time I thought that was a soul ring.
It does have the look
It
to
is,
it. for
yeah.
sure.
Didn't read.
Yeah. It is ring adjacent.
Are you open?
Wide.
Yeah.
Damn.
We're here at the end. We're all open. Attack us up.
Game's gonna end, babes.
It's true. We got a 15-minute warning like 5 minutes ago.
It didn't take that long.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I will tap for 1. I shouldn't do that. I should go combat first and get everything together.
More options.
Okay. Did I L for T?
I do not believe that you landed for turn.
I didn't.
You threw away your soul ring. You were upset about it, and then we continued on. So yeah.
I think that sounds correct to me. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
L for T.
And then, but if I move phases, this goes away, so we gotta put down over there. And then, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Did it.
For meteor golem.
There's a meteor golem. Nice.
Okay.
Which one hit?
Blocker.
Trying to get a blocker, yeah. Your biggest blocker.
0, 3, 1, 2. I would take the 1, 2 just because it can gain me life.
Okay,
Could also hit the bastion. I don't think left game's gonna matter enough though.
Probably not.
All right, so it does. Y'all will take 1. I gain 1.
So,
If you had done it with a wand, I was gonna be impressed.
Well,
as
we
fuck.
already
I
know.
it has opinions.
Going to combat.
Yep.
You are 13.
0,
Yeah.
3 is pretty much. There's my blocker.
Oh my god, it's been so long.
Okay. Cyan will come this way.
Yep.
Also,
Is that lethal?
Probably. I'm at 13.
Yeah.
Oh my
'cause
god, that
I'm
alone
gonna
is lethal.
bring back this, which will bump everything up 1.
Hell yeah.
And I still have attackers here too.
Diddy, bobbity,
Boom.
boo.
You need.
The monarchy has died, long live the
Yeah.
queen.
Hell yeah. Go off, Ames. I love it.
This is so fun.
You need to do
The queen is dead, long live the queen.
Okay.
20 to me across 2 creatures will kill me because I'll block 1, and as long as the other one can do.
So we'll send. Oh, I forgot. I have to mill 2. Sorry.
Right.
Wow. Dancing mad there at the very end.
Yeah.
Love it.
You said how much do you? 20.
I'm gonna need 20 because if this dies, I'll gain a life. I'm at 19.
Okay. That one. Then this is 8, 5, 7. How much is it? That's math. 13.
8,
There.
5, and 7.
Yeah, it's not gonna be quite enough. He'll be able to
5.
finish me off.
I
Though.
might be able to.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to swing out either.
Leave yourself defenseless.
Yeah.
Could be a little
Be a
little shaky.
Little.
We'll send this. So this is
3.
3. This is plus 8.
I'll block the 8, so we don't have to count that.
Cool. Okay, so 5, 7, which
12.
is that's 12. Math is hard for me.
Plus 3,
Plus
15.
3, 15. Thank
Okay.
you.
This dies, I go to 20. I go to 5 from the 15 damage.
We each lose 1.
Yes, everybody
yes.
loses
Gonna
1
poop
from,
your snoot.
from the death of Tataru Taru.
Oh, I'm already out, so.
Lydia from the Afterlife doesn't
Ames,
have
did
to
you
worry
get your
about
lose one?
that.
Oh no, I did it. Okay.
I'm just a spooky ghost. Woo!
And
That's word for word.
the floor is yours.
Yes, it is, huh?
Seal this up.
I'm pretty sure that's all of my. Oh, this actually goes up.
I
one
got to
more.
wear a
She's
lot of
great.
stuff, which was the point.
Oh yeah, Cloud did the thing.
Cool.
All right, and you're tapped out, Ames?
Yes, I draw from mono.
Yes, you do.
She's
Drop
got
one.
a Stitcher Supply
And a meteor golem.
and a Meteor Golem.
Alright, what's all the
Oh yeah, tap out a mana, but I have
Yep.
2 creatures.
Those are the 2 blockers. I'm tapped out of mana and no creatures.
Okay.
Things are looking bad.
You're at 5.
I'm at 5. I've
And
got
you're-
15 commander damage from Titus. If you want to go that route, you can still technically commander damage me, can you? No.
I'm going to send 3 counters from the Forgotten Ancient over to Titus,
Mm-hmm.
and then draw for turn. Alright, first thing I'm going to do, I'll pay 2. I'll cast a Dusk Shell Crawler.
Ooh, dark steel.
When it hits the field, I'll put a +1 counter on a creature.
There's the Pompeo.
My +1 counter creatures have trample,
Mm-hmm.
and because I cast a spell, Forgotten Ancient gets a counter. I'll pay, let's use the Chalice, and then 2 more. So there's 2 floating still off of that. I'll play Kamari.
There we go.
That's another spell for Forgotten Ancient. Beginning of combat, he taps down an opponent's creature. Yeah. Yeah, a little bit. I'll also, with the 2 floating here, then play a Lulu. Whenever an opponent attacks me, I stun it, but that's another spell for the Forgotten Ancient.
There we go.
And how much defense do you currently have?
I have a 3/3 and a 3/3.
I'm pretty sure I have you.
Yep.
Yeah. I will go to
Add
combat.
a counter.
With Kamari, at the beginning of combat, I will tap down one of your creatures that can block.
Bronze Guardian.
Then I'll attack 5 damage at Joel.
Yep.
And send a now trampling Tidus over at you.
Trample.
Because of the Dust Shield Crawler.
Bread for the Hunt trigger?
It's when they hit.
Oh, got it. Oh, I thought it was adding counters. I'm wrong.
Inner
that-
spot. No,
I think that's fine.
You're mad at pre-con.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We good?
Because it's got the trample, unless you've got a snuff out or some
No,
zero minute
and
thing.
I'm
I think we
bad
get
at math,
there.
so I'm not-
GG.
Hell yeah.
GG, you got the
We're
bit.
handshake. I'm fumbling it.
Okay, here we
Just
go.
like I fumbled the
Yeah,
blitzball.
yeah.
You did it.
Awesome. Cheers, y'all.
Yeah, good game. We appreciate everybody watching. We're going to cut to a quick break, and we will be back with some two-headed giant gameplay.
Thanks, everyone.
Let's go. Oh, there we go.
Koopo.
As it is written. Nice.
Hell yeah.
Wow, we fucking nailed it.
This is a fun
Cruising.
deck.
Literally.
Distance, isn't it so sweet? Feel heat, battery, replace it. Don't let it deplete. Distance, isn't it so sweet? Feel heat, battery, replace it. Don't let it deplete. Distance, isn't it so sweet? Feel heat, battery, replace it. Don't let it deplete. Distance, isn't it so sweet? Feel heat, battery, replace it. Don't let it get me so high on games we're playing. Eyes on the screen, that's all we need. Tell me am I your entertainment? Eyes on the screen, that's all we need. Something about the night, baby. Let's spend another night. Something about the night, baby. Something about the night, baby. Let's spend another night. Something about the night,
We are pairing Magic creators with personalities from the broader esports world to play Two-Headed Giant.
It's not just Magic creators and gaming creators coming together, but we're also doing it for charity. Every team has got their own charity going, and so it definitely raises the stakes of the entire thing.
All right, so right now the players are all opened their pre-release kits, and they are all working together to sort out the cards, see what their card pools are like.
I'm playing Jumbo Cactuar, baby.
There's always more counter spells where that came from.
We're playing two-headed giants, so we've got a bunch of teams of 2. 4 teams in each group. You're going to play round robin, 3 matches against your group, and then we'll cut to the best competitors and get our day 2 from there.
We're playing with Final Fantasy. It's the Final Fantasy release weekend, so this is going to be the first time a lot of people have the opportunity to play with a lot of these cards.
LS and Reynad are definitely the favorites of the entire weekend.
Not traditional black-red, and
everybody in between rounds is hanging out and going and getting a soda, playing some Commander. LS and Reynad went off into a corner together and studied each other's card pools, rebuilt their decks completely, and I'm pretty sure I saw LS watching a team that he was going to play later in the day, writing down the cards that they had.
Like, is this your list of the most overpowered drops in every?
No. This is our next opponent.
Oh, you're scout. Oh, we're doing some scouting. Oh shit.
Both of them are. I mean, they're play testing in between rounds.
Reynad LS versus Atrioc and Jimmy coming up. Both those teams are 2-0. They are both guaranteed a spot going through to day 2. There it is, the Cryptic Command Odin combo.
That's what we've been trying to do all day.
Tell me about that last game. Was that the most intense, or?
Yeah.
Honestly, no. And I think that means for tomorrow that it's going to be 4-0 and then 5-0 for the final tournament. This is the video they play when we lose to them.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to day 2 of FlyQuest Duel Land, presented by Archidekt. I am Brian Kibler, and I am joined by Joey Schultz and Travis Gafford once more. Joey, you had a great time there, I hope, in that Commander show match we did.
That was so much fun. I did not know I was going to win that game until the very final move of drawing a Dusk Shellcrawler to give the things trample. I was like, I pray this works, and it turned out it did.
Yeah.
So, faith well placed, I guess.
Yeah. And now joined by Joel.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hey, welcome, Joel. How you doing?
Little late. Just got my face punched in by Tina, so I had to go recover and wash my face off a little bit. But we're good.
Not everyone can handle the blitzball stuff.
Yeah. Was it as much of a surprise to you as it was to me?
That deck crushes, man.
It's
Those are
fun,
fun
man.
precons, though. I really enjoyed that game.
Yeah. Well, I know we had EDH Rec sort of presenting that, but I know that there's a bunch of really cool tools that are integrated from EDH Rec into Archidekt, who's presenting all of Duel Land. So, Joey, I was thinking maybe you could give us some thoughts on some stuff after that event. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Since we were looking at the precons, I figured we can pull up one of those and show off another really cool thing that does happen on Archidekt, which, of course, we care a lot about. Coming from the EDH Rec side of things, we like all of the data. We like all of the stats. And that's another neat thing that you can find when you put a list onto Archidekt. And here I've just got the precon page that I was playing in that last match here, which, again, just an easy thing that you can find all of those. We talked about cloning these decks so you can add them right to your own roster and get shifting some cards around in there. And that's all good and well and fun. But there's also, if I scroll up just a little bit here, there's this little guy right here, the stats page, which I find extremely fun when you start looking over. Is a little bit off screen here and there, but you can start seeing things like your average mana value, the cost and production and stuff. You can even have it situated as a pie chart instead, which is what I prefer to do a little bit. I think we're cropped off of the screen. I'm trying to get it on there.
No, you're good. I think I have a theory here where if we just pull it up and then window mode it. I know people are getting some behind the scenes look at stuff. But there we go.
Let's get the Bears insight on the mana breakdown of this deck.
Pride Month indeed. All right, there we go.
Yeah.
Got your window set up there, and you can
Some
see
little
things a little
tech,
bit. Yeah, and this is just a nice way to keep up with stuff, but Archidekt lets you do even further things. If you are actually curious which cards it is counting, even just clicking on one of them will actually highlight those cards within the list for you.
Cool.
So you can see your mana cost and production to make sure that these things are lining up. And you're like, oh, I've got this many white pips. Do I need more or fewer ways to produce that type of mana? And that helps me really fast at an eyeballs glance know, okay, how many planes do I actually need in this? How many different types of colors do I need here? Or if my curve feels a little bit off, and can start taking a look at different things on the high end, go back to it, and see the cards that it's focused off of the different mana values that I selected, but then also I can just, cancel that here if I don't want to take a look at that for
That's
too
so
long.
cool, yeah.
Just a nice way, another version of visualizing a deck that can help you get more in tune with what that deck is really all about. But we've also, a little bit more recent, integrated another thing down here at the bottom. We've got even more deck stats for you.
Awesome.
And this one, I'm going to go back to full screen here to try and show off a couple of these. This is a very fun thing down here, is the probability that we've got going on down here. So making sure you get a good opening hand, for instance. How many lands would you guys say that you want to have in an opening hand? Usually 3-ish, I assume?
Yeah,
3,
4?
Roughly.
Yeah.
Depends on the deck, but
It certainly depends on the deck. And this is a nice engine that you could go down here. This one, it's just sorting by the different categories that we've got of like artifacts, creatures. But if you also use custom categories to be like, here's my pieces of ramp or here are my card draw spells, you can draw them that way too. And you can have this probability of, will I draw at least, let's say, 3 lands within my opening 7, and it will calculate that for you based off of what your deck
super
list
cool.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of my favorite features here. So here, based off of just this average precon, we can see that the odds of having an opening 7 with at least 3 lanes in it, 52%.
So you don't have to just like tweet at Frank Karsten like, hey.
Right, yes, exactly. I think he will advise you to you should probably play more lands. I think that is probably the case for, let's be honest, most Commander players.
Oh, yeah.
I have a series on EDH Rec, upping the average that I do, where I'll take an average deck list according to the data that we're seeing, and then tweak it a little bit, and very commonly, I am seeing, wait, 34 lands, guys. Come on. I think you might need a little bit more. This is a landfall deck. I would encourage that you play a couple more in those. But this is one of my favorite things that they've added recently to Archidekt. So if you are wondering, hey, what's going on? Why am I not drawing enough of my removal pieces or my ramp pieces, or indeed even just lands, playing around with this engine up here is very, very fun. And you can change the different terms around as you need. So I just think this is a really cool feature for folks who are really into the data the way that we are on EDH Rec and, of course, on Archidekt.
Very cool. Yeah, I should probably use this to figure out mana for decks more often. That's kind of neat.
The long and short of it is, hey, probably play more lands. If you throw a couple more lands in there, that's probably good. But I do appreciate that as you switch around what the deck is doing, if you're doing by custom categories and you're like, I'm not seeing enough removal or I'm not seeing enough card draw, you can use this to see why that might be the case.
Yeah.
And just play around with the numbers there. Your opening 7, or as you draw a couple of more cards, will you get more stuff there? Mm-hmm. So it's nice to see even more behind the scenes data that they can put in front of your face so that you can see really why your deck may or may not actually be working.
While we were doing that breakdown, LS came over here to ask me explicitly, he's like, my deck construction is done. Where do I submit my deck? So I know that people are going to get to it. But it is awesome to see, because we'll be using Archidekt to upload all the decks, because today, obviously, the competitors are making new decks for our bracket stage. So all that stuff is going up right now over on Archidekt. And again, if we can get a look here at the screen for the QR code and the URL so that our competitors or for people who are interested in seeing the decks and all that stuff, they can see it right here. We'd love to have you go take a look at that QR code. We have a bunch of different stuff behind there. You can also go to archidekt.com/FlyQuest if you don't have a QR code scanning capability in front of you. There's all sorts of great stuff over there about the event, the different decks. You can see what everybody built, both the competitors from yesterday and the people who are rolling forward to today. So thank you so much to Archidekt for presenting Duel Land. And thank you, Joey, for the breakdown there.
Yeah, I hope that it helps people have an even more fun time with the deck building part. Because let's be honest, especially for things like Commander, deck building is half the fun sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, I personally love building decks. That's like what has kept me in Magic for 30+ years at this point. It is something that is very overwhelming to a newer player, right? Yeah. And usually most people do start with a pre-con and kind of take things from there. So I do think the tools that Archidekt offers, both in terms of being able to easily clone the pre-con and introduce your changes without having to add every single card individually, as well as, those sort of insights that you have. Because people don't necessarily kind of recognize the implications of changes they make. Yes. And very often they're like, well, I'm going to add this cool card. Let's cut one of these lands.
Just one land out will be fine.
What could possibly go wrong?
You do that over the course of a couple of months, and it's just like, hey, wait a second. And that's how we get those 34 land lists.
Olivia's old Liliana deck was... it was basically every single Liliana card, and every time a new one come out, she's basically just cut a swamp. Because she's like, it's at least thematic, because Liliana's about discarding. So when you don't have enough land, you just start discarding cards. And I'm like, how about we make this into a deck that you could actually play?
If we were to put that list into this thing and look at the probability there, the odds of drawing at least 3 lands within your opening 7, well, when you only have 22 lands in there, might be kind of low. Might be a little bit low.
Not great.
Yeah, just that's stats, you know. All right, well, getting into the bracket stage, I do want to take a look at our standings from yesterday, which I think we should be able to pull up here in just a second. So this is where everything ended up. We have Joel on the couch
Why
right now.
are we starting there?
Joel,
Why are we starting with that one?
Joel.
There's 8 options on this board for us to study, and you started with the
Well,
opening
you're
choice.
here. You know, I wanted to get your take. Joel, you were competing in the event. What were there any surprises for you in the way that this broke out? Any general thoughts on it? What we're seeing here?
Yeah, I think that Black Mage strategy was really favored going in and didn't really carry the day as much as we thought. I think the bonus sheet had more of an impact than anybody was expecting. Some of those cards that randomly show up in 2 full pre-release pools, getting the chance to build those into your decks, those can really overwhelm the opponents. We lost to a Cryptic Command bonus sheet yesterday and very nearly took it with a bonus sheet Perforos that's a Kefka that we had in our decks. So lots of play from lots of unexpected cards, I'll say that.
How about the results from any of these competitors? Anybody else that you were expecting to make day 2 that unfortunately did not?
I was definitely expecting Ames and Voxy to pull a win or 2. I'll tell you, I love Krim. I love Billy Ray. Wasn't expecting the 3-0 out of them, but they crushed. So we got surprises on both sides.
Yeah.
Krim and Billy Ray had such clever moves in their games yesterday, too.
Oh, yeah.
Like just even being able to stifle a Saga trigger and things like that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that was huge.
Yeah.
That was great.
They were kind of like a dark horse going into this, and I feel like they've really shown up on day 1. So we'll see if they can carry that into day 2. And let's take a look at what they're playing for today with our prizing. We have both a cash prize and a charity prize here. So our first place team will be taking home $1,000. Our second place team, $600. So people really want to win today. These matches we're about to see, because that's what actually gets you to the bigger prizing. Third and beyond will be at $400. But the really, really big prize here, and the reason I think people really are tuning in, but also showing up for this event to compete, is for this charitable prize. $5,000 to the winning team of their choice. And we'll be getting folks on today to talk about the charities that they'll be playing for. So really excited about that. Finally, let's take a look at how the bracket worked out after yesterday's results. We have in the semifinals and finals this lineup. Brian, you want to talk a little bit about the matchups here?
Yeah, so in our first semifinal, we will be having LS and Reynad against the Asian Avenger Krim and Hey Billy Ray. LS and Reynad, in a lot of people's view, were the favorites coming into the tournament. They did only go 2-1 through their group stage. But they were locked in throughout the day. We saw a little bit in that video earlier, talking about how while a lot of people, other people were kind of just socializing, hanging out, having a snack between games, they were like in a corner of a dark room, just like laying all their cards out and just figuring out, okay, what tweaks can we make between our matches to improve our decks just a little bit.
Got their Archidekt stats up, just looking at their percentage points.
The funniest thing to me, actually, is that LS was like handwriting the cards from each of their upcoming opponent's decks as I watched them playing.
He takes it seriously.
Those deck lists are on Archidekt. We don't need to do that.
We have them all loaded on here for
We have the technology.
We have it up there. We've got their full pools. We've got their deck
There's
lists.
something about analog studying notes, man.
It is very funny, back in the day on the Pro Tour, like before there were open deck lists, and one of the reasons they ended up moving to open deck lists is because scouting the potential field was a very real thing.
Oh, yeah.
And you literally at some events, because they would make rules that you have to be outside the play area, because they didn't want people doing that. You literally had people standing on chairs with like binoculars to see like the cards that were on the tables way in the back and like taking down notes. And that was basically what LS was trying to emulate here.
So
but
silly.
it's like, dude, you could just open a website.
It's right there. We got it all
Scan
there
the
for you.
QR code, my guy.
Yeah, I know,
It's on the screen.
He doesn't trust it. He doesn't. He only trusts his eyes, Brian. It's only his eyes.
I've got to study my opponent's maneuvers
That's
with my
right.
own.
You know, I know we're about to get in, but maybe we get the QR code one more time.
Yeah, Verena.
Scan the
Anybody-
QR code.
Scan the QR code. Check it out.
We have the
He will
technology.
criticize you.
There it is.
Hey, this is for you, Rena.
So if you want to go see the deck list that they're going to be playing in this match, those will be up. If they're not up right now, I know we're furiously typing them into Archidekt right now, so they should be there. But I believe we actually have, speaking of looking at some of those cards, on screen right now we have a chance to look at what some of the key cards are, and these are new decks that were built. Atrioc apparently playing Plains and Swamp. These are some of the most powerful cards.
They are cards that are essential to the game of Magic.
Here's the thing. Atrioc knows that Reynard has his eyes on it now. So he nominated these as his featured cards of the match. So he's just like, he won't have any idea what it is that I'm up to.
But Jimmy with the Bahamut and the Titan, great summons.
Two huge summons.
Yeah, pretty powerful. And obviously Summon Titan giving you that additional land that can make the 9 mana of Summon Bahamut less daunting. There are some very powerful landfall type strategies that do exist in this format. Chocobo Racetrack is a very, very powerful uncommon.
Oh, yeah.
That, you know, if you do have ability to get extra land drops like a superstar like Summon Titan, can additionally leverage those extra lands. Like Atrioc has, you know, we know he has.
All right, and then on the other team, we have some key cards here. So apparently not highlighting lands on this one, but yeah.
Yeah, they're not playing lands at all.
The dream is alive. The dream is alive.
Which can make casting that Jumbo Cactuar really difficult, but I do think it's important that we see the combination of the Jumbo Cactuar and the Blitzball shot, because one of the issues with Jumbo Cactuar is like, yeah, it's enormous, but it just gets chump blocked. Not when you give it a Blitzball shot, it doesn't. +3, and crucially, trample. That is 10,00003 power.
That'll do it.
Trample.
That should be enough.
Is that lethal?
I'll get you there.
There's a lot of life gain in this set, so we'll have to see if they can break through.
And on the other side there, Cecil Dark Knight, a very, very powerful early play. And Black Waltz #3, we did see this be absolutely huge for Olivia and Jarvis in their last match.
Yes.
Unfortunately, it wasn't able to get them through to day 2, but talk about the Black Mage strategy that you were earlier, Joel. Black Waltz #3 is a double Black Mage.
Oh, yeah.
And that adds up very fast when you have 2 opponents who are each getting pinged for 2 every single time you play a non-creature spell.
That's why I had my money on Olivia and Jarvis when we were going into it, because I saw a density of those Black Mage effects in her deck, which I guess ended up more flooded than anything yesterday. But the Black Waltz strategies especially, that's one of my favorite characters from any of these games, and I just want to see it crush. And so I'm excited to see this.
Yeah.
All right, well, get ready to get into the actual game here and see if these key cards come up. Hopefully Atrioc at least will find his.
Yeah, he'll be in trouble if he's not able to find his key cards. It'll be quite limiting. I see a couple in his opening hand, so I think we should be good for Atrioc here. But and yeah, we have audio in from our competitors too, so we'll be chiming in throughout the match as we hear how they're playing.
Play this tapped. It's a Balam Garden.
Atrioc playing a non-basic as his
7 mana,
completely off
quite the
strategy
power
here.
Oh no, it's an artifact vehicle. That's flying crew one draws cards.
Oh, sick.
Yeah, that's right.
Pass. All right, we'll draw. I'll play Mountain.
I'm just happy that the Jumbo Cactuar win is alive and well.
It's still there. It's still a possibility.
So what's interesting
So
is
Surveil 2 and Gain 2.
with Talia's deck, we saw only green
Yep.
cards, but
And then
she's
also
running
Surveil
red as well, and Broden's also on red. So we'll have to see how much both of them are running red spells.
Yeah.
If they split a pool in that direction, or
Esper Origins here from Talia early on. Nice to Surveil 2, Gain 2. Flashback later. Get a little extra value.
She did keep both on top, which has got to be a little bit daunting for Jimmy and Atrioc.
Spooky.
Yeah.
Atrioc playing one of his key cards
There's the
here.
planes.
Unlocking the strategy.
both of them on the board actually, which is got to be
the first one was a
terrifying.
non-basic.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, yeah.
Not much synergy on that first play.
Yeah, this one of the elements of Two-Headed Giant. You know, you planning your turn with your teammate. It's like, okay, what do we want to play? What do we want? You know, when do we want to play what?
Oh, the salvagers, I love them.
We'll swing.
Go ahead and kill off all of my stuff. It'll only hurt even more.
Yeah, something. All right, we're gonna swing.
Yeah, just in case there's something that kills it in combat. Wants to get that down.
Yeah.
Valthier and Fran coming down early, little legendary action.
Those ones feel so awkwardly placed to me, since so much of the green and red care about landfall.
Yeah.
And the top end for green and red, or at least one of the rares being, I care about vehicles.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a little bit of a rare without a home, but a 4/3, I'm still not gonna be mad about that.
It is one of the weird things when you have thematically determined characteristics of especially legendary cards and especially rares,
right?
Where it's like okay, and when you have cards that are made for sort of the
Flavor.
Well, flavor or for commander,
Yeah.
or for like things that are aimed at supporting different sorts of strategies.
I'll be interested with Aether Drift in Standard, seeing if Valthier and Fran break out. Obviously, it's not going to be the Corey Steel Cutter, but we are hoping that maybe that's not a problem. Sam.
What is?
Now that's a Thrasios. We're playing some CDH now.
Okay. I thought our commander match was just
I was literally about to say, Joel, are you having some flashbacks?
Yeah, that's what's so funny about this, seeing these show up on the bonus sheet. I think almost all of these like CDH commanders from that era have started to show up in the set in one way or the other. I think there's a couple that are promos, but yeah, it's just funny to see them in the main set.
Probably less threatening when you don't have infinite mana outlets.
Yes,
right?
yeah.
Jimmy does have a couple turns to continue to surprise us. If he can pull off some infinite mana, I'll be very impressed.
Yeah.
With this game.
If it is. It's like a good.
Notably, I'm seeing 3 colors on Jimmy. Talked yesterday about the strength typically of 2 colors and 5 colors in this format. Early on in the format, the 3 and 4 color decks aren't performing quite as strong, but it's early in the format. People are still figuring it out, and with Towns and the fixing we've got, there's options.
And it is very important to keep in mind that I don't know what's going on here exactly.
Trying to understand how to open a water bottle. It's good you got a teammate, I guess, if you can figure it out.
But I was going to say, it's important to keep in mind that these are decks that are built from 2 full pre-release kits.
Yep.
So they have twice the card pool of the average sealed deck, or at least the average pre-release sealed deck, and that means, and they're building 2 decks out of them. But you're basically getting twice the cards of each individual color and then splitting those up. So these decks are typically going to have a lot higher total power level than the average sealed deck will.
Yep. Access to more Towns, more fixing.
How do you know that?
Jimmy debating where he's going to put that Thrasios.
Yeah, is the Thrasios surviving combat?
Okay. No damage? Nothing dead. I don't think we have anything to do yet. It's just
Valthier and Fran acting like that 4-3 for 3. You're like, all right,
Yeah.
whatever. Rest of the text doesn't
well,
matter.
that's that's the thing about a lot of the especially like sort of commander style cards is usually you're getting a pretty good rate on what you're doing, right?
All right, I'm going to then.
Even if you're not really necessarily leveraging the game text. Power and toughness is still very valuable, especially limited.
UFO.
We got a UFO.
Oh, UFO.
You're 4, but I can put a land from my hand onto the battlefield.
Okay.
And with the second ability, it doesn't matter.
This card's really solid in the format. It's more relevant because it does have flying. There's a very low quantity of flyers in this limited format overall, and having a blocker for that's also playing into your other strategies. Really highly picked on common.
Yeah.
Maybe have a landfall thing going.
I really enjoy the way that it's feeding into both that town strategy for that last ability, but also surprise landfall mid-combat can really mess some people up if they thought that they were safe after a main phase.
Plus, you get to say poo-poo UFO.
That's a big one. Yeah.
That's a good time, I'm saying.
But we did see that Talia's deck does have the Jumbo Cactuar, and I have to imagine some other sort of high end in this kind of strategy if they're choosing to play that card in her deck. So in addition to the potential landfall triggers, just be able to ramp a little bit faster, right? Get to that high end before your opponents are necessarily equipped to deal with it.
-2.
It's
Okay.
taking 1 damage, so it will die.
Shabbling Seath looking like something out of Stranger Things.
And then
Okay, so you have this Veins Tetri targeting scavengers? Yeah.
Looks like it. And since it took 1 damage already, that's enough to kill it off.
Yeah. I was just about to say that the card, the Shambling Seath, I believe is how it's pronounced, works really well with it because you could record it, but unfortunately now it's dead. So
Immediately gone.
Yeah.
They preempted your comment by getting that off the board.
I don't think you should. I think you should go to this and then wait to do this and then jump around. Yeah, makes more sense.
And notably, today with the semifinals and finals, we are playing untimed rounds.
Yes.
We did have a number of matches that did go to time yesterday, but considering these are the elimination bracket rounds, we will not be playing with a time limit today. However, we do want to ensure the players are playing at a reasonable pace.
Yeah.
You know, we'd like to go home eventually.
I believe Jimmy just accidentally showed the 4-mana artifact that is like Soul Ring or whatever. Yeah, the tapper.
The Lucia, yeah.
Yeah, he went to play it or he went to play Vanille, I think, and then accidentally played or showed that. So we'll see if his opponents picked up on it.
Deciding which permanent he's going to get back off of that trigger.
Nerves getting to our competitors, I think is what's happening.
Wonder if Atriarch's got a more responsive deck overall. Seeing 3 colors there as well. Both players on that team went with 3 colored decks, but both have hit all of their colors in the first 4 turns, so not much to complain about.
Maybe that's what it was. He was putting the planes in the swamp up there to hide, but actually, guess
the
what?
True color identity.
Yeah.
Miss a drop. Did you miss a land drop? You played 4, right? We're both on 4. Yeah, we're good.
All right, I drew this.
Yeah, and we talked about this a bit yesterday, but due to the nature of Two-Headed Giant, you can often have a deck that is looking to be more proactive and another deck that is looking to be a little bit more reactive because one person could be sort of tapping out, playing creatures to attack and block, and the other player can have a higher density of removal and sort of hold up their mana in order to deal with their opponent's threats. So the nature of having 2 people who each have their mana to spend each turn makes the sort of diversity of strategies a little wider than it could be in a normal individual sealed deck.
Yeah, and I don't.
We never said they've done a card like that where it has.
No, they.
So this is the.
I wonder if he can meld.
Yeah, that's a big. That's what I was just thinking about. They are both uncommons.
Yep.
So it is something that is easier to pull off, especially when you have access to 12.
He's going to need access to black, though. I'm not seeing black mana on his board yet, and if he's playing a 4th color, me and Jimmy are going to have a discussion after this match. But, maybe we can live the dream.
I'm just going to tell you I'm not playing black.
I really hope.
Oh,
that
he just said. Okay, there we go. He has his answer. He says, "I'm just going to tell you I'm not playing black."
There you go. There you
go.
go.
I think so. No.
I had both in my deck yesterday. I got to resolve them both individually, but never saw them at the same time. I hope to live the dream.
Well, I think that seems fine.
Looks like they're deliberating what it is that they want to be planning on this turn. How much aggro, how much pressure they want to keep on.
I am going to.
Broden hit his 4th land on this turn, but Talia is looking like so far has missed a land drop. She hasn't played one so far.
She has 4.
I get to exile.
They did go first.
Did they go first? Yeah, I think they should be on. They should be on 5.
Okay, I kind of like that. I will play my land for turn.
There we go. Yeah.
And I'm gonna go ahead and move this because I can just move.
7 for Cactuar.
No. So the
I
way
believe.
this works
So we're a
is
poo-poo
that you can
UFO
actually,
activation
this
and
is
a land drop
kind of
away.
under this. So next turn, if this is still around, you can play this again that turn. It's not a 1-turn exile, and then the 3rd turn, you can also play it, right?
Yeah. So it still gets lore counters like a normal saga.
Yeah.
It's just on any turn where it has gotten a counter, you can play that card.
Yeah.
You
Oh,
can't
I
just
see.
add counter to it when you want, but
I see.
So
It
it's
was
not
the
like-
wording was a little confusing. Okay, got it.
It's not like regular exiling where you can only do it till for 1 turn or whatever.
Got a rules clarification on how.
You can play the cards that get exiled with Brynhilder the entire time that Brynhilder's on the battlefield, basically.
Yeah.
As long as it's your turn, because you would have had to have put a lore counter on it.
Yeah.
And the turn that it leaves, I believe, as well, with that wording.
Yep.
So fun story about Jimmy and Atriarch here. Yesterday I discovered, so Atriarch had said he was very skeptical of Jimmy's decision on how to build the deck and was joking about it and then was saying he's really happy about it. But what I heard was that actually Atriarch had built his deck and then in the final 10 minutes, Jimmy completely rebuilt the deck. And Atriarch was unsure of it. And then today when they came in, Jimmy was just building both decks, and Atriarch was getting Jimmy coffee.
Nice. Very good.
I actually can confirm that I saw Atriarch come in partway through deck building with coffee.
Yes, okay.
And I was like, are you supposed to be?
Yes.
Massaging
So
Jimmy's shoulder.
That's
he's
really
after
funny,
day one,
actually.
just seated full deck building over to Jimmy.
Cool. All right.
I will spend 4 to play Circle of Power.
Circle of Power, creating a black wizard here, getting some cards into Broden's hand, and they have the life total to spare right now.
True.
Wizard.
My greatest nemesis.
There you go. Oh, sorry.
I like that card.
Yeah, great sweet.
Yeah, my instinct is that Circle of Power is probably, in particular in Two-Headed Giant, probably one of the better wizard cards because one of the problems you can run into is just sort of running out of gas with the wizards, right? Like pinging your opponent down, yes, it's obviously quite valuable, getting the double value out of it, but when you're going up against 2 players worth of removal and threats of their own, that alone is gonna really struggle to get the job done unless you have additional fuel for it.
It's also one of those cards where it kind of feels like it's one of those the more the better cards too, because it gives your wizards lifelink. So if you play one and then the next turn you maybe draw into one and then you play it again, now you're getting all this life gain back because you're double pinging your opponents. So we'll have to see if any more get shown up.
Yeah, because like I kind of want to hold on to this a little bit longer, but also it's not the best creature in my deck, so I'm okay with losing it.
You think I should hit with the rat too?
Well, the rat will. Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, they can just.
Yeah, I think if they're planning an attack here, they might as well just turn as much sideways as they possibly
That's what I'm
can.
feeling too. Apply the pressure while you've got the moment.
Certainly. They've only got 2 blockers. Atrioc nearly certainly has some sort of removal or damage stopper in his hand.
But you certainly want to force him to use it, probably now on your smaller stuff than later when she tries to cactuar.
Correct. Nicely set up with that summon, too. The next 2 creatures that she plays are going to get haste. We could really see something amazing if that cactuar can hit in the next couple turns.
Damage? Yeah, they trade.
And
see you later, Vanilla.
that's that.
Trades with the shambling, which is way in Broden's favor here. Ability to bring that back. Recast it again. And 3 power in this format's good. There's not a lot of creatures with 4 toughness and above.
Yeah. The challenge for Broden is he's only on 1 swamp right now. And so doing that, he has to cast a red spell in order to be recurrent unless he's able to get another swamp on the field.
I think he was hoping to use that Circle of Power to draw an extra land, but I think he missed it.
Talia and Broden in mana problems this weekend.
That is true, but with what you have in your hands, you might need your red again.
It's very fun being able to listen in just a little bit about the cryptic way
that
people try to communicate. Not saying that removal spell you have, but saying with what you have in your hands.
It is also funny seeing people try and bluff.
Yes.
That one.
I love doing that during 2H. There's nothing more I love than turning to my opponent, showing them a land, and being like, okay, we hold this up for their turn.
Yes.
And then they go, and then we pass. Okay, we'll pass.
We saw Jimmy doing that a lot yesterday.
Yeah. I don't know if I want to use this yet. It's just like another forest.
Yeah.
Second mate.
Atrioc tapping out. That's an ultima.
Ooh, whoa!
Wiping the board.
Destroy everything, end the turn.
I'm going to tap 4 and activate T this one time.
Okay. We've got a Thrasios activation because the turn will end otherwise, so you might as well get what you can out of it.
Destroy all artifacts and creatures.
Oh,
really brutal here.
That is crazy. Yeah, I was just thinking about.
Catches the bow, catches the map.
Oh
my
god.
Brutal across the board.
It's going to destroy everything on the board right now.
Talia and Broden were in the driver's seat, but this is certainly going to slow the game down.
Yeah.
All the creatures are gone.
What a surprise.
Feels like the kind of play, though, with Atrioc not developing his board at all. Feels like the kind of play we saw from, opening hand. And,
Oh, for
working
sure.
toward on their
That
side.
that is certainly something which is very valuable to be able to plan around. We see, Jimmy with the Thrasios, he was able to activate it this turn since obviously it was going to end the turn immediately. And he was able to get a little bit of value out of that. So
Exactly. Play a couple threats out.
Yeah, while Talia and Broden are, ahead on life total, I have to imagine they're pretty far behind in the resource race now.
Sure. Broden did get a swamp, which helps.
Yep.
And notably, they both have stuff that they can use from their graveyard. There's the shambling in Broden's graveyard, and there's that surveil spell that can be flashed back and transforms into, I believe, a 4/4 on the other side.
Yep, Esper.
Oh, yeah, we are grips.
So hopefully rebuilding isn't too much
Jimmy's
of a
hand, though, is just filled with cards.
Oh, they're stacked. That was great play. Jimmy put out 2 threats on the board to kind of get some of the,
bait those things out.
Exactly, right.
Yeah.
We don't want to telegraph too hard, and it'll stop some damage from coming through. I don't care if either of these creatures die. Truly, Thrasios isn't going to win you a game.
The challenge for Jimmy and Atrioc, if they do make finals from this game, is now, if you see them not playing a lot of cards,
Yeah, we know the Ultima.
Yeah,
that's how.
do we know where Reynard is? Is he
Yeah.
currently taking notes?
LS and Raynad taking
In the
notes on all
corner
this stuff.
studying.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're skipping combat, second main.
Depending on
this
what
late, right?
Yeah,
So.
Right. We have no combat. We're going to second main. Fat Chocobo.
Hey,
the
All
big
Big Bird.
boy is
Start
here.
reestablishing a board here.
Yeah.
With like landfall.
Yep.
And then phase 2, 3, and 4 creatures gain trample.
Really, the only positive on Broden and Talia's side is that a card like
Which
Ultima
would have been
wipes
great
it,
if I had
ends the
all those
turn.
creatures
You don't get to
out, so-
reestablish any board. You got to pass.
Yep.
Sad.
So now let's call this plan Choco.
You need a different
So you
name.
don't have any
Link Hall.
I have
chocobos.
no chocobos.
No,
You
you're not even
call
playing
everything
green.
chocobo.
Everything is a
Zero
chocobo.
one.
Wizard, and then this is an exile. and this on.
Correct. You can play this turn even if you, have
can.
not played land.
Black Wizard with the land adventure.
The Lindblom, I believe. Yeah. Okay.
I really wonder how many of these, not to derail us into a different format, but I do wonder how many of these adventure lands will make it into commander decks.
I'm also kind of curious about them. Some of the effects are extremely exciting. There's what is the blue one is just straight up traumatized to cut someone's deck in half.
The blue one in particular with like bounce lands.
Yes.
is kind of funny.
Oh, yeah.
Cost 3. Red. 2 in a red.
Yeah, I think I tend to find that the ones that have a little bit more specificity find their dedicated homes, whereas the ones that feel very general, very broad, it almost feels easy to justify not having them. Or like you do want to put them everywhere, but
there's not a deck that's calling for them.
Yeah, maybe that's it. There's no siren song that is definitely finding them a home right away.
Yeah.
And so the way that we see influxes of numbers is sort of staggered compared to the others.
Yeah.
I like the bounce land idea, though. Modern Horizons 3 brought a lot of powerful cards that powered up bounce lands as a better strategy.
Indeed.
Adventure lands also benefiting from that.
Broden and Talia noticing a misplay there, where they could have played the bomb first, and then played the adventure lands. Hence the comment. This is for charity.
It's time.
Or I guess it wouldn't have triggered because it
Oh
was.
yeah, because it needs to be 4 mana or more. Yeah.
4 more, yeah.
Oh dang!
Wow. One of the strongest Black Wizard cards that you can pull at rare.
No, they were saying yesterday that they couldn't stand
That's going to be an issue.
Travis, that's for you. We're the most annoying team according to you. I watched the replay. I'm a narcissist like that. Okay.
At least it's not the prices right.
Jimmy going back, listening to me. Every word I say, he's obsessed with.
I'm
You
going to
know.
tap you. I'm going to play Rydia, Summoner of Mist. So, landfall, whenever a land enters, I can discard a card if I do a draw.
Yeah, Kuja making a wizard every single turn.
That's a clock.
That is going to be problematic for sure.
Landfall trigger, so I will discard a card. I will discard this.
So definitely see the line from the beginning there, playing toward the Ultima, dropping Kuja immediately after.
Yeah.
Man, with that Rydia, I'm really hoping that we do get to see that Titan come back, and then Rydia bringing it back even more again and again. That'd be extremely funny value engine to witness.
I'm going to play Ring of the Lucy.
There it is. Yeah.
There's your ring.
All right. So I can pay to add 2 mana. I can also pay 2 and tap it. Pay 1 life. Tap target.
Well, Jimmy has an abundance of mana
5
available
cards
to
in
him
hand
now.
still,
yeah.
too.
I'm going to cast
Yeah, they have.
World Map.
Oh.
There we go.
Sacrifice the World Map and final lands.
Talia with the
Yeah, Jimmy now up to, what is that? That's 9 mana. If he has Bahamut, the summon Bahamut, he can in fact just play that next turn.
I don't even know how. Yeah.
And that's one of those in-the-game mythics. You're destroying stuff. You're attacking for so much in the air.
What's interesting is
Yes.
See a Shock Plus in Broden's hand.
Or they're going to, next turn, they're going to wait and pay 4 mana for it. They're going to get a
Can't remember if it's Thunder or Fire Magic. It's one of them.
Yeah.
Thunder's the 1 mana do too.
That's the Shock.
wow, did you just hear my plan?
Yeah, Jimmy commentating their next turn. Opponent's next turn. It's quite the intimidating tactic.
They're on to me.
Move to end step and.
There's our wizard.
All right.
Little fast.
Comes into play tapped, Atrioc.
Do we have enough mana to do so?
Oh yeah, it is a tapped wizard.
Yep.
Jimmy got
There
it.
Jimmy said,
I had a timer going in my head of like 3, 2, 1. There it is.
It's like, nope, I put it in play tapped.
It is a sleepy wizard.
So they probably have that card that brings it back when it dies. And it brings it back at like 4/3 or whatever it is. So instead of something.
We do have Instant Storm Break in our minds. Picture.
But it's probably.
Yeah, Jimmy's sitting on 4 cards. I think Atrioc's got 3. Kelly's down to 2.
Yeah. They're gonna get rid of
Resource
all
battle
the
ain't going great on their side.
They're nice people. They wouldn't do that.
There we go. Yeah.
That's one that's got to be answered immediately, or it's going to take over the game.
Yeah, that's an instant I'll cast at sorcery speed
Yep.
as soon as I have the option to get rid of a
Might
card
as
like
well.
that. Plus, it buffs up the little fireball guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They take a ping from the wizard, too.
Oh, that they do.
Did we get
A big ping.
Y'all took damage for that. In my brain.
Rydia is down.
And because I cast a
And using that bomb on the
Yeah, going ahead and sacking the bomb, killing the Rydia as well. They are going full out here, which makes sense. 10 ahead and
opens up
seeing
the
hands
board,
where
gets
they
that
are.
chocobo the ability to start swinging in as well.
Get the shambling back into hand. We'll see
Yeah.
that next turn.
I think we should see Jimmy and Atrioc go down to 19 from that.
There it is.
Wizard, yep.
Chocobo attack here is going to do a little chunk, too.
You can't pre-yours too.
A chocobo?
Chunkabo hit. Got him.
So I'm thinking I'll just do this.
Oh my goodness.
Was that a Titan?
I think it's a Titan in Talia's hand there too, which would be an amazing thing to
Yeah.
witness the landfall triggers
Oh,
off
yeah.
of that for that chocobo.
That would be a truly fat chocobo.
The only thing. Yeah, this is
Do it, do it.
I am
Talia, we
So
believe in you.
I believe it brings everything back on the second.
Yes.
So we'll have to get to the next
Yeah.
turn.
The first one is the mill. The second one
Is that Chocobo kick?
It is.
Yes, it
Okay.
is.
Well, and
Thematic.
the Chocobo, yeah, I've loved to see the Chocobo decks over this weekend. Like,
Yeah.
it's been really fun to see everybody building on this.
No
out.
one has managed to complete the side quest.
Yes.
Chocobo, though.
Yeah, that's too sad. We
It's tragic.
almost saw it, I think.
I came
with
close
Dom.
in the draft the
Yeah.
other day.
Yeah.
Very, very close. I got to 3.
All right, I'm gonna pay 5.
Yes.
I'm gonna summon.
There it is.
Did it.
Yeah.
That is the reaction to Summon Titan
Yeah.
that you expect.
Jimmy's like, hey, that was supposed to be my featured card.
Yeah.
This is really going to set them up to do some great damage over the next few turns. That third
Oh,
chapter.
but that's a whiff, unfortunately.
Ooh.
Oh, these are valuable hits.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Okay.
Only one
Flash
land.
icons.
That is an unfortunate summon Titan. but
Yeah.
It's still a giant monster.
Yeah, and some unfortunate things sent to the yard, too.
Yeah.
But I will get to return my lands later, so we're just gonna go to combat, right?
That third chapter, providing trample and the +X might be what they need to close this out.
So they took 6 there?
I believe
or
so.
7 because of the land. Did she play a land this
I
turn?
don't
No,
believe
there's
she
no
got a
land.
She didn't have a land that turn. Okay, so.
Yeah, 13.
So
See,
they're
they're
down to
just trying to
13.
race at this point. And Jimmy and Atrioc trying to stem the tide.
Nice mirrored life totals.
See a
All right, we'll
Phoenix
see
in
if we-
Atrioc's hand. That's going to gain them some life.
Yeah. We'll see if the Bahamut's there. Oh,
Yeah.
And so will that.
We
Yeah.
got
Gotta get rid of that, yeah.
Sephiroth from the top rope to take down the Summon Titan.
that art is so good.
I love it.
Yeah.
That feels bad.
Don't know what's happening in it. I don't know if it's a big moment or not.
It's a spoiler.
Of a game that's been remade twice?
Yeah.
From decades ago?
You know, some people, we have some newer people getting into Final Fantasy for the first time through the set.
True,
you know.
true. There's Phoenix.
Gotta love all these characters in Magic with just normal names, just like Josh.
Yeah.
I think my favorite just normal name. A lot of them are like spelled in a weird way, like Bruce Tarl.
Yes. Yeah.
Bruce Tarl is probably. It's just like I'll play Bruce.
Yes.
Like, what? But yeah, it's like Cloud.
Uh-huh.
You know.
We used to call Uriel the Miststalker
Cecil.
Earl.
Yeah.
Here comes
And then
Earl.
Joshua.
Yeah, and then Joshua. Yeah, I'm tempted to make a deck that is just like pretty, normal person names that you might meet regular here on Earth. Here's Josh. Here's Zach.
Yeah.
So we're
we
seeing
do
on
manage-
screen, seeing on screen right
That's
now what
actually very
Josh
funny.
flips into.
Yeah. Pretty powerful card.
But yeah, there's the recursion.
2 to each opponent, and notably Phoenix Warden of Fire has lifelink, and
Yep.
it is Phoenix dealing the damage. So you'll
Ooh.
gain 4 life and deal 4 to the opponent life total there.
Yeah, it is
Another
each opponent.
must-answer threat right away.
Is he 6?
So Jimmy was able to go grab cards from his graveyard.
Now I kind of want to just make a dudes from the office.
Yes,
It's
yeah.
just like guy.
Bunch of white dude names.
Exactly.
I mean, I'm waiting for the Office secret lair, which I feel like will be inevitable at some point in time. They'll do something like that.
If we get that, I want to see Parks and Rec as well, so I can build Ryan Swanson.
Yeah.
Or I'm out of here.
They
I'm
will.
done.
They will have to make Dwight a 2-mana 2/2 so that he can be Bears beats
Oh,
Battlestar.
my God. It's so crazy to see the life totals and yet still feel like the game is so much in the favor of Jimmy and Atrion.
Yeah, it really does feel right now like Talia and Broden need to close this out, or they're going to turn a corner up top.
We saw Jimmy and Atriok get such a resource advantage from the way that the early game played out.
Yeah.
The Ultima clearing Talia and Broden's boards while taking very little from Jimmy and Atriok and them having used their resources to that point, largely to generate more resources with Thrasios and such, right?
I will be able to pretty much do a combination of this and
Yeah, just look at how many cards are in Jimmy's hand.
Yep, I think I see 2 Chocobo kicks up there,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
they've got the removal. Fortunately for Talia and Broden, Jimmy doesn't have a creature, and I believe he has to control a creature. He can't use Atriok's creature to get the kick done.
Sure.
Yeah, he did recur them from the graveyard though. So
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you love it.
anything crazy that gets played here on this next turn, I feel like is ill-fated.
I think we are going to have to absolutely blow up the Joshua. Yes,
There it
full
is.
on 6 damage. Enjoy.
Yep.
Get that out of there. Got the ping from the wizard. So
Removal is so key in this set. I mean,
it's
obviously
plentiful.
Yeah.
I'm loving that we've seen a bunch of instant speed spells cast at sorcery speed.
Got to.
Just to not have to deal with the extra value that all these creatures, sagas, and Sept triggers, potential to flip, are able to give if they last even one more turn.
Ooh,
Saz
Saz. Ooh. Finding a bird or basic.
Bird tutor.
Finding a land. A land is pretty good for that Chocobo.
So I'll get this, put it into my hand. Didn't
And
pay
also,
land for turn.
Talia has missed land drops, so there's the possibility. Oh, she actually looks like she only has one other card in her hand.
Yeah.
But given that she is getting a land, it either means, in my mind, that she has perhaps a higher cost card in hand, like that giant Cactuar, or that she is just trying to maximize the damage this turn from the landfall trigger.
So we see Jimmy tapping down that fat Chocobo. That card's been so good. Just being able to tap down stuff.
Yeah.
Love it.
Mana, yeah.
Those
Very
icy
versatile.
manipulator effects.
Yeah.
It does seem to me that over the coming turns, it's going to be really hyper-focused on locking down Visage.
Yeah.
Because him getting off that attack trigger does become a bigger and bigger problem to deal with.
Right.
So I think that that's sort of as a dedicated target from here on out.
This one feels like a key turn from Jimmy and Atriok to stem the tide fully and turn the game. But they've got the mana and cards to do it. Looks like Atriok's on 3 cards. All 3 playables, though, unless that's a non-basic on the far left.
Yeah, Jimmy has a lot of cards and a lot of mana, thanks to that Soul Ring / Icy.
Yeah, casual Soul Ring / Icy manipulator.
It is both a spell and a land.
Yeah.
Got him.
So yeah, he gets the ping. Ooh, but it is a land that is generating more cards.
Yeah.
So that's probably one of the better ones.
Yes.
Yeah. Or life total from support and then play any land out of your hand.
Yeah, talking about their commander applicability, there's a lot more archetypes that fits into.
Oh yeah.
Across
It's
the
like,
board.
you just happen to, do you need to land early? Do you need some more cards late? You have there's so many just token artifacts laying around.
Yep.
Treasures and foods
Yeah,
and
seriously,
maps.
artifact
oh
or
my.
creature, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Play the stats.
They're in the cloud recon.
There you go.
There's a lightning.
Okay.
Oh, happiness on the stack.
So far this weekend, we've only seen lightning be the best blocker that you can possibly play.
Sure.
We
That's
have not
absorb
seen it very
shocks and-
aggressive. Right,
yeah.
exactly. It eats a lot of the lightning magic, thunder magic.
I have to assume Talia feels a little bit betrayed because that was her deck yesterday.
Yeah.
She's like, hey, what are you doing on the other side of the field now?
First strike lifelink, though, really helpful to a 9 life total.
Yeah.
One thing we haven't seen Talia look at replaying the Esper from her graveyard.
Could have been a reason for going and grabbing the land.
Could be.
Thrasios back to hand for Jimmy.
And then I'm going to tap 1.
Man, Jimmy's fistful of cards. Is
What do I do with all these cards?
Right now. And this is very much the sort of aggressive plan versus the more controlling. It looks like Saz is getting kicked by Chocobo.
Yeah.
That is ironic.
Yeah, that is very ironic.
He's like, I'm going to go get a bird, and the bird's going to kick me in the face.
Jimmy, no, it's like his whole thing.
Yeah, I'm sure every stable master has gotten kicked by a horse at some point. It comes with the
territory.
career.
Saz probably blames himself.
Yeah,
It's not the animal's fault.
Should have been kinder. Didn't give it enough treats.
Yeah.
Which also, I realized that I have a bag of dog treats that I had left here.
Oh, nice.
It's just this dried
The dogs are
liver
not here at
treats.
the moment. Yeah.
That's in case we get hungry.
Yeah, just anyone wants some dried liver.
It's good protein.
Yeah.
Good
These
protein
matches are
source.
untimed. So,
so we're here
We
for
get
too
desperate.
We might need to scrounge, folks.
Oh, no.
They seem to really like it. So,
Travis won't let me leave the couch.
Jim was debating playing a thing out there, but it seems like he'd prefer to have the mana up to activate the Lucii.
Yeah. I mean, this is a very crucial juncture, right? Like, they're at 9 life. There is the possibility that if they do take some damage this turn, if lightning gets removed, that they could be taken down.
We'll play another Chocobo kick.
Ooh,
double kick.
Okay.
Chocobo kick number 2.
Choco kicking the Chocobo under the Wizard. Yeah, the Wizard is definitely much more threatening.
Yeah. Well, lightning does not have haste, but this is the clearest board state I've seen with a lightning on one side of the table.
True.
So
Yep.
I was throughout the whole weekend I've been rooting for lightning because I think she's maybe my favorite card in the set.
Dramatic.
So, yeah.
Yeah, so untap upkeep, it's still there.
And that's the turn you expect to see from Jimmy and Atrioc there, right? Let's run out a bunch of the removal, try and put 1 or 2 good threats on the board, clean them up completely, and hope that next turn we're turned.
Yeah, Fat Chocobo has run its course.
Then
Trampling
exploded,
baby
I
bird.
believe.
Yeah. It explodes into feathers, I think is canonically.
Yeah.
Is it really?
I think it just disappears, but it's I like my version more,
Is that what I think it is in Broden's hand?
I think I see a suplex. Lightning may not
Oh,
survive to
no.
attack after all.
All weekend long.
It has been just hit after hit after hit with Atrioc.
Yep.
Just Kuja into Joshua into lightning here. Just a lot of must-answer threats that keep on forcing their resources to go in that
And
direction.
we're certainly seeing why he is splashing red.
Yes.
Definitely. We're also seeing the build strategy that you talked about, Brian. Talia being the aggressive deck, Broden being the babysitter deck, cleaning up the board so that Talia can get the damage across, while also leaning on the Black Wizard strategy. It's nice in this format that the babysitter deck can kind of lean on that residual damage toss around strategy to help.
And Broden still has quite a few cards. Talia is a little bit light. I think that we may, if she remembers it's there, see her go to that Esper Summons, or Esper Origins rather, from her graveyard. But she doesn't have it set aside, so it's entirely possible, considering that was a turn 2 play, that their team may have kind of forgotten about it.
Okay.
Cecil, okay.
Yep. When it deals combat, you lose that much life. If you're at half, it transforms.
Very in the favor of Talia and Broden here. You're both getting hit by the front ability there, losing the life that the Dark Knight provides.
I believe we're about to see a Sephiroth out of Broden's hand, if that's what I saw earlier.
That is
Yeah.
a Sephiroth.
That is a Sephiroth.
I'm into that.
Just to get more information.
No, it's
from,
true.
like, when they-
This also does this.
Yes.
Actually, judge.
Yes.
Oh, they're discussing the artifact destruction aspect of suplex.
Oh, I see.
Maybe to deal with the
Is
The
that
tapper.
yeah.
Is that the one that you target though? Lightning having that lifelink feels like
Feels
a
like
bigger
you've
issue.
got to get rid of
Yeah,
lightning.
yeah, yeah.
For
The,
sure.
the lifelink is, I feel, a much bigger threat here.
There we
Okay,
go.
yeah.
Okay.
That is it. Lightning yet again, not getting the chance to get
Yeah.
in, do the thing.
Not a trained, but still a good target for suplex.
Quite. And notably does exile it, so it
Yep.
cannot be recurred.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There he is.
And
There's Sephiroth.
you may think that, oh, you missed the death trigger. No, it's an
it's
exile
exile.
effect.
No,
Yeah.
no
So there
death trigger there at
There
all.
will not be a death trigger from the Sephiroth.
Yeah. We've seen some pretty powerful cards. I mean, we'll see if we end on a Bahamut, but
Can you imagine?
yeah.
Immediately sacking the Cecil to Sephiroth's ability.
Oh, interesting.
Draw a card. They lose 2 more life, I believe. off
Oh,
of
is
the-
Sephiroth
No,
the
it's
Sephiroth is one.
It's a
Sephiroth
blood
is
artist.
yeah.
Yeah, it's only a blood artist.
It's a Blardist.
I did hear at some point in development the front side and the emblem were each opponent.
Oh.
And that would have
Zulaport.
been an absolute nightmare in Commander specifically.
Please.
already
Dude.
good enough.
I know. We'll take the blood artist. It doesn't have to be a Zulaport out of the command zone. We're good.
There we
There
go.
we go.
SBC
Yeah.
Blood Artist.
Here's a good approximation
Yeah.
of the Sephiroth power right over there.
I do know our software was having some issue with some of the newer Final Fantasy cards, and so perhaps that was our production team being like, oh, yeah,
Yeah, there you go.
basically this, yeah, yeah.
Oh, thank
There
you.
he is. There he is. Yeah.
This is Sephiroth, everybody.
Yeah.
You know it's Sephiroth because of the hair.
And then I
Just play One Winged Angel over the.
Yeah.
Sephiroth.
plan for turn.
Jimmy telling Atrioc the correct opinion now, which is we have to answer the Sephiroth. That is going to win the game for
That
them.
chocobo kick from Talia doing. Oh, what?
Oh, and the blitz ball.
Okay.
That's-
Is this, they're at 1 life or are they dead?
Does Sephiroth trigger off of himself?
What do you mean? If he,
If Sephiroth dies, yeah. Are we going to get the blood
it's
artist
another.
ping?
No, it's another.
It's another? Okay, so.
But any single creature dying immediately
I
puts him
know.
in such a tough spot. Talia having that removal and that combat trick, which I think were the last cards in her hand.
I gotta say, this game has been incredibly entertaining. I really thought Jimmy and Atrac were gonna pull it back, but Talia and Broden have just been able to find what they need.
Well, so crucially,
Luciai?
1 life means that the tapper cannot be activated.
Yeah, no more
That's-
Luciai.
It might have seemed strange to use the combat trick to put them at 1, but specifically that has a 1 life payment to tap a creature.
Yes.
Yep.
So it does put Jimmy and Atrioc in a really tough position.
They're like, go ahead, play another Ultima.
Seriously, do whatever.
Although Ultima ends a turn. Never mind. Bad example. Go ahead, play another removal spell.
All right, let's see what they got.
This is a really, really close game at this point.
Which doesn't feel like it from the life total.
Right, right. But I mean, like Talia's out of cards.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, and Jimmy has a fistful of cards. Atrioc has a fistful of cards. Broden's got a few cards in hand.
Yeah.
But they're at 1 life.
Yeah, 1 life is tough. You got to be focused on lifelink at this point. Yeah.
Okay.
There it is.
Solve that problem.
That is step 1. Get rid of Sephiroth. Are they debating? Because if Broden has something to kill Talia's Chocobo,
Yes. Which they could
they
That's
could,
what I was
they
thinking.
could
We need to
actually win
sack
the
that
game,
bird.
right?
Okay, job select White Mage Staff. That's got some lifelink on it, but it is going to be slow and not till next turn.
So,
the very least, a
notably,
blocker.
if he has another suplex or something, if they have a way to get rid of the white aura site, Sephiroth will re-enter. And
Yep.
if there's a creature on the board at that time, they can get the final trigger that they need.
Yes.
So that's another path.
I think Broden will need to be the one with the creature because it sacrifices his own,
Yes.
yeah?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
There are definitely lines here, though. And yeah, this is kind of the. I was talking about the turn we expected last turn from them. This is the follow-up to that turn, which is dump everything from your hand onto the battlefield.
All right, you just got to get everything in the way, right? You are 1 life. So again, crucially, Talia does still have the Esper Origins in her graveyard that she can flash back if
If she remembers.
If she remembers it, right? But again, her graveyard's just kind of stacked up. It's not
Yeah.
peeking out like you often see people do with flashback or other graveyard cards.
That said, the times that we thought maybe we're just like, oh, has she missed it? Turns out what she was sitting on was removal into Blitzball shot.
She has been using pretty much her mana every single turn.
For sure.
Right now, Jimmy and Atrioc can block 3 on Thrasios, 3 on Gubu Gardener, and 2 on Rydia.
This is the Laughing Mad card, I believe, that's going to let them...
Digging down to try and find something.
Yep.
Suplex.
There's a
suplex.
suplex.
There's
a suplex.
Okay.
That is it.
So if he can get another creature into play.
I believe they have the 2 mana
There's a
discard
Hectize
card.
in there.
Yes.
I believe we saw that. They
Yes.
might have the line right here.
Yes.
Oh, man.
Yeah, because they have exactly 5 mana, so I'm pretty sure the creature's 2, you suplex for 3.
Suplex is 2.
Oh, suplex is 2.
Yeah.
Okay. Yesterday, Jimmy Wong was screaming at
Yeah,
Voxy.
yeah, come on. Hectize into suplex to get that Aura Sight and then sacrifice with Sephiroth. I'm so excited.
correctly.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Step
Hectize.
one.
Okay. Discard. Make sure they don't have any interaction to muck with this plan.
Do they see it?
Yeah,
The Aura Sight. It's the same problem as yesterday. Let's go.
Yeah.
Come on, Broden.
Yeah, if there's no response from Jimmy and Atrioc and they get that Sephiroth back.
None currently.
My fingers and toes are crossed.
Checking the flashback.
Yes, I can transform this into a 5/4 flying vehicle.
5/4 flying.
They're asking all these other questions
Irrelevant,
about creatures
irrelevant.
and stuff. I don't know if they see it.
We don't really
Wait, we have to call... Voxy,
because we don't have a good
can we
attack
call
here,
you over here?
but
We need
Can
you
we
for a
call-
second.
We need you for a second.
and also we can just
Voxy's currently popping
It's
off.
a manner game.
we don't want them.
The same exact thing is happening as yesterday.
Yeah, there's an Aura Sight on a crucial thing that if they
Yes.
kill the Aura Sight, they'll win.
We just need you to come over here and scream the Aura Sight, Jimmy, the Aura Sight.
Don't scream it too loud.
Yeah, don't.
Don't scream it too loud.
But yeah, so as you can, there's look, he
Oh,
pointed at
he's saying
it.
it. He's
He
saying
pointed
it.
at it.
He's saying it.
The
Let's
Aura
go,
Sight
Broden.
on Sephiroth right now.
The Aura Sight, Jimmy. It's because I told him. It's because I told him. You're so welcome.
It's against Jimmy.
It's against Jimmy. Yeah. All right, he's seeing it. They're going for it. There it is.
Oh,
There's the
they
tap.
see it.
There's the
They
tap.
see
Yes.
it. Destroy the Aura Sight.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
Hell yes. Good eyes, y'all. Good eyes.
So for anyone out there who may not recognize exactly what just happened, the Aura Sight had the Sephiroth on it. Suplex kills the Aura Sight. Sephiroth comes back into play, allows Broden to sacrifice the creature, which deals that one final point of damage to end the game.
Yes.
That was so tense.
Yeah, that really was.
Notably, a similar line occurred yesterday, and one of our teams, won't say who, may have missed the opportunity. So funny that it happened once more.
There's a lot going on.
Yeah.
Okay?
True.
There's a lot happening.
It's true. It's true. There's true.
And the fact that Aura Sight is a mana rock too can often just mean you kind of forget about it.
Yes.
You're like,
Yeah.
that's just mana now.
Also, I'm just coming into this. I just want to be clear. Was that Talia and Broden doing
Yes.
that for the
Yep.
win?
Yes, it was.
Against Jimmy?
Yes.
Yes, it was.
Yep.
Jimmy and Atrioc officially out of the event.
Yay! I mean, oh no.
Do you feel avenged?
Hey, congratulations.
Pull the Voxy.
We
Cheers.
specifically pulled Voxy over for this.
do something.
Yeah.
First of all, pull the Voxy's rude.
You did this to yourself.
Second of all, Jimmy did that to himself. That's what you get.
Good beats.
Oof.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here.
Come on in. Come on in.
Oh my God! What a game! Wow.
If you want.
Wow. Yeah. Stay with us.
Yeah, you want to.
I just want to say that I'm glad that my past mistakes could be your future wins. You know what? Actually, you're welcome. You're welcome. No need to thank me.
We were just going through
It's Father's Day, you know.
all potential outcomes.
Yeah.
We didn't get that. You know, we were moving left to right. We were like going. We almost got there. We did. We got there. We did.
Almost, and then finally, yes.
And then
We actually
finally.
got there.
I mean, we
We
were-
noticed.
We
We
were
were like,
talking about.
oh yeah.
We were talking about just how close that game felt, even though it was 1-29, right? Because you guys had so many more cards, right?
They had
You-
revolt 5 times in a
Yeah, you guys had a
tough when you
had a
get
fistful of
anything to
cards,
stick.
and turn after turn there were like must answer threats.
Yeah.
The Phoenix, the Lightning, like so many things
Oh my
that would have just
gosh.
absolutely turned the game around. But
I
they continued to
know.
have the answers, and they were just so low on cards that it was like, okay, are
That's
you guys
top
going to turn the
decade.
corner there?
But you had all the card draw at the end, which was nice. You
Yeah.
had a deadly dispute in hand too. We were like sitting on because we
That was a
we
fun
knew
game.
we
That
had to
was
like
thrilling.
Yeah, no, it was a
Yeah,
really
yeah,
good game.
yeah.
I mean,
It was
Yeah.
you guys, the early turns of that game where you guys didn't really play that much. You had the Thrasios and then the Ultima, right?
Yeah.
And it was looking, it's like, wow, they're really behind. They're taking a lot of damage. And then the Ultima, you guys had put so many of your resources
We
into
did.
play.
We did.
It's true. Broden had a lot, but you were down really
I
low on
kind of
resources.
put all my
and
yeah.
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 Every turn, I had that Sephiroth since like the beginning, and I was like,
Yeah,
they
you
play
did.
now? No,
Since
no,
like
no, no, no.
since the beginning,
Yeah.
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 Oh, you guys
And
had a
S-
Sephiroth as
and
well?
Cecil as
Yeah.
well. You had Cecil for since the beginning as well, I think.
Yeah, yeah. That little one
We just
cost
were
was
like
like,
waiting.
no, not time.
Yeah, because it kind of hurts you a lot.
Yeah.
Really. Especially when we were ahead on board.
Yeah,
I was like,
yeah.
oh, there's no reason to play this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Broden and Talia, now that you've made it to the finals, do you want to talk about the charity that you're playing for?
Yes. So we are playing for Enterprise Village.
Village
Enterprise.
Enterprise,
Jesus.
yes.
I have dyslexia. Sorry. Village Enterprise, which helps communities in Ethiopia, basically give them grants to help them start their own businesses and thrive there in Ethiopia. So it's a super cool charity, and I personally have a deep connection to Ethiopia. I get to travel there a lot for coffee, and seeing the community there be able to have the resources to change things in their communities is really cool and meaningful to me. So that's who we're playing for.
Yeah.
All right, so we know who's on the other side of the bracket. I'm wondering who you predict that you will be facing in the finals.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know. I mean,
I don't know. They're such.
LS and
they're-
Reynad,
the-
Billy Krim.
The teams are so good. They're both so good. It's really hard to say.
what I can say is I want the rematch.
With Krim?
Yes, with Billy
I
and
feel that
Krim.
way too.
Yeah.
I want to
So just based on vibes, that's who you're rooting
Yeah,
for.
just
right?
vibes,
yeah. Yeah.
Very good.
For
Well,
sure.
we'll have to see how things go with you all, but congratulations on making
Yeah.
finals. You now
Thank
have
you.
increased prize pool, so that's you've officially hit the big time leagues on that. But I know we're gonna head off to an interview here in a second, so we'll be back with everybody for the next match in just a moment. But yeah, we'll see you right after the break.
Whenever you're looking at this set, are there cards in it that were your pet cards or cards that you were like, I definitely want this in there, especially because I know you want to create something for everyone, and I think that you guys did a really good job. We were just talking about how all the titles are represented. But for instance, 9 is your favorite, so
Yeah,
maybe
yeah.
there were characters that you really wanted to make sure were in there, something you're really excited about.
Yeah, I put my thumb on the scale for 9 a little bit. The black mages were the thing that it was Yanni's idea. He had thought about it and not put it in the set. And he mentioned it to me one day, and I'm like, those black mage tokens dealing damage, that sounds awesome.
Yeah.
And so I made a whole draft archetype out of it, right? So, and that was of course 9 inspired. So, VVS Mythic Rare, yeah, maybe I did a little something there.
Yeah.
But, I wasn't so favorite. Like I didn't put Aiko in the set. Like I had to cut her, unfortunately. It was tough to figure out what to make it and not to make it in. But in terms of things that I have favorites of in the set, during the Future League, our internal playtesting, there's one deck that I was like, I love this deck, and I got really excited about it. I don't know why I attached myself to this. I just was so stoked about it, and that is the bird deck. I really wanted the bird deck to work. I thought it was so cool that the green chocobos could play with the old Bloomborough blue-white birds, and that the blue-white bird theme in Bloomborough was affecting non-flying creatures, and the chocobos don't fly. I was like, this is just it's such a perfect fusion.
Yes.
I knew Bloomborough was going to be a hit even before it came out. I'm like, I'm sure that's going to be awesome. People are going to love it. So could we make a Bant bird deck? Could it actually come together? And so I just kept making bird cards I thought were sweet until it had everything it needed. I remember one day I build the whole bird deck out and I'm playing and someone's like, I just don't think it's going to work without a removal spell. And I'm like, okay. And I go back to my desk and I'm like, Bartz and Boko, you're Flame Tongue Kavu now. Now let's play and see what happens.
Yeah.
So I don't know that it'll be strong enough for the top level of standard or whatever. But I think the deck is pretty sick. I was playing some in the early access event, and you go turn 1 Saw's Chocobo, turn 2 Mockingbird your Saw's Chocobo fetch land. It's pretty traveling Chocobo with Bartz and Boko, you double Flame Tongue Kavu them. Standard's very fast right now. Obviously, it's compressed by Monstrous Rage and the Omniscience decks and all this stuff. But I think even especially at like the casual constructed level, it'll be a pretty cool deck. And who knows? Maybe it'll show up at the Pro Tour. Who knows?
Yeah, I do. I mean, with the standard stuff, I do wonder how much that stuff will be able to break through. Do you? I'm sure you have conversations internally with different people around like, hey, you know, it seems like right now it might be kind of hard for some of these Final Fantasy cards to make it in, given the nature of standard and that kind of stuff. How much are you guys monitoring all that?
A lot. We're monitoring a lot. But I mean, we're monitoring a ton, and we've been making actually a lot of predictions. Literally, like last night, we're at dinner predicting what cards we're going to see play in the Pro Tour in 2 weeks. You know, and we've been talking about this thing for weeks and weeks and weeks, and monitoring the standard format leading up to this. But ultimately, it's like we've said we're not going to ban any cards before the Pro Tour. We've said we're not going to ban any cards to the window later this year at the earliest, if we choose to ban anything. And so, what are we going to do, right? I mean, a couple of years ago when we were, or whatever, last year we were locking everything in. A year and a half ago we were locking everything in. You couldn't predict what standard was going to look like today. We had some ideas, but we certainly couldn't predict what it was going to look like right now. So we'll see what happens. Honestly, though, with every passing day, I get a little more excited about the cards showing up because people are discovering more things. As I mentioned, there's a bunch of archetypes we built into the set that like you have to. It's not just as easy as like, oh, take these 4 cards and like put them in an existing deck. There's a lot of things you need to play with the whole set to kind of uncover. I was watching some of Ash Lizzle's videos, and she built this awesome reanimator deck with a Yuna, where you're like are bringing back the Overlords and Bahamut's and stuff like that. And I'm like, yeah, that's a deck we had. It's not immediately obvious, but like it's a pretty cool deck. And so, okay, can that get refined? And a bunch of other decks too. So I don't want to ruin all the discovery. We'll see what you all discover out there. But I'm hopeful that we'll see some stuff show up at the Pro Tour beyond like starting town, which is obviously an amazing land. But I really do feel good about it.
Hi, it's Dom from Garage Gathering, and
Foxy, hi. How's it going?
you guys want to open some packs?
Yes.
Okay, good. So we're gonna do it. It didn't matter what you guys said. We were gonna do it anyway.
The answer was already yes, regardless of what you want.
Okay, you choose yours first.
Okay. Ooh, I like this game. Okay.
Okay, here you go.
This is a fun one.
Yours
I'm gonna
six.
go straight for the back.
Okay.
Right here, I think.
You got it.
Yeah. Can't wait to open these up. I don't think I've cracked one of these yet. Have
Oh,
you?
okay. Yeah, I've opened quite a few.
Okay. So how do you like to do it? Do you like to do it from the back? Front,
I think let's
maybe?
start with the front, and then when we get to the end, we'll start doing it from the back.
Okay. So this one.
No.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Hope.
Oh,
Surge
okay.
Foil Hope.
Okay.
That's
Oh,
really good.
Okay.
right?
Yeah. I guess. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, you life gains and mills people, and nobody's gonna be your friend.
Oh, I like that, dude. The search foils look so cool.
Van.
Oh, wow. These are beautiful.
I don't know how to pronounce it, but it's an equipment that gives you +X where X is your life total.
Okay. This
Sin.
is Sin.
Sin.
I know this one. This
Yes,
is Sin.
yes.
I don't know what it does, but I know
it's
that
a
it is
10.
Sin.
Removes all counters from everything
Yeah.
and gets stronger.
This is the fire crystal.
The fire crystal.
Okay,
Don't
good.
blame me.
This is, yeah, I'm also,
Sorry guys, I'm gonna
taking-
leave.
No, please come back. I can't reach out to these. Hold on. This is, I played against this yesterday.
It's-
Billy had this in her deck.
Yeah, it transforms. It's
yes,
Sarah.
It's Sarah. That's who
And
it
then
is.
she turns into the crystal Sarah.
Yes,
Yeah.
very pretty land.
Yeah.
And
This
then-
is stolen uniform.
Okay.
Zidane.
Zidane. That guy's an alien.
That's
I know.
Rama, I think.
Okay.
Demon Wall.
Demon Wall.
Thief
This-
Snipe. I'm gonna give you a second.
+1/+1 damage. They draw a card.
Yeah.
Yes. Blitzball shot.
Yeah, Blitzball shot.
+A trample. This taps a target non-enchantment creature.
Okay.
And this is
Come
Gather
on.
with Beavers.
Commune with beavers.
Commune with beavers.
We're gonna take
It's
it.
this close.
Okay, look, let's go ahead and let's like the ones we love.
Mm-hmm.
And
Okay.
if there's just art you like, put it over there too. And
Oh,
let's,
okay.
Let's
put
do a
the
Bill.
rest- little
Let's do a
pile.
Hey Billy Ray and just kind of shove them together.
Oh, is that the way? Which one are you
okay,
feeling?
I'm gonna do the middle. All right. Here we go.
Okay, I'm excited.
Okay. This one's gonna be a Surge Foil Y'shtola. And if I
Okay.
call it, look, and the rules are, if I call it, I get to keep it.
Okay,
So,
I'm going with Titus.
I get to keep it.
I heard yes. Yeah, I heard the confirmation.
All right, here we go.
All right.
Hero token.
Uh-huh.
Kuja,
Oh,
Kuja.
okay.
Kuja, we got Memories of Nibelheim.
Oh,
Clive with the
Clive.
pose treatment. Tifa. This is actually a really cool
wow.
pack.
This is a great pack.
Do you know this one?
No. Wait, no, this is part of Final Fantasy 15.
Yeah,
This
it's
is
14.
14. I don't know. I thought it was 15.
It's the Manderville man. It's
Okay.
the guy for, yeah. What is this one? A Realm Reborn.
Okay.
Yeah, we got some lands. We've got this is some
Ah.
uncommons. I think this is also Sarah. And then,
Looks
Black
like,
Waltz.
yeah.
We got the Albert and, the commons. Nobody cares.
Yeah, nobody cared about that.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. We'll go front this time.
Okay.
Yeah, we did back last time, front this time. I feel like that just, makes sense.
It does.
What doesn't make sense is how difficult I feel they've made. I do work out, believe it or not.
I don't believe you.
Okay.
Because
well,
of this
let's see
specifically.
how strong you are. Let's see you try to open
You
it.
got
I
it.
bet you can't.
No, you
Let's see.
There you
Played
go.
you like an absolute fiddle.
She
okay.
loosened it for me. She
So,
loosened it for me.
move the chocobo.
Oh,
what is
that's
that?
great. It's Kefka, the core mage. He's the one that also
Oh.
you've opened things that will make you no friends.
Oh, good.
Yeah, he makes everyone discard. You get to draw cards.
It's perfect then. Yay.
Lightning?
This is lightning. This one I know.
Yeah.
That's
Sephiroth. Yeah.
Okay, I opened that in my promo yesterday.
You got a flip side. He's got a flip.
Oh, he's gonna flip. Oh my
When we get
gosh,
Angel.
he sure does have a flip.
Do we have to censor this?
Can I have this? Can I have that? Put this to the side.
Yeah, okay.
That one's mine. Who's this? Zach.
Yeah, we'll call him Zach. No, that's I think it's. Is
Dang
it
it.
Van Daniel? I don't know. I'm not gonna die on that hill.
This is this one,
Yeah,
but
let's
not
hope.
Surge Foil.
Let's hope.
I don't know who this is.
I don't know either.
Oh, okay. And then land, then we got some uncommons.
A
Oh,
Surge
Surge
Zidane.
Foil Zane. Do each of these
Zidane.
have a Surge Foil?
I think that they do.
Yeah?
But the average is 2.2 per box, and so
oh,
now.
Oh wow, so we've hit our 2.
But
Wait.
we could anything over this is like above average.
Ooh.
So like, ride the shoe puff. Yeah.
Yes, the one that taps, and then some other commons.
All right.
Okay,
all right.
cool.
I'm gonna jump into your row.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I'm gonna
have
do
pretty good luck.
this.
so
Yeah, you
far.
have.
Yeah.
actually. Yeah. I can't let you
Let's-
beat me. I can't let you beat me in this.
Let's see if you can. There we go. I have to loosen that one. That's good.
All All right, let's put this token down here. Okay, here we go. Surprise soldier token.
Ooh.
Oh, Joe, Shiva's dominant. It's a nice little foil. Oh, I went too fast. How many members of Nibelheim can you get?
So
Let me
far,
keep that count.
two, yeah.
2. Cat Sith. This is my boy, the best Final Fantasy.
Zach.
No,
I
it's
don't know.
Squall. It's
I'm gonna
Squall.
get it right one time.
I can't remember their names, but they're cool. From father to son. This was my
Mhm.
pre-release card. It is garbage in pre-release. Shiva.
Okay. Sid.
Sid.
Sid. I feel like if I say Sid or Cloud, I'm gonna get it right majority
okay.
of the time.
Well, here's your boy
But
here
that's
too.
the Sephiroth removal spell something. I'll go in your row.
Well, that's
You
a
know?
violation.
Well, I mean, you did it first, so I'm a follower, not a leader. So that's just what we're going with. All right, we'll get rid of this. All right, here we go. I feel good. Oh, I feel really good. That's
Knights of the Round. Knights of the Round. Yeah.
That's
Knights
like
of
one of
Round.
the. I think it's one of the better limited cards. If
It's
not
also
the best.
It's an amazing card. Yeah.
Jeez. Oh, what do we got going on here?
I don't know which one this is supposed to be.
Okay.
Someone in the comments tell us.
Zach probably or
It's
Cloud.
Zach.
Cloud.
A surge foil, do this.
That's
This one.
yes,
Just don't tell me.
no,
We didn't
no,
get
no,
anything.
no,
We
no,
didn't
no.
get anything. We didn't get anything. This one wasn't here. No,
That's
so good.
awesome.
Okay, every pack you
Oh
open is
my
a surge in
God.
it. Every pack you open.
I guess so, huh?
That's so
I'm gonna put
crazy.
that to the side. My gosh, and we got Walker right behind it.
Okay.
That's a land.
Xanarkin.
Xanarkin, of course. Wow, we're really sticking with the 10th theme.
I don't remember which land
I
that
don't
is.
know what that is, and we're just hitting a lot of lands, and then
Okay.
where's
The
okay.
Barrett Secret Rendezvous.
Okay, of course. And then who's this?
She's the girl, Ash, and she searches
Ash,
for the
okay.
artifacts. Yeah.
Little Chocobo, Land
Yeah,
Grower,
Chocobo.
some card
Circle
draw.
of Black Mages. Quistis Trick.
Yes. Fight on,
Fight on.
I believe. Land, and then milk card.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shinra Soldiers or something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
Okay, I need a surge because if you get all the surges,
If
I'm
it's
gonna
2.2
feel.
per box, we're above average.
We're
right
above
now,
average,
currently.
yeah.
Well, I am.
You're.
I mean, you'll get there, I'm sure. We'll see.
All right.
But, you know.
I mean, you did jump into my row.
That
and you
is true. I also
stole-
jumped into your box break because I wanted to
True.
be part of it.
I was supposed to, yeah.
I'm just happy to be here.
She threatened me.
That's
and
not
then
true.
We had to let.
That's not true.
Yeah, she's so nice.
What did I say?
Okay. Here we go.
Okay, search foil. Oh,
I mean, he looks
okay.
cool. He looks cool.
He does
looks
look cool.
Let's see.
That's that thing again, which
Okay.
we don't know.
This
so we're
thing
gonna go
again.
with the doubles.
Yeah, we're just gonna put it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here we go.
I think this is Golbez or something. I think. Is
I
his
think
name.
so. I think you're right.
Okay, cars. Get a
Yeah,
vehicle.
it's with a vehicle. I know that.
Oh,
I don't
this
know
is
what.
our-
I have no
this
idea
is
what that is.
Snort, I think it is. Yeah, I'm not joking. I think it's
That's
Snort.
its name.
That's its name. It like, in Final Fantasy, it like blows you off the ship in the
That's
game.
oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah. Oh, this is Gilgamesh.
Oh my gosh.
Land. Oh,
Whoa.
a Fine Hound, Torgal.
Okay.
A Fine
Yeah.
Hound.
Cool art.
This is the limited guy who comes in and gives
Mhm.
things minus X minus X.
Yeah.
We're
Raise
gonna
the
go on a
chocobos, yeah.
quest to raise a
Of course.
chocobo. This
I
guy.
think I had that in my deck yesterday.
Those folks.
Yeah.
These are a couple. One of them's not real. Yeah. And okay.
All right. I'm gonna go with my row again.
If you get another search ball, you're
There's
opening
no way.
back to
There's.
back.
I think I've hit my limit, my luck limit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I feel like there's only so much I can do. But if I do it again, I do get to keep all the cards. They
Okay.
said.
Okay, him itself.
Okay.
He's not search.
He's not search, but he looks cool.
Him itself. He's good.
We actually match.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
same hair.
Yeah.
This is kind of interesting.
I think that
okay?
they based him off of you.
That sounds right. This is Blitzball Stadium.
Can
That-
someone tell me if this is a typo in this language as well, or if it was just in the English one?
Was there a typo?
Yeah, they used a K instead of a C.
What?
Lucas Stadium.
Who's this magician?
He's the final boss of Final Fantasy 15, and I don't remember his name.
Okay.
That's my boy.
That's Squall.
It's not Zach.
Squall.
Yeah.
I only because you said that. What's with the Yeti?
Is this the stampeding guy who has mountain cycling? I can't remember. He's got like trample and haste, or is it just haste?
No, it has to be a rare. I don't know what this
I don't
is,
know.
so I'm
I
not
don't-
sure.
Yeah, no idea.
I think this is the. No, this is not the Cerberus. I can't tell what
This
that
is the 2-cost guy. I know what his name. I know what he is, but I can't remember his name.
I have no idea.
He lets you give things haste on his second and third. Rama again.
Okay, wrong again. Okay.
Fat
Chocobo, and
Let's go on a side.
destroy.
There's something side quest.
Some treasure.
Yeah.
I don't know what this is.
It looks like Zach.
Mm-hmm. We have a
Bird Zach.
bird Zach.
Zach with a sword.
Yeah, Zach with a sword. Yeah. Kefka.
Yeah, this is the
Okay.
the draw card
Yeah,
draw
draw.
discard one.
And I don't know what this is.
Gissel Green.
Okay, just make a
Gissel
chocobo, I assume.
Okay. How many of you guys' favorite characters is Zach with a sword?
Don't we all have swords?
I like Bird Zach.
Yeah. My favorite Final Fantasy character is the person that has the big sword.
Oh my gosh, I almost pulled a Voxy right here and
See,
couldn't open
why
it.
that cannot be a new terminology today with the way that this has gone. I can't live like this.
Okay, all right. It's time to get serious.
Okay, yeah.
We're gonna slow.
This is the best time we've ever seen.
Let's go this way.
Ooh.
Oh, it's still skin. It's
Oh.
still skin.
Oh,
The movie
that's so
merchant.
cute.
Give things to other people.
I love him.
It's Van again.
Okay.
He won't go away.
He just keeps coming back.
Balam Garden.
All right.
It flips over. And it flies.
Yeah, there it goes.
When it attacks, you draw a card, I'm pretty sure. This is Alizé.
Some sort of Moogle.
It's the Moogle commander.
That's a Moogle thing.
It's a Moogle commander. Louis So's Sacrifice. Land. Let's go Fat Chocobo.
Alright,
This guy
yeah.
flies on your turn. This guy eats lands. And a bunch of other stuff.
Bunch of other things, yeah. Let's got 4 left.
Alright, on these, yeah, let's do this
So,
one. Yeah.
you know we have to do when we get down to 2, right?
We're gonna go slow. We're gonna flip them over.
Well, we have to challenge each other.
I want to switch with you.
I
if
don't.
that's okay.
I'm not switching with you. You almost got me to switch our pre-release packs yesterday, and I wouldn't have had double PP.
She stole my pre-release.
Whatever. Land.
Ishgard, Holy Seed.
Holy Seed.
Okay, let's see if we can get them all.
Ooh,
Deadly
okay.
Dispute. Kuja.
This is the one that killed me yesterday. Killed me in an aim
Makes the
yesterday.
Black Mages, right? I'm dead. I don't know this card.
Land. Okay. I don't know.
Cypher. Squall's arch enemy.
This is the Raise Leviathan. Yeah.
Leviathan,
Yep.
yeah.
Did that one yesterday.
That's a mountain.
That is a mountain. What's this?
Anima. This is
Anima.
This is Travis Gafford's preview card.
Ooh, I
Yeah.
love it. Got this one again.
Yeah.
A lot of
That one again.
uncommons.
Zach Najar.
Arthur, yep.
Yeah.
Brings a card back from the graveyard.
Yeah, okay.
And some lands and
All right.
firebomb.
All right. So how do we fight? Is it like a pack battle? Or
It's like you. I'll let you pick because I have full confidence. But you know,
Okay.
we're gonna open them and see who has the better pack.
Got it.
And then that's who wins. You know.
All right, we'll go upside down and we'll go back and forth.
Okay,
but
okay,
this
okay.
one is the third from the last.
Okay.
And this one's gonna be the one with the Surgitola.
Yeah.
All right, you ready?
Yep.
You never seen a Surgitola like this?
Who's that?
Because this is
This is the vehicle one, yeah.
guys. Is this
I don't know what that is.
You know what? This one was a mistake. It wasn't supposed to be in here.
Oh,
We're gonna
right.
keep
It's
going.
really this one.
Yeah, it's
That's a very
Dion.
good limited one.
Yeah, we like Dion.
Yes.
We love Dion because
Not
he,
Surge Foil though.
he turns into
Yeah.
Vomit. He kills things. I mean, no Surge Foils for me. We love Furion.
Mhm.
We love Xenos. Yay Galvus. Wastes. I didn't get a Surge.
You
Wait,
did
hold up. There
not.
might be one
You did
in
not.
here.
Oh.
There might
Oh.
be one
Oh.
in here. No Surge.
That's okay. I'm probably gonna get one. So
Okay.
there's only 2 left.
All right, so here's what we'll do.
Yeah.
Which one do you want?
So I'm not gonna tell you, but I do have one in mind.
I was going to trick her.
There is one I do want because I have a better feeling about it. I want to see if you give it to me.
Hold up. Yeah, listen. It's this one. Here you go.
That's the one I wanted.
Okay. All right.
Okay, we're doing this. Are we revealing
So
at
we're
the
gonna.
same time?
So what we're gonna do? Yeah, let's flip them over. Let's do it
Okay.
from the back.
Yeah.
And then we'll go through the commons and all that stuff
Sure.
first. Okay.
All right.
So you go first.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
You guys tell us who won. That's weapon
Go
vendor.
get
I'm
go
pretty
get
sure.
some equipment out.
Weapon vendor versus suplex. Suplex wins.
I would say Suplex wins. Yeah,
Suplex
I would
wins.
agree with that. For sure.
1-0.
For sure. Okay. The 1/3 make a wizard.
This is the monk.
The monk
monk's
fist. The wizards are pretty strong.
I'm gonna give it to the wizards because unlimited, they're really.
They're very
they're
good.
a handful.
Yeah.
They're
They're
a
a
handful.
handful.
All right.
Yep. I don't know what this
Oh,
is.
that's a. I think. Well, this one's good because he replaces himself.
He
when
does make a
dies.
hero. I don't know what that is.
I think this is hero equipment though. It comes in with the 1/1, so they both count as 2 things plus yours.
Even,
I'm gonna give it.
even.
Draw.
Draw.
1-1.
So we're currently 1-1.
Okay.
Okay. Not sure.
Those are the Albed. I don't know if that one's gonna win
Are they the middle
versus.
ones?
Oh, I can be honest with you. I have no idea.
Okay. Draw again.
Draw again.
Draw again. Yeah.
1-1.
1-1. Ooh.
Oh,
Chocobo.
God.
That's gonna be hard.
How
That's
do I
hard to
beat
beat.
Chocobo racetrack.
You don't.
Okay, here we go.
You don't.
Oh, Cactuar! Oh, wait a minute. Then this is the one
That's
that has
not-
to.
Yeah.
You win.
Yep,
I think you win. Okay,
2-1.
2-1.
2-1.
All right.
2-1. Oh, well,
Okay.
I wonder what mine's gonna be.
I feel like I'm gonna win this.
Are you
one.
ready?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Gold Saucer wins.
Does it?
I think Gold Saucer
Does
wins.
it?
Get in the comments. I think that you open this card so much and nobody's happy when they open it.
Yeah, okay. All right, 2-2. 2-2.
Okay, 2-2.
Just because I feel
2-2.
pity. All right.
here we go.
Yeah. Oh, Zach! Right.
Okay, but listen, I love this card so much. It's a great token deck card, but this is just
We
This
love,
is better.
We love, yeah,
This
yeah,
is
yeah.
better.
We love sacrifice.
You
Yeah,
get
you
the
know.
real Zach.
All right.
The first Zach, 3/2.
Oh.
Oh.
I don't know what that is.
I actually think the more playable card is going to be Primal Garuda.
Yeah?
It's not going to be Zidane.
I do like the card.
I
though.
do
The
too,
art
but I
is
think
cool.
we give it to you. That's 4-2.
What do we? No, we're 3-2.
3-2?
3-2,
Okay,
I
here we
think.
go.
Yeah. Here we go. I win.
I
have the best card. I have the best card in Magic. 4-2.
Blue is
Yeah.
best color.
It's easy.
It's a fact, and there's
Yeah.
nothing you can do to change our mind.
Oh.
I think it might be.
I actually like your crystal. I think.
like this one too.
Yeah, I would
think
go
this-
what,
and that's-
4-3.
yeah,
4-3. 4-3.
Yeah, here we go.
Ready? I don't know what either of these
so
are.
this is the magic, the meteor magic, right?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you
Should we
honestly.
just draw?
Draw.
Draw.
4-3. 4-3.
Draw, guys.
Yeah, draw. Don't worry.
Okay, here we
Oh
go.
dear. Okay.
Titan and the Magus. Okay, so I'm gonna go. Listen, and the reason I'm gonna go with mine is because of this little chocobo symbol here. Because the only way you can get this treatment, listen, the only way you get this treatment is in collector boosters. This is in the main set proper. This is from the commander deck, and the way to get this treatment. This is rare. This is definitely
Okay.
rare.
You know, we'll even it out 4-4. I don't know what this is, but
It's
there's-
Kuja. Okay,
Oh,
I
it's
can
okay.
be Kuja. I can be Kuja.
Look at what am I looking at here?
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Just because I love her so much.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
5-4.
5-4.
This is
Okay.
it. This is it.
All right, ready?
Oh wait, you have an extra.
How do I have an extra?
Oh wait, no you don't. Mine are sticky.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. Oh wait,
Ready?
don't look.
Okay, but you gotta. Your
I'm
other
gonna-
one's a double sided, so
I'm
you
gonna
gotta
flip.
hide it.
The
or
second,
something.
here we
Ready?
go.
Counterspell.
Okay, I think
Counterspell
probably
wins.
win. Are we? Is it 6-4?
It's 6-4.
Okay, this is for double points.
But listen, if you
ready?
get a surge, it's worth 2 points.
Yeah.
for
This is
sure.
right. Ready,
All right,
set.
Oh!
Wait,
No!
you win! Wait, no way!
All right, everybody, you saw it here first. Voxy's a loser.
Oh.
I'm the winner.
wasn't
Dom,
here
Garage
first.
the Gathering
Let's
beat
bet no.
Voxy. Wow.
Wow, wait, hold on.
Hey, we get to keep these. I
That's
think.
amazing.
We get to keep
We
these.
do
They
get
said
to
we
keep
could keep
these.
them.
I know they said
They said that.
They
Wow.
said that. They
This
said
is
that.
amazing. Okay, they said it. If we say it 3 more times,
said
it's
it.
true.
Yeah. Okay, it's called manifestation.
It's a
It's never manifested.
All right,
This
cool.
is we doubled the odds of beating
All right.
getting surge foils.
This is $250 in English?
Oh,
okay,
wait.
we're gonna leak through the other door.
Okay, bye. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, give me that.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to FlyQuest Duel Land, presented by Archidekt. I hope you enjoyed that box break. Some pretty crazy stuff opened there. But I am Brian Kibler, joined by Travis Gafford and Jimmy Wong. As you can probably see, we're getting a little bit of lunch. Had some delicious tacos. Jimmy just still has his
I'm still talking with it up
snacks over here. But
yeah,
you know,
how did you find catering?
Delicious.
That's the most important
and
part
thank
of
you
today.
so much to FlyQuest Travis for organizing catering. I didn't know there would be bagels and coffee yesterday, so I was like, I got to wake up early, go to my coffee shop, get my stuff. And I came here, I was like, of course, Travis would not leave us uncaffeinated for an event.
The FlyQuest team has been great about that stuff. We were talking the other day. We're like, okay, we got to figure out food, and they had like then I got sent a full list of all the most amazing places to eat and get catering from in LA.
Great
so
donuts this morning.
Yeah, the donuts too. Yeah,
Sidecar donuts.
Yeah, they're
Listen,
delicious.
They're amazing.
Side quest donuts.
Hey.
Yes,
yeah. I raised a chocobo of donuts.
Also, FlyQuest currently 1-0 against C9 for our League of Legends fans out there.
Yeah, it might come as a surprise. This is not the only thing FlyQuest as an organization is involved in today.
Yeah, you can see that screen
you can see we're
in the back.
We're watching the.
This is our picture-in-a-picture of the LTA game.
I'm always going to call it LCS, man.
Yeah,
LCS.
It's like Twitter. You can't make me change.
Yeah, I do.
NALCS.
I have been starting. Unfortunately, with all the titles I make on YouTube, I can't fit in LTA, formerly known as LCS.
Yeah.
But yeah,
it should be a symbol.
Yeah.
And it should be the LCS symbol, not the new symbol.
I love that. Yeah, keep the bird.
Yeah.
Well, we just saw Billy cross towards the play area, so we're getting set up here in just a moment for the next round to find out who is in the finals, facing off against Broden and Talia. But before we get into that, I did want to talk to you all a little bit about our sponsor, Archidekt. They have all the deck lists for today and yesterday up on their website, and you can do that. You can go find them over through this QR code and through that URL. They are awesome. We really, really have enjoyed working with Archidekt. They've sent out members of their staff here to make sure that everybody here is having a good time, to help us out, to make sure everything's good. It is, by the way, a powerful platform for MTG players. It allows you to basically create all sorts of great decks, and it's great for casual and competitive people because there's tools for both. It's built for the community where you can see other people's decks on Archidekt. You can share your own. You can follow other players. So maybe Jimmy has some decks.
The Game Nights team, all of our deck lists are always up on there for Command Zone, Game Nights, Extra Turns. It's also made by the EDH Rec team, notably, and they're part of the same group. So they understand Commander, and they're obviously going to have a great deck builder that goes with it quite well.
Yeah, and we were just seeing that earlier from Joey, who was like, showing how you can literally within Archidekt get card suggestions from EDH Red.
Yeah, you can drag and drop images from Scryfall. It's really, really cool.
Yeah, it's so nice to have somebody on the couch with me who also talks about Archidekt all the time.
Well, we are sponsored. You can go to archidekt.com/ just kidding. FlyQuest. You'll see the deck list there. That's what I was going to say, I swear.
Yeah. One of the things I enjoy about it is how seamlessly it works on both desktop and mobile.
Oh, yeah, that's a
which
good
is
point.
really nice. And I know they just rolled out an advanced playtester, which we saw Joey showcasing. It's just very, very useful.
I remember playing Apprentice back in the day.
Oh my gosh.
The OG, well, actually, I think Cockatrice came before
Cockatrice,
Apprentice. But Apprentice, I did so much playtesting for Pro Tours, literally just playing as people on that. And
wow.
Now it's just in a deck builder.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. And once you learn the keyword commands, like, you can fly through games to untap, shuffle, mill. All those are attached to key commands. So I do enjoy Archidekt quite a bit.
Yeah.
I've also forced to because we're sponsored by them. But I'm glad to be sponsored, right? There's a lot of times when you're sponsored by someone, you're like, man, fine. But I'm glad to be sponsored by Archidekt because we get to, use a great product at the same time.
Wow, Jimmy throwing some of the sponsors under the bus.
Yeah.
Well,
Sorry, Wizards of the Coast. Just kidding. I'm not an ambassador, though. Notably, Jimmy Wong himself. Crazy.
Notably, also not a sponsor of the event is Ateo, even though Brian Kibler is currently advertising for them with his bag. We love the Ateo ladies.
We do love Ateo.
I will say that
they're great.
Basically, anytime that I'm not on a broadcast, I'm just wearing those weapons.
Yeah.
I've
seen that. Yeah.
Yeah, I love that stuff too.
Okay, back to partners for the event. You just saw a box break a moment ago. That was a product provided by Laughing Dragon, who are fantastic. They're our tournament operators for the evening and for yesterday as well. They've been doing all sorts of great stuff, and they have some awesome events coming up Brian, I know we were just talking earlier about this, but you attend a lot of their events with myself.
Yeah. They run fantastic events that are not only Magic the Gathering focused, but if you're into Flesh and Blood, as you see on the screen, they also have artists from across the Magic and related communities who come and do signings. You can get
Nice.
AP sketches, all kinds of cool stuff like that. So definitely worth checking out one of their events if you are even close to in the area. Definitely worth traveling for sometime as well.
Yeah, Phoenix and Tacoma coming up this year. So yeah, Phoenix pretty close. Easy drive for us in LA. So
a lot of Magic players in Seattle, so they can go to the aroma of Tacoma, as we like to say.
Tacoma's actually like pretty reasonably nice now.
Yeah, it took a long time. When I was growing up, it was definitely the aroma of Tacoma, the Tacoma Dome, and all that. But it's on the up and up. It was first Bellevue.
There's
Kirkland,
like
and now
good
it's
restaurants around the Tacoma Convention Center now.
Yeah,
too.
yeah. Oh, wait, nice.
It was actually kind of funny. We were at actually Laughing Dragon event at the Tacoma Convention Center, and we were like at a sushi place, and this like, father came over and was like, oh, we're big fans of your show. You're like, oh, are you in town for the event? They're like, no.
We're just here.
But anyway, we see the players on the screen sitting down, ready to play. We do have a look at the key cards of the decks they've put together. Once again, as a reminder, the players built new decks this morning. So if you followed along with us yesterday, you will not see the same tricks, same shenanigans out of the players. But they got some new ones to work with. This is LS and Reynad's decks.
Whoa-wee.
We've got LS got the I want my creatures to die theme deck. With Aerith, Cecil, some powerful life loss, life gain there.
He had the Cecil yesterday as well. It did a lot of work.
Cecil flipping into the Redeemed Paladin, Redeemed Champion that also has lifelink and gives your creatures indestructible in the back. Reynad with the Leviathan theme deck. Summon Leviathan and Sin Spider's Punishment.
Leviathan Kindred.
Notably, Summon Leviathan returns each creature that isn't a Kraken, Leviathan, Octopus, or Merfolk, or Serpent to its owner's hand. Sin Spirit's Punishment is a Leviathan avatar.
Yeah. Not to mention, he could also play some Leviathan, have it go to the graveyard, and then sin it right back out. It's at random, but that's a finisher if I've ever seen one.
Oh yeah, that is. Interestingly, LS with the deck that looks to be very low to the ground, Reynad with the deck that looks to be going over the top. We'll see how that kind of strategy overall ends up working out.
And we also have Billy and Krim here. We can take a look at their decks because this will be the first time that we've seen those.
There's
Kefka. But more to the point, a very on-theme deck from Billy.
Cloud with the Buster Sword.
And the Buster Sword.
Wow.
I know we had Krim mention this earlier whenever they were doing the very important rock, paper, scissors on broadcast. But cool to see them at least playing on theme. So it's a win regardless of what happens if they're able to do that. Yeah.
I talked to Billy Ray in between rounds, and I looked at her deck. If you went through and wrote down the 23 cards that you would want for a red-white equipment deck from this format,
it's in it.
That is her list. Her deck in particular is insane this round.
Yeah, I talked to the two of them before the round just now, actually. And Krim was saying that his deck was kind of the support deck, looking to make sure that Billy Ray's just aggro equipment strategy doesn't get messed with, because it's not just Cloud and Buster Sword. They got Zach in there. And they got Phoenix in there. Whatever his front side that flips the Phoenix.
The Phoenix.
Just a white legend that searches up
Joshua.
There we go.
Go search up that Buster Sword. We got 2 cards in there that are functionally drawing the Buster Sword.
And those deck lists, by the way, all available at that QR code and that URL.
Check
so
it out
if people want to see the full thing. I know you're not all here like me and Brian, who are able to just like flip through all of the cards. But you could go find those over at Archidekt.
Krim in his favorite color combination here. I think I'm going to be interested to see how he's going to play with that Syncopate, because knowing that there are 7 and 6 drops in Raydon's deck could be pretty juicy for Kefka there.
Yeah. So we should be getting into the game here in just a second if we have that players. In fact, you know what? Before we even get to that, let's take a look at the bracket. Just to reestablish.
Do we have to?
What they're playing for.
We started with talking about how poorly I did yesterday. So we can look at a loss from
Sure.
Look, we're just pretending. We put this up out of respect because we haven't resolved the other match yet to put them into the finals. But
then you can just erase that other part.
Yeah. No, as you can see from that one there, Talia and Broden have made it to the finals already. So this match will determine who they are facing off against. Between Alice Reynad and Krim and Billy. So
I really hope that Krim and Billy do win here, because they have way more characters in their names than Alice and Reynad do. And that's a flex.
Yeah.
Yeah, you almost had to make the font size smaller just for the Asian Avenger. So.
Yeah.
I will also say that I saw a very rare smile cracked on Reynard's face, so maybe he's planning to have a little bit more fun.
He might also be being down on his deck. When I talked to him, he said, I didn't think it was possible to pull a bad pool in this format. I have proved myself
He also
wrong.
has a Summon Titan in there, so I think getting to that 7/6 mana spot is going to be very easy for him. So
Yeah.
we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll see. Looks like they are probably resolving mulligans right now.
Yes.
So we
I
should be getting
think,
into the game in just a short time.
Looks like the players are ready here. Yep. And we're in.
Here we go.
All right. LS and Reynard up top, Asian Avenger, Krim, and
You can
Billy
tell
Ray
where
down
Ellis and Reynard are by the position of the Black Lotus.
Yeah.
on the screen.
Wherever the $1 million
there's never a question as to which side LS is
I
on.
forgot. All right, Krim is playing a Crossroads, I believe, that allows him to choose a color, and it's going to be black.
I like that LS plays like he's playing MTG Arena and has a companion on the on the board, and that's just his PSA 10 Black Lotus that hangs off on the side.
Yeah, I will want to ask how many Magic Techs are in Billy Ray's deck. That is the first one. It's a 1/1, becomes a 2/1, and can search up other ones. So if that's 2 damage coming in as early as turn 1, they're on the play. Could be a great start for them.
Yeah. Well, you can find it at archidekt.com/.
Hey.
Yeah, that's a good point. Archidekt. It's ARCHIDEKT.com/FlyQuest.
Also just on the bottom right of the screen.
Aha.
Yeah.
So I will do that research right now. But as you can tell, like because this is sealed, everyone's playing a bit sort of deeper mana bases, and they have access to all the tap lands. A lot of these early turns often will just be tap land, tap land, tap land.
Yep.
We have
Wow.
a Buster
Ooh,
Sword.
Cloud right away.
Right there.
So.
Oh dear.
It looks like it's will land. The opponents have no way to deal with this. LS day 2.
Any guess as to what they'll be searching for?
Man, it's
Yeah.
crazy getting the Buster Sword, then getting the Cloud, but also getting that uncommon White Legend that can also search up equipment
Yeah.
out of your
Right,
deck. You are
right.
guaranteeing that Buster Sword pretty much.
Yeah, and notably now the Magitech is that
foil by the
Hey.
way?
Oh my goodness gracious! Here it is.
If nothing else, this is the flavor win.
Yes.
Right?
Absolutely, it is.
No matter how the rest of the game goes.
So 13 creatures here. There's only one Magitech infantry in the deck, but it will become a 2/1 the moment a artifact enters the battlefield under her control.
Those are some facial expressions of people who just got Cloud and Buster Sword played against
Yeah,
them.
so notably, Cloud's ability that doubles any triggers of an equipment that is attached to him, Buster Sword, will allow you to draw a card, cast a spell for free with mana value less than or equal to the damage dealt, and then do it again.
Yeah,
Yep.
casual.
All right, Magitech is in for 1. Let's see if the opponents can put some defense up here, because it gets blanked by a lot of cards.
Yeah. I mean, any removal is obviously quite good. You can get the Buster Sword suplexed.
Yes,
It is an
100%.
artifact, and we've seen a lot of suplexes, so that'd be very, very
Oh
crucial
yeah,
in just last match.
It's so good. I first picked that card out of drafts probably more than any other card outside of that and Thunder Magic. Cloud is also I think just a 2/1.
Yep.
So
It is.
pretty fragile stuff here.
True aggro babysitter deck going on with Billy Ray and Avenger. You
Yeah.
got Cloud and equipment with Kefka's control.
Yeah, and it looks like there is some removal in Krim's hand.
Certainly
as well.
is.
Yeah, 3 sources of removal in Eject, Thunder Magic, as well as a Summoner's Sanctum tap.
Good boy.
down. Hey, what up, Voxy? Has joined the couches. Yeah, come on in. I'm studying deck lists.
Our first fine hound of the day.
Yeah.
Talia, what's up?
What's up? Seeing what's going on over here.
Well, we've got Cloud finding a Buster Sword to start things off on
Oh
turn 2.
my
Pretty
gosh.
good.
Billy Ray.
Yeah.
She's off to the races.
And I believe there is a Kefka in Krim's hand. I think I saw a Kefka there. All right, Dragoon's Lance, one of the best equipment in the set. It makes it 1/1 that becomes a 2/1 flyer on Alice's turn.
It is an uncommon I've lost many a game to.
Yeah. So the real question here is I believe Billy's probably going to play in the artifact next turn, and she'll have the ability to swing in with both Cloud and the Magitech, but I think she'll probably keep Cloud back.
Yeah, I suspect that Buster Sword was very likely what's going to come down.
Yeah.
Oh,
All
okay.
right.
Torgal gets taken out.
Yep, that's a great move. Again, that's a turn 2 mana dork from Reynard, so he'll be able to play. He would have been able to play a 4-drop next turn if not killed. All right, let's see if Krim is going to hold up his removal here. He has that Summoner Sanctum. It's instant speed as an enchantment that can tap stuff down. Billy's got all of her 2 colors now.
I guess there is the question of whether it's worth playing the Buster Sword here or whether she has another or better option.
Yeah.
Considering the Buster Sword comes down, but you can't equip it yet.
Yeah, she does have 2 Gaelic Cats, or 3 Gaelic Cats, I believe, in her list. These are 1/3 flying Vigilant cards that when you get more artifacts, they become 3/3s. And Vigilant in the air. She has 3 of them in her deck.
So I think it's pretty clear that Buster Sword is not coming down because she did not play the sword.
Yeah, she went straight to combat.
Yeah, here comes the Gaelic Cat, as you mentioned.
Yep. So as long as she plays the Buster Sword next turn, this becomes a 3/3 with Vigilance. And notably, again, the Dragoon's Lance doesn't give flying to Ellis on his turn, so
Just
he
a
can't
jump.
ever chump block it. Yeah. I think it's actually kind of a must-answer threat on
Gaelic
the board.
Cat?
But I will
Yeah.
note that Krim played Shantoto, which is also a must-answer threat, because this thing will slowly accrue value, and if he casts a 4-drop spell next turn for non-creature, that thing becomes a 4/4.
Yeah, when I asked Krim how are your decks, he kind of giggled.
Okay.
So
Yep.
Confidence is
as
definitely
Krim
on
is
this
wont
side.
to do.
Yeah, yeah. Normally, Krim will say something self-deprecating.
Yeah.
So in lieu of that, that means it's amazing.
I walked over to check on their. I was like, "How does it go?" And they just held up the cloud and the sword. Didn't
Oh,
say much
yeah.
else. I said, "Oh, okay,
Okay,
got
all
got
right.
it,
Pretty
got
well
it."
then.
You know, I will say before the rounds began, before he built, Atrioc did trade his pre-release pack for Billy's. So maybe
right.
that's where they got the cloud. Maybe, who knows? Maybe we helped it out. I
So
don't
what you're
know.
saying is this is all Atrioc's fault.
It's a little collusion.
Yep.
Atrioc, yeah. He made our pool weaker, so that's why we lost, clearly.
So if Atrioc is the type to listen back to the VODs, we'll see what he thinks about that.
Yeah. He's definitely not the type.
Yeah. Which is why you feel safe saying
Oh,
this.
yeah. In fact, we should just start an Atrioc batch session while we're here. Why not? Big A. His viewers probably not still watching. No more Glizzy Wizard comments in chat. Sorry.
Sorry.
Sorry? What, you don't want no Glizzy Wizzy chat? All right. Anyway, back to the game.
I was calling all the black mages Glizzards.
Glizzards,
Well,
yeah. It's the name of that band, right? Glizzard Wizard and the Gizzard Wizard.
I feel like there's a meme. I'm out of the loop.
I don't
on
know
here.
the
I don't
Glizzard
know.
is the
I don't know
meme.
at all.
Okay.
Yeah,
I just saw chat and I'm like, you know what? I'm rolling with it.
Yeah,
So
I believe it's something from Atrioc chat because I mentioned it to him. He said, "Don't urge them on."
This is how I know I'm old.
Yeah, and then Gizzard Wizard is an actual band.
That I did know.
Yeah.
I did know.
All right, Ella's taking another look at Cloud's abilities and Gaelic Cats. Probably has some kind of removal. Is trying to figure out which one of those two he has to remove. I would say right now, especially because instant speed removal really punishes equipment decks, Gaelic Cat is a much bigger threat.
The flying is pretty brutal.
But they can use their left as a resource too and just chill and develop out. It'll be interesting. That feels really bad to have a Dragoon's Lance creature that can attack, though. And the play draw difference is immediately coming into effect here. You can feel the major difference between what's happening.
Ellis and Reyna deep in the tank here.
Deep in the tank, yeah.
They've been pushed to some interesting choices very early with this. To your point, Jimmy, Shantoto still pulling aggro in my mind.
Oh,
needing a
yeah, for
removal
sure.
Spell, but
Yeah, they're
if you
just
ignore
full
the
pass,
raised
by the way.
board, there's nothing
So
to do.
I'm guessing we probably are going to see 2 different instant removal spells. They want
Yeah.
to make sure that they have full information before they commit.
Yeah.
They're
Maybe I
not
pulled
too
another
worried.
Gaelic Cat.
You know, fortunately, Krim is very used to playing control-type strategies, and he will be able to sniff out a Vayne's Intervention, which I think we might be seeing here, to not, by the way, like play a sword and try and equip it, or play an equipment and try and equip it, because that is a blowout if that does happen. But they can probably just go straight to combat here if Krim has instance, and we'll see what happens. This is definitely intense.
Didn't see a land drop out of Billy when Krim dropped his.
Right,
so
she
we
could
might
be on
a little
3.
starved
Yes,
there,
she's
yeah,
on
looks like
3.
it.
Yeah, no lands.
And then she has a self-destruct as well, which actually I found at first I really underrated this card. But it's gotten much, whoa, Billy's not playing an artifact. She's going straight to combat here. Gaelic Cat has Vigilance, notably, so that should be untapped.
Interestingly, attacking with the cloud when she did not last turn.
Yeah, offering up the trade, by the way. So we'll see what happens here. Okay, trade is being offered. Let's see if LS is going to potentially Vayne's Treachery sack this creature before damage goes through, or if he's fine with the trade.
No thanks. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, we're going to go to Damage.
Yeah, now you can just go ahead and let that trade. That's fine.
Okay. Yeah.
Just let that trade.
Okay.
Because I think what you're gonna want to do, he's already done his job, so that's fine.
I think one thing that I've noticed from the two-headed giant format, which is why Krim wants these 2 creatures to trade here, is that the win more strategies, things that require just one additional step of stuff to do, are actually the most punishable and end up mattering a lot more. So Cloud, for instance, having this cool ability where it's like, oh yeah, when he hits, if it hit triggers, it's going to trigger twice, is just a little too much to depend on, given the fact that your opponents have all their mana up, and you know that they're playing every single piece of removal that they can.
And at this point, Cloud got the Buster Sword. We know we've got a Galacat army to which it can be equipped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Using it as a tutor that could also attack early, not the worst idea.
This is cool from Krim. His attack was a 0/4, so it did no damage, but he has that 4 mana available to cast the 4 drops in his deck that would draw a card and also buff up the Shantoto. Shantoto doesn't really care if it's actually 4 or more for the power buff. It's plus X plus O. So threatens that. There's no one to really block it. It's a free attack as far as I'm concerned, and he's eking out that value there. Okay, end step Wandering, I believe? Or is this a airship crash?
Artifact enchantment or...
No, this might be a ramp spell, I think.
Oh yeah, Precious Wanderings?
Yeah, I think this is a ramp spell from Reynad to get the 4 mana, which actually feels really bad. You can typically put a 1/1 counter on the creature when you do this. But we usually don't see ramp spells at instant speed, so... Again, they're not under too much pressure, and he can also get a color fixing land as a town, so good job. And it looks like Vane's Treachery has come down now.
Sacking. Oh, no.
Sacrificing the artifact, targeting Shantoto. So Dragoon's Lance, that requires 4 mana, by the way, to equip. So Ellis is probably thinking, you know what?
Yeah,
we're already on the back foot. We're not going to be swinging. I don't need this artifact right now.
Yeah, mostly looking to get, got value out of the trade, right?
Yeah.
Killed the Cloud.
Yeah, I think he played that correctly. He could have, for instance, sacrificed the creature instead of laying a trade with the Cloud, but get rid of the creatures on Billy's board. You're already taking a lot of damage, and next turn you can be taking 6 in the air.
Yeah, Vane's Treachery working extremely well with the job select equipment, giving you, the ability to use what is often going to be essentially a dead equipment laying around because of that very, very high equip card.
Yep, exactly. All right, here comes
Lock
a
Coal.
Lock Coal. All right, 2/3 Death Touch Lifelink. When it deals combat damage, you get to draw a discard. But Lifelink going to be relevant here. It's going to stop any attacks on the ground, basically.
Yeah, with the aggressive start out of Billy and Krim, you want the stemmy the tide a little bit. And LS and Reynad are doing a good job at doing that. Looking at what they had developed early on, you would expect a little more differential or pressure from the bottom.
Okay, Krim here is going to Summoner's Sanctum.
Makes sense.
Tap it down. We see a Sephiroth's Intervention in LS's hand, as well as a Hexproof Indestructible ability. I think he's going to cast here to make sure that that doesn't hit.
The Restoration Magic?
Yeah. This is interesting. This is a very powerful spell, and Ellis is choosing now whether or not he wants to play this or forego playing Sephiroth's Intervention next turn. I think both are very much admissible plays. It's hard to tell what your opponents are going to play, but you for sure know you're probably going to kill one of those Galicats with the Intervention. So now they're thinking, do we save this or not?
Yeah, the fact that this has lifelink, helps a great deal in this sort of race type situation, and the looting ability can, as the game goes longer. That said, if these Galicats get online, they can trade with it, right? So
now Reynad did just point out the Summon Leviathan in his hand.
Yep, I was going to say they're working around that right now, knowing that everything's going to bounce back to hands.
Yeah, which means that he would get the lock back, the Summoner Sanctum would drop off, and so can we now maybe take some more damage and just wait to play that? This is similar to what we did in our game with the 5-mana ultimate board wipe, which is like, we'll just wait to hit this because we know that we're going to get our stuff back, or we're going to be able to reset things.
Especially punishing to a board like Billy's right now with only 3 mana, 4th mana, not finally finding one, because redeploying her board is going to take multiple turns.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, she could just play the Buster Sword here.
Yeah, it's not going to fully use her mana.
Turns on the cats.
Yeah. And taking a removal spell out of Ellis' hand is great here. There is an argument, by the way, for Ellis to not do anything, because next turn they could summon.
Missing that land drop looming large right now. She could equip the Buster Sword
Had
if
she
had
hit
her
one.
land
Yep.
every drop.
And I think in that case, you have to block it, right? Or you have to kill it with Sephiroth's Intervention.
Definitely.
Because it's going to come back.
Equip.
Yeah, which, I mean, it's actually not really, because of the existence of the Sephiroth's Intervention, you're not actually that worried about the equip this turn, right?
Yeah.
It ends up essentially just like, giving you the best possible value for that.
So notably, Billy is the dice are a little misrepresented here. The 3 means 3 power on the Galley Cat, and the 1 means 1 additional power on the Magitech.
Yeah.
So if she was doing it correctly,
Vigilance, vigilance,
yeah,
vigilance.
vigilance. All right, Sephiroth's intervention coming down before she can even finish tapping the vigilant creature and targeting the middle Galley Cats. So they gain 2 life, and they'll only take 6, 7, 8, 9, 6. Sorry, 3, 4, 5, 6 here.
Caught the vigilance.
Oh wait.
Oh.
Okay, no.
Yeah.
We
lost
are killing.
the cat.
Lost the cat.
No.
I'm trying to think about.
Maybe deciding not to
You're
kill.
on 4. You're on 5 mana, going into potentially 6.
Now, Krim does stop this, like a Syncopate. It also will stop them from getting that life, I think, because they're tied together. And the target will be fizzled. Or no, it's not cast at all. But does Krim want to Syncopate the Summon Leviathan instead? Does he even know it's in their deck?
I was gonna ask, does he know?
Yeah,
that
I
they
don't
have it?
think the players have gotten information about. Did you guys get information about your opponent's deck?
No, but we could have gone on archidekt.com/FlyQuest to look it up should we had wanted to, because the deck lists were up by the time we started.
There's a higher chance that LS and Reynad did that.
Definitely true.
Yes.
And notably, when I did stop and talk to Krim and Billy Ray about their decks, they were in the middle of playing a Commander game with someone else's decks. So kind of like the level of sweatiness here is
a little different.
Pretty disparate, yeah.
Oh.
It killed the Magitech.
So Ellis is actually killing the Magitech
Would
with
that
the
be
Sephiroth's
only
intervention.
to turn off the cats?
Yes, the
I
cats
mean,
are now
So
one.
it ends up removing more power overall because it turns off both cats, so both the cats get minus.
That's a very
also,
that's
it's
not
also
a play I would have done.
Well, it's also interesting because if you are planning on playing the Summon Leviathan, it is more expensive to redeploy the cats.
That's true. That's true. Slows her down even more.
All right, so we'll see if they have the 6th land here on Reynad's side. He does not. So he's going to be playing Summon Fenrir, which will tutor up that land for him. And this is a great card to bounce with Summon
Seriously.
Leviathan.
Oh, yeah. Get to do it again.
Yeah, get to do it again. They'll probably be drawing off of the trigger for the highest power creature on the board as well, given what's in Reynad's deck. All right, let's see if Ellis is going to see a tap out here.
Played his 5th land.
You know, if they are on Asian Avenger having a Syncopate, playing a Fenrir out, you don't want to counter this type of spell.
Right.
And then Ellis just hanging back or playing a spell that is not juicy to counter is going to start swinging the favor on their side.
Yeah, unless Krim has some other valuable use of his mana here.
Yeah, he does have an eject, which is, I'd say, probably maybe what he was thinking about saving the creature with. But I'd say if Krim doesn't do anything here, the advantage bar is going to heavily start swinging in Ellis and Reynad's side here. All right, this is the 2-drop fairy. Very juicy target as well if there is a counterspell, because this will attack and surveil 2 on each attack.
End of your turn. I'm going to cast Laughing Mad.
Very
Okay.
powerful comment.
Krim is going to start digging here. He discards Queen Brane, which is a good creature, but not really what the doctor orders here. There's way too many blockers for this on the board.
We'll go to my turn. Or our turn.
Our turn, yeah. Remember, you are playing with 2 people. Shared. Okay, so I can't really see what's in Alice's hand. Most assured, I think there's another Sephiroth's intervention, though, I believe. So if Billy Ray just goes for a artifact, it will negate the damage quite a bit. And that Leviathan next turn, by the way, will enter, I believe, with another 1/1 counter because of the Summon Fenrir. So it'll be a 7/7.
You'd think at this point Krim's feeling like the time to use that Syncopate is in the next 2 turns.
Yeah. And we'll see. I don't even know if he drew a land here, which is interesting.
I don't think that he did.
Okay, so we are equipping. And we're going to see now whether or not LS is going to stop this in combat. She will be able to play something from free from her hand if this thing hits.
Plus draw a card, which, looking at their mana bases right now, letting them gain access to more resources might not be something you want to do.
Yep. So
let's double check what Buster Sword says. Yep, lots of words on this card too.
Yeah, it is a very good one.
Yeah. Typically, you don't like playing equipments. A little different in this case.
Yeah, this is an extraordinarily powerful equipment.
Yeah. So I believe LS also has. Wow, LS's deck, by the way, has a grand total of 7 creatures. and 3 job select.
Oh,
so
wow.
he is in the full
control.
Vane's Treachery, 3 Sephiroth's interventions. Wow.
Threw the fairy in front of the Buster Sword holding Flying Cat so that the combat damage didn't go through and we get no triggers.
Yep. This deck list also says he has 10 lands, which is not correct.
I think if you pull up the stats on Archidekt, it would tell you your chances of having the appropriate number of lands
Yeah, exactly.
with that distribution is not going to be very
Not
high.
gonna work, yeah. But his deck is interesting. There's 2 Restoration Magics in there, by the way. He still has it in hand, and he forgoed playing anything last turn because I believe he is also holding up another Treachery. Or another intervention, sorry. All right, combat time. Oh, they just took it?
No,
they
jump
blocked with the fairy.
The fairy blocked and jumped in front. Okay.
Yep.
That's what I'm going to try.
Okay, so no land drop from Krim, even though he drew 3 cards that turn.
Yeah, they're getting starved on lands down below for sure.
Yeah.
And this is a situation where a card like Syncopate gets tougher and tougher to use effectively.
Yeah.
Because assuming Ellis and Reynad have some idea that that might be a card that Krim is holding, obviously it's a common in the format. You can see that a lot. It can. Unless they're under a ton of pressure, they can just sit back and wait and make their own land drops, which makes the Syncopate worse and worse and puts Krim in a worse position with his mana just being held up each turn, not really doing anything.
So Krim, again, he has 3 Syncopates, by the way, in his deck.
Okay.
So
very much playing the supportive role.
A featured card indeed, yeah.
Very Krim thing to do.
A very Krim thing to do.
I gotta also have it. So
Ellis is going to have responses to whatever's holding the Buster Sword, so I don't think the pressure's there right now to get that Summon Leviathan out there and just throw it away into a possible Syncopate.
Yeah, yeah. Fenrir is going to come in for 3 damage.
So interestingly, that is smaller than the cat.
Yes, it is.
So the cat blocking the Buster Sword, if there were no effects, would win this fight.
All right, I was eating a churro.
Welcome back.
How is
Oh,
this,
they're very good churros, huh?
They are very good. Tell
Yeah.
me how things are shaping up.
Billy Ray and Krim have been trying to put some pressure on here and had a very good start, but Ellis and Reynad have had a good suite of removal that has kept their early game in check, and Billy Ray and Krim are a little bit light on lands, so... Oh, it looks like, okay, going for the block, and there was the combat trick.
A Blitzball shot.
Yep. Fenrir's getting bigger.
Wow, okay. Now, this is a card that took me from 4 to 1 life last game. It looks like Billy's going to have something here. She's going to cast self... Oh, boy. Now, this is going to be really dangerous in her situation. So she's going to cast it on her current...
Trying to kill the Fenrir before the Blitzball shot can resolve on
Yeah, and knowing that Ellis both has a 1 mana protection spell as well as a 4 mana removal spell, I don't think this is going to go well.
It's going to be tough to make this work, yeah.
Yeah, even if Krim has 2 Syncopates here, it's not going to be enough to stop both spells.
Well,
and he only has 1 blue.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it might be eject territory for Krim. I'm not sure what they're going to do. This is rough.
I feel like it's worth it to protect it here because that 3rd chapter of Fenrir, they're also going to get value off of this if they can
Draw
remove the
another card,
Gala
yeah.
Cat that's holding the Buster Sword and let Reynad draw another card next turn.
This feels pretty bad, I think, for Billy and Krim's team. Okay, 2 mana. Are we going to see a
Very
Vane's
risky.
Treachery? Okay, this is kicked once. So he's going to gain life and make it hexproof indestructible.
Excuse me, it's not kicked, it's tiered?
Sorry, it's tiered once to Cura.
With the exact Syncopate mana up, just in case.
What a strong card. Restoration magic.
Yeah, very good. And that's not just one, there's multiple.
So we would take, that was a 5 toughness, so we would take 1. Our little cat.
No, you dealt damage yourself, right? Or does it fizzle?
No, it fizzled, yeah, completely. No, the damage was dealt. It just gave, oh no, it's hexproof, so it fizzles.
Yeah, okay, it does fully fizzle. Because there's 2 targets to the spell, right?
Yes.
So
the target thing does it to another target.
But so it has 2 targets, so it resolves as much as it can. So it will still deal damage to itself.
Oh, yes, it dealt damage to itself, correct.
Yeah, if it was only one target, if it was just like...
Right,
you know,
right. Choose target creature, it deals damage to another target and itself, I believe.
But because it has 2 targets, it does damage to itself, so they take additional trample.
Yeah, wow. That is brutal.
That is brutal, yeah.
Yeah.
That is a big, big swing.
Yeah, I mean, I think you just let that happen in other cases and save your spell for something else, maybe re-equip to the other Gaelic Cat with that 2 mana. Just playing a spell like that is opening yourself up to a ton of very dangerous things happening.
Ninja Blade's a good target for a syncopate here.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see what if Krim has it is the thing.
He has been holding a lot of mana.
Yep.
With 3 syncopates in the deck, I think it's highly likely.
Yeah, or Krim also has the option, by the way, of playing a 4-mana spell here, putting a counter on his blazing guy, and then next turn sacking it.
Oh, it did resolve.
Yeah, so he's going to flashback. Kefka's put the Dreams of Laguna in the graveyard, which also allows him to cast it out of there. So good value here. And then next turn, I think he's just going to kill that Ninja Blades.
If that
Counter
resolves.
on our bomb.
Okay.
Digging for lands, no doubt.
So no matter what, he will get the +1/+1 counter on the Blazing Bomb because it's an on-cast trigger. But he was asking Reynad if the spell itself resolved. Krim's laughing.
Oh,
There's
man.
no lands.
Oh, my
there are no
gosh.
lands.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Yeah.
That is the reaction of a man who cannot draw land.
Yeah. Reynad is playing 4 Stuck in Summoner's Sanctum, by the way, which that could be. He also has 1 Syncopate and a Swallowed by Leviathan. So actually, both Reynad and Ellis are playing a lot of control elements in their deck.
Yep. All right, well, Cat's going pick up the sword. Trying to bat something off the table.
Yeah, go to combat. We're going to see Gaelic Cat.
LS's card flicking intensifies.
Billy also did not hit a land as well.
All right, Gaelic Cat is going to hit, so he's going to draw a card and get to cast something for free.
Yep, so 4 or less card.
Alright, so yeah, I'm going to
Is it cast or put into play?
It's cast.
You cast a spell. Okay. I would 100%.
100% Krim wants to play a certain card.
Caster for free. Randy, you got 3 cards? Yeah. I would play this. My deck.
So I guess Reynad does not have a one of his 4 copies of Stuck in Summoner's Sanctum, because I think that would have stopped that Gaelic Cat from combat.
Yeah, for sure. Want to keep them completely stamped down if I'm LS and Reynad right now.
Yeah.
We tapped out.
Start looking for an opening for that Leviathan and get to work.
Okay. A free cast of Ash.
Here's your other tutor equipment card.
Yep.
Oh, it's an attack trigger.
It's an attack trigger, yeah.
I was unfamiliar with that. I thought it was an ETB as well.
I believe she has 5 more artifacts in the deck that she can currently find with this.
Decent chance to hit one with the attack trigger then.
Yeah, but it does require her to attack. That lock does not attack right now, thank you. Tap. Okay, interestingly, Krim didn't kill the Ninja Blades.
Maybe he does not have a syncopate.
Yeah, maybe. Actually, the Gaelic Cat is not going to allow Summon Fenrir to draw a card, which is kind of cool.
Nope.
Very good.
Got to be
too big.
At least.
Yeah. I believe Krim also is going to focus on probably ejecting the token off of the Ninja Blades here.
Yeah.
So that's a 4-mana spell. I'll put another counter on the Blazing Bomb.
I bet we see LS lead out every turn until we see that Leviathan.
Yeah, I mean,
Try to
Ellis
eat
is
up the
currently
counters.
doing a really good job not playing things that care about some Leviathan. Again, his deck has 7 creatures, I think, so.
I think Krim almost has a full grip too. And
Yeah,
not,
he's got a lot of cards.
hitting a
Not
land
hitting
the
lands,
entire
yeah.
time. Same
You
with
can't
Billy as
cast
well.
those spells.
Yeah.
It's,
Yeah.
But he's done a good job maximizing his mana use so far. But when your opponents are also just chilling with the Summon Leviathan, you're going to have to keep asking at what point is it worth it to actually use it? Now there it is.
There it is.
Okay. So they didn't even go to combat, which I think is interesting because maybe that Ninja Blades attack could have drawn something out from Krim's hand. This is going to be a syncopate, though, I think.
Yeah, he has.
There
Yeah, there it
Syncopate
is.
for
There
2,
it is.
just enough to stop this from happening. Wow.
Huge for them.
Huge. Yeah, again,
Yeah.
Krim just drew, what, 4 additional cards over the last few turns. If he didn't hit it land, that means he's got pure gas.
Makes sense why he didn't use it on the Ninja Blades then.
Yeah, yep. Also, ninjas are, like, cool, you know?
Yeah.
So why
We'll
would
allow
you
it.
counter a sweet ninja hitting the board? I think Krim is just going to block here if he gets the chance. Oh, Phoenix down. Okay.
So no chance.
Interesting card in Ellis's deck. You can either kill a skeleton spirit or zombie, which doesn't really come up.
Or reanimate something, and you said he has like 8 creatures. or something,
He
right?
has 7 creatures in his deck, which makes this card actively not so good. Because I believe if you look at his graveyard, there is nothing in there.
He has yet to play a creature.
Yeah.
He's only played the job select equipment.
So the 2 that we saw as part of his deck highlight, Aerith and Cecil, both are under 3 mana.
True.
And then in his deck, every creature as well is able to be summoned back except for his 1 summon.
How many Veins Treachery is he running?
He has currently 1 Veins Treachery, but 3 Sephiroth's Interventions.
Okay, so sacking the artifact maybe was a side synergy there, but
Maybe,
not really
yeah.
something we're looking for anymore.
Feels like an odd choice.
Yeah.
I will say, though, that of the cards he can reanimate, they're all very powerful.
Yeah.
Sephiroth, Jekt, Heck Dies, which is great to redo
We're
that
seeing
trigger.
a Cloudbound Moogle finding a
Okay.
planes. I do love the land cyclers.
Yes.
Just to, like in almost every instance they've existed in in Magic's history.
They're some of my favorite in Limited,
Yeah.
for sure.
They're great.
Now, this does say to me that Billy has a 2-mana spell in her hand. Otherwise, I would have Cloud Cycled on her turn to get a land drop into play that turn, and then she would be able to play her 6th should she draw it this time.
Yeah, probably some sort of trick.
Did Krim get a land? It is not a land.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
That's one hell of a game, huh?
Magic the Gathering.
What did you do to him, Jimmy?
I don't know. I haunted him in his dreams last night.
We're not playing anything. We're just gonna. The only thing you're gonna do is
Play a land?
Yeah, they should just grab a planes, did she?
Yeah.
There
Yeah,
it is.
yeah.
Okay.
And I think that Gaelic Cat obviously is going to come in.
Yes, I would
But she
hope.
doesn't. Here's the thing: she could swing with her 3/2 and go digging for more artifacts.
Yeah. I mean, worst case it trades, right? It's a.
Yeah, and I don't think it's going to trade. Ellis is probably just going to look for that one opening to get an attack in. Fortunately, he doesn't have crazy high mana value spells to discard with it. I think the highest he has is a 6 in his deck. He's got 1 copy of the card there.
I'm going to force him to show that
Yeah. All right, here we go.
second copy of protection, but not going to
Now he has a free. Now there's a free attack here actually, which is pretty sweet. But no artifact from Billy, so they're losing out on 2 toughness or 2 power. Sorry, on the Gaelic Cat. Here comes Sephiroth's Intervention number 2 of 3 in the deck.
So we won't get combat
Krim
damage
is going to
off the bottom.
straight counterspell.
Wow.
Yep.
Ah,
Okay.
yep,
Counterspell,
yep, yep.
Protect that cat.
Doing a lot with a little over there, Krim.
Yeah, there we go. All right, so that's a lot of damage here.
Yeah.
And there's an attack trigger on the Ash.
It seems to be Krim's role. He's the protector of the Buster
Yeah.
Sword
Yeah,
the
exactly.
Cloud deck.
And the Remember of triggers. Oh, don't
don't pick it
shuffle
up. Don't pick it up. It's
Just
top 5.
top 5.
Yep,
Okay,
okay.
there we go. Wow, both me and Brian are like, don't shuffle it. Don't look through it. All right. I think she has 4 more hits in the deck currently. 4 or 5 more hits. So she'll have like 30 or so cards in there.
She either has choices or has nothing.
Yeah. I think she may have nothing.
Yeah, okay, nothing.
Yeah, nothing.
We whiffed a bit.
Which is, I think, actually statistically more likely to be whiffing
Right.
here.
Oh, yeah.
Which is, I don't actually like Ash that much. And I don't think it's great in this deck either.
I can see having an artifact as powerful as Buster Sword.
Right.
You know,
Just another way
leads
to
you more
to get
into
it.
wanting to play a card like this.
Oh, she does that? No, she pulled a card out.
Oh,
Let's
did
see if she's going to reveal it. There's the sequencing of how this happened. What? Oh, no, it draws a card.
That was
from the
Buster.
Sword.
That was
Okay,
Buster
Sword.
Sword. Yeah.
Okay.
And we still get a free attack here.
Free attack, free
I mean, a
damage,
free
and
cast.
Play,
free
yeah.
cast of another 4-drop. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, Buster Sword. Busting this game wide open.
I
Hey.
knew Buster Sword was
Hey.
busted. This is my first time actually like fully reading.
Yeah. Busted Sword.
Very busted
Which
sword.
is crazy given how much interaction that Ellis and Raynaud have
Yeah.
that it's been able to swing in like this.
Yeah, it's connected twice.
All right, so she's going to play a 4-drop Warrior Sword. Comes in with a hero. It's a 4/3. And that is another big creature on the ground.
Yeah, and Ellis and Raynaud, you know, with that Summon Leviathan having been syncopated, has put them in an awkward spot. And I wonder, I wonder if there was, if Ellis should have used
Protected.
his. Well, because they tapped out for the Summon Leviathan last turn, got syncopated, then allowed Krim to untap and then cast the removal spell.
Right.
So to be fair, the Buster Sword could have been moved if he had passed the turn back. So it is the best opportunity to kill the creature that is wielding it if you don't want to give your opponents an opportunity to move it and get the attack.
Exactly.
Zac is
exactly.
quite nice to have.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. That might be one thing. Another thing is whether or not Ellis should have protected the lock from being tapped down.
Yep.
Because there's now multiple turns where it may have been able to get him for some damage. But he used it later to protect the combat damage or the combat tricks. So these are things, by the way, that they will go home and watch and think about and process, was that the right line? What would have happened if I saved that protection spell a little bit later?
Keeping you up at night.
Yep. Zac Fair, though, notable on Billy Ray's board. This is a creature that she can pay a mana to sack to give another creature indestructible.
Yep.
And if Zac has an equipment on it, it'll move that equipment over to that creature and any counters that are on him as well. So right now there is a corner by Black Mages in LS's deck that's looking pretty bad. So we're going to see what's going to happen here. I believe Krim, by the way, if he gets Kefka, is just going to slam dunk that thing on the board.
Yeah, I think it's time at this point. LS and Reynad have the most confidence this turn that they've had with only 2 untapped red mana on Krim's board.
I believe Ellis has the Summon Anima, which allows him to make a 4/4 that will draw a card and lose him a life. And if he wants to refill his hand, that would be the way to go right now. I'm personally not a fan of Ninja Blades. I still haven't really seen it do anything.
It seems threatening.
It's very hard to
It only makes
contact.
a 2/2
Yeah,
thing, right?
It's very hard to make contact.
Yeah, I like Dragoon's Lance much more than that. But it's the kind of card I think if you don't really haven't played this format a lot, it looks good on the surface.
Oh,
Card
wants some
advantage,
cards, yep.
damage dealt, a lot of good parts to it that seem great.
So you're at 15.
Okay, Ellis did play that Summon Anima, taking up all his mana. He's going to draw a card, lose a life. And one of those cards in his hand is a land. So he has 1 card left. Reynald has 2 cards in his hand. Krim has 1,000.
Yeah, Krim's got a grip that he cannot cast.
He's probably going to have to start discarding soon, I would think.
Yeah, right. If he doesn't get a land, I would scream. I can't really tell what's in Reynald's hand. Let's see if I can maybe see from the art here.
I think he's got a Marlboro among others.
Oh, Marlboro would be very good, but okay. So this is a look at your hand and discard a card. Poison the waters from Reynald.
We're gonna get.
Probably gets to see what Krim's been holding
Krim's
on
been
to
holding
this
up.
whole time.
A giggle
And
has
with
entered.
the giggling, it
It's a
doesn't sound
Kefka,
good.
a Realm Sketching, a 5-mana room spell, a Ice Magic.
They're specifically after an artifact or creature to rip out of his hand.
Yeah, and that I believe is the only actual option. So yeah. Goodbye, Kefka. Instead of making other players discard, he has been discarded.
Krim taking it in stride.
Yeah. So he's going to play with his hand up here.
Might as well.
Yeah. And it looks like Reynald's going to cast something out of the graveyard. I'm not sure how he's doing this. Oh, fights on. All right. Oh, very good. Okay.
Recasting it.
So he's getting a lot of value back here, but they have nothing going on.
So we have Fenrir in hand, we know about you.
And a Marlboro as well from Reynald currently. So
it's really digging for an answer to the flyer right now.
Yeah.
That's their tough part.
Yeah,
the thing
the
about
value being generated by the Buster Sword hitting is really put Krim and Billy Ray in a fantastic position.
Yeah.
It's going to be very hard to deal with the cat with Zac on the board still.
That Pixie's probably going to be chump blocking this turn.
For
though,
sure. I think that's the best plan they've got right now is play a chumper and
Unless
hope for
it
top of
gets
deck.
killed.
Lightning bolt.
A lightning bolt.
The vestige is thrumming.
Wow,
ladies
there's
and
the land from
gentlemen.
Krim. The game is afoot. Kefka, cast Kefka, Krim.
Yeah, and well, it's gone.
Kefka's gone.
Oh! Is that a Dion that Billy has in her hand?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
telling you, Billy's deck
oh,
is
Billy's deck is
no.
It's stacked.
You know, notably, the Marlboro from Reynald looks much worse now that Krim has revealed a Realms Sketching, which allows him to copy a creature.
Well, and you're not getting any sort of, it's just rough right now.
He can also Ice Magic something, kill something with 5 mana. He is in a really good spot here. He could even eject the Summon Anima, knowing that LS...
I'm just, the only thing I'm going to do...
Okay, he's going to 5 mana kill it, I believe.
I'm just going to go ahead and just try to...
Make an attempt to try to take out Anima.
So I'm going to just spend 5 mana to deal 6 damage to this.
All right, so instant speed, the right choice here.
Opening the gate here.
Yep.
Man, this
and
is the whole
whole
can
crew's coming
rumble
in.
Send them on.
Wow.
That's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage.
They're at 15.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That puts
God.
LS and Reynad down to
Can we get that
3
lightning
life.
bolt? Can we get that
3
lightning bolt
life.
back?
Yeah. One more time.
Yeah, one more time.
Yeah, heck
And,
yeah.
and the free cast.
The free cast
The
and
draw and free cast.
and Ash, yeah. Notably, she also has a Barrett Wallace in her hand.
So
And Barrett, if that attacks, deals damage that cannot be stopped.
Equal to the number
Equal to
of
the number of
equipments,
equipped
yeah.
creatures you have, yeah. Wow, Alice and Reynard are up against the wall here.
Zach's such a great card. You're able to attack with it here and stay back with the indestructibility.
Yeah, Zach being that extra little bit on top. She is getting nothing there. I think it was like 4 lands and 1
Oh my
creature.
gosh, is the game almost over?
The game is almost over.
Yep.
Yeah.
They're swinging for 12 currently.
One cat has gone the distance. I think she
Seriously.
wants to cast the Barrett here for
Down to
free,
3?
or Dion, or both.
Gala Cat holding the
I would
Buster
imagine
Sword.
that you'll
As is
cast
lore
the forecast for free. You definitely want to hold up mana for Zach, just to
Yeah,
make sure.
yeah,
that
yeah,
if
yeah.
there is some
For
sort
sure.
of board. Oh, she didn't actually cast anything.
No. There's no way.
You have a free cast. You have a free cast from the cat.
The Barrett is like.
Maybe they have a lightning bolt.
Oh, it's game over.
There
That's
it is.
it.
Wow.
There it is.
Okay.
Wow. Oh
Yeah.
my goodness. Well played.
Yeah.
The 2 3-0 player decks from yesterday have both lost
Yeah.
their first round, which means that day 1 meant nothing.
Oh, thank God.
The team with the most deck
God.
confidence going into that took it down
Yeah.
pretty decidedly. And the
Yeah.
team with no confidence, that I think was an accurate way to feel.
Yeah. And I think there's a really interesting dynamic here, because I think the more you play Two-Headed Giant, the more you think, we got to control things, get rid of things, and deal with things on the board. And Krim and Billy said, no, we were going to go on the offensive.
Right.
Yeah.
And we're going to make it so that when they just can't deal with things fast enough.
It's a true representation of what you've been talking about
sure.
with aggro and babysitter.
And I mean, I do think we have to just point to how game defining the Buster Sword.
Sure.
Yes.
Right.
What a mythic.
And
2 free spells cast off it. Could have been another one that
multiple
last
card
turn.
draws,
Yeah.
a ton of extra damage, right? And it meant that as we discussed, like a ton of removal spells, you have to kill every single thing, right?
Yeah.
We were talking about LS could have main faced his removal spell, so Krim couldn't counterspell. That just gets moved to the other creature.
Yeah.
That creature just has higher power, and you're potentially casting a bigger spell for free.
Yeah, and they were choked on mana the whole time.
Yep.
But
Yeah.
the Buster Sword giving them extra mana,
Yeah.
and Krim doing a great job
Who
managing
needs
his
lands?
mana.
Yeah, come
Who
on here, come on
needs
here.
lands? Krim, the Asian Avenger. Come on down, Billy. You can take my seat.
God, those lands are a really cool resource system.
Yeah.
Let's talk about those lands.
Yeah, well, fortunately, when you have a Buster Sword letting you play things for free, you don't really need quite as many lands, huh, Billy?
I would say that was a pretty busted start.
Yeah.
Somebody said that,
We
right?
definitely refer to that as the busted sword on multiple occasions.
But wow,
I mean-
Billy, thank you for carrying my corpse across the finish line with you. I really appreciate.
I listened to
Thanks for
everything.
letting me play with
you. Were
you.
like, don't do that. I was like, bet. Okay.
Whatever
We'll
you
do it.
say.
Yeah. Yes. Oh my God, that was so scary too, because we were like keeping your mana open on purpose to like
Yeah.
counter anything they would put, but then I don't think they had the counters or the destruction spells to. We didn't even really need it. Honestly.
Yeah, because I pretty much made it so that I was highly interactive. I played 3 syncopates. We literally opened counterspell, so there was just nothing but interaction on my end. So we kind of came in with this game plan that, like, Billy, you're in the driver's seat. I'm just going to come along for the ride. And I truly did that with 4 mana. And,
Well, we were talking about how much trouble it seemed like you could have been in because you were stalled on land. And let me tell you how bad Syncopate gets as the game goes on
Seriously.
when you don't have the
Yep,
mana
yep,
and they're just hitting land drop after land drop. But the fact that you managed to stop specifically the Summon Leviathan felt like a huge turning point in that game.
Yep.
exiling it off Syncopate, very relevant, overlooked more often than not. That Syncopate was something that I think Reynad, in those colors, too, could reoccur. And that is just truly terrifying. So let me tell you, I was very happy to Syncopate. And because it's one of the things I could Syncopate.
When Cloud died, oh my God, my heart, I went, okay, it's going to be okay.
You're the one who lives. Aerith was the one who... Oh, spoiler.
This is the timeline where Zach lives.
Yeah, apparently.
And this is what happens when Zach
The roles
lives,
were
everyone.
reversed. Yeah.
Cloud's job was to go and get that sword and hand it to a
Give it to
flying
Zach.
cat.
He just gave the sword to an animal.
Yeah,
You
right.
know what? It's so ironic. I love my cats. I have a cat Instagram account. So to win with a cat,
Holding a sword?
yeah,
Yes.
yeah, sword.
Now you need to get fan art of your cat with a Buster Sword.
Yes.
Who out there is making this, okay? Okay, any volunteers in the chat? Come on.
Like, I also just want to like shout out like how sick your your deck is so good, Billy.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
we had a point where there was Dion in hand,
Yeah,
and we just didn't play it.
We saw it get picked up. We're like, is that a Dion in the hand?
Call now.
keep
There's
on going.
more.
The deck is nasty. It's nasty.
Yeah, it sure looks that way.
Full of surprises.
we have the muscle and the protector of the muscle.
Yeah.
Right. Yes.
Protector. Thank you. I'm glad you all gave me Protector. That's really a good title.
Syncopate was clutch. Clutch syncopate.
Yeah. Krim played one spell. It was so sick though. His Syncopate though, that one thing he did, crazy.
Poor Kefka getting discarded instead of making people discard.
Thank you. Okay, the worst part is Reynad had the biggest Thanos moment, and he was just like, I don't even know who you are. Like, because I was like, you know Kefka's on that card? You discarded my Kefka to the Kefka spell. Why? And then so that was so sick though. It was a really fun matchup to play because I think Billy and I are very, very bubbly and chaotic, and they're very stoic.
Oh yeah.
Two totally different vibes.
We were exactly talking about that. How it was the clash of the vibes, right? They were super serious, like all weekend, right? Like they were like between rounds yesterday, going back into the room, rebuilding their decks.
Yeah.
And I was saying how I went to go talk to you about your decks before the round while you were playing someone else's commander decks, like right before your round.
I was playing Voxy's actually.
There was layers in that because I was playing like Dom's Gonti deck, which means I'm also playing other people's decks. So I'm playing somebody else's deck while he's playing somebody else's deck.
Wow.
So there's layers.
You're playing a Gonti deck though. You're right at home.
Oh yeah, I mean
right at
like
home.
I'm Commander at home. Actually, I played it on Commander
on
at
our
home.
show.
You obliterated me in 30 seconds, but let me tell you, boy, if you didn't do nothing for 13 turns,
that wasn't me. That was Kyle. Kyle was the one who beat you.
You know what? The beating was so fast.
I understood how you could mistake one of us for the other.
It was either Kyle, Uther, or Brian. It was one of the three. So
for sure.
It was wish.com, Brian.
If I say that it was part of my game plan to act all flustered to get them to, would you guys believe me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, that was my game plan. Yeah,
absolutely.
It was on purpose.
There you go. Well, so you will be, you guys will be facing off against Broden and Talia in the finals.
Yeah.
Rematch.
So did you guys get a chance to watch any of their previous matches? As we see in the bracket here, the finals matchup is set. Did you get a chance to watch any of their match? Do you have thoughts on that?
No, we didn't get to see it. We were kind of just going over our game plan.
Okay.
And we were so worried. It's like the sports cliche. We're gonna just one game at a time. It really before we worry about the finals, let's get there.
Okay.
So
you're here. You're here now.
Yeah.
And speaking of making it to the finals, if you do win the finals, you do win the charity donation. So do you want to talk a little bit about what charity that you chose to support with your efforts here today?
Yeah, of course. So we chose the Tourette's Association of America. I am a content creator with Tourette's, so it was just it made sense. Let's give it back home.
There you go. That's awesome.
That's what we're doing. Yeah. So we'll see. I think personally, big breakthroughs with the $5,000 that we're gonna win.
Yeah. When we win it, we'll see you back here.
That's right.
By the looks of your decks, it seems like you got a pretty good shot.
Oh yeah.
We know that Talia has like a comical amount of removal. And Brian, what is the one thing creature like sword decks need? A creature to play with.
They do, but you did very well. I mean, the decks you just faced had a ton of removal.
Certainly
and
did.
you managed to keep that cat sorted up the whole time.
Flying vigilant cat. That's all you need.
Sword crazy.
I think Jimmy was saying there was only 7 creatures, I think, in LS's deck, and it was like all just straight removal other than that. So, I mean, to protect the muscle.
Yeah.
That was exactly, I think, what I was talking to Billy while we were kind of shooting the game plan. Is like, I think LS is only removal.
Yeah. And if Kefka had come to pass, then it would have been no cards in hand, and also playing those removals, playing those counterspells. So,
yeah,
absolutely. Well, any overall highlights from the weekend? Now that we're kind of getting down to the end of it, that you've been happy to be here for.
Honestly, it's either me killing Voxy's VVs twice because I do love a good trash talk between Voxy and I.
Catching stray on the couch, all right?
Honestly,
all day, all weekend I've caught strays.
It's true, actually.
I know.
We filmed something, and I hyped Voxy. I was like, I think either Ellis and Raynad or Voxy's going to win this whole thing. And then I go to dinner. We hang out at the end of day one, and Voxy, I owe 3. I'm like, what? No.
Crazy monetarily, I did very well.
Oh yeah.
But
You already
yes, card game wise, I got absolutely obliterated.
Yeah. 03 represent.
Yeah.
I mean, if not that, I got to shout out Jimmy and Atriox's deck from yesterday. I love a good Cryptic Command.
Oh, yeah.
Kefka's Tower.
The Cryptic Command plus Odin win was.
That's the closest we've gotten to the Splinter Twin of all the Splinter Twin memes.
For the record, we also had Cryptic Command and the Odin in mine and Ames' deck as well, so we just couldn't quite do the Jimmy Wong.
When I heard that Jimmy had 2 Deons.
Yeah. That was a highlight in its own. Jimmy's deck from yesterday was a blue-white player's Met Dream.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
All right. Well, very cool. So congrats so much to the both of you, and I imagine we'll be getting ready to go to the finals fairly soon.
All right.
An interview queued up, and then we'll break, and then we'll be right back. We're going to give you a little bit of time to prepare before your next match. But yeah, here we go.
We're going to go practice our top
Commander?
Yeah. Okay, now
I'll play your deck again.
Oh, good. Yeah.
Like Final Fantasy take longer to come out versus like the in-universe IP stuff that Wizards normally does?
So Universe Beyond has a way longer timeline on it because we need to work with a partner to make sure that it's true to what they want, right? So with Square Enix, we went over there like 5 total times or so to like play test with them, show them the cards, go back and forth on things. All the art, all the flavor text, all that gets reviewed by Square. They send feedback, we come back, we make revisions. So it just takes extra time because we want to do right by them, right? It's critical to us that it's a real Final Fantasy experience, and having them weigh in is critical.
Yeah.
When it comes to game design, we get the final say on game design. They can't tell us what to do in terms of game design, but me as a lead designer, I'm like, no one knows Final Fantasy better than these guys, right? And so I always was like, send me your feedback. And they would, to their credit, they got involved. Like they would send over pages and pages and pages of card feedback, and some of it I took and some of it I didn't, right? They're not Magic designers, but getting their feedback was amazing, and I'm so happy they were involved.
Can you remember any particular feedback that you got? Because I think it'd be really interesting to hear from folks, like, what does a person who works on a JRPG product think of in terms of like identifying like maybe a cool idea for a card or like feedback on a card that you see like in a physical card game like this?
Well, I remember, so the card that probably changed the most throughout the whole development cycle was Sephiroth. We knew we had to get Sephiroth right. Like it's Sephiroth. It's like one of the biggest villains, maybe the biggest villain in gaming history. We had to get it correct. And so we went over there for a play test, and one of them opened up Sephiroth, and this is an older version, way different than what it does now.
Yeah.
And they were like, look, I see what you're trying to do here. It's not awesome enough. Like the front side was still like the blood artist thing where you drain them, but the back side was this totally different thing. And so we got back, and when I got home, we're like, we got to fix Sephiroth. And we came up with the emblem thing, which is like very novel, right? You don't see that on creatures very often. Another story that I love, this is a pretty good one. So we do this playtest in Japan. It's the last playtest we run there. And we play it, and they're over the moon. They love what's happening. We love what's happening. It's great. We go out to dinner, and at dinner, we're like, tell us what you think. And he's like, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. But there's one thing that's still sticking with me. Job select isn't quite right. It's not quite right yet. And at this time, it didn't confer the creature type to the creature. It just gave stats. And so that night, we get back from dinner, and me and Dylan, who's the lead creative on the set, and Zakil, we're in this hotel called the New Otani Hotel, and it's 11 p.m., and I'm like, guys, let's crack it right now. We got to solve it right now.
Yeah.
And so we go to the lobby, and for the next 2.5 hours, we sit in the lobby of this hotel and just riff on how we can make job select work. And Square's feedback is basically, it doesn't feel enough different. It doesn't feel Final Fantasy enough. It's like, we've seen Living Weapon, we've seen For Mirrodin, like, what is a different take on that? And after a lot of iterating and talking, we're like, what if it just confers the creature type of the creature? It's going to add a lot of words. It doesn't really do a ton in the set, but the flavor is perfect. And we called ourselves Team Midnight New Otani, because we came up with this idea at midnight. And the next morning I woke up, I sent it back to the US office, and everyone's like, that's really cool. And so I actually came back from that trip, and I went back in the set. There's a few little type nods in the set, like Minwu cares about clerics. Circle of Power gives all your wizards +1/+0. And I just put a few of those in as little touches, so sometimes the type does matter, but a lot of the time it's all flavor. But that's an example of a thing where they're like, hey, it's really close, it's not quite there, and we were able to dial it in just the last little bit we needed, right? That attention to detail.
And that's so funny to me because it feels so intuitive. Like when I read these cards that, or the job select cards, I'm like, oh yeah, of course that makes sense. So you're now, the hero is getting this job. And so it's interesting that some of these things that when you read the card, oh, it feels so intuitive, but behind the scenes, it's like a lot of iteration and conversation to come to that. So.
Yeah, it's sort of like, so one thing that we're really allergic to in game design, like I'm sure you've noticed, there's been a lot of words on cards in the past several years,
yes.
right? I'm sure many of you have noticed this.
Yes.
We're really trying to pull back on that and take words off of cards. Right?
Yes.
We want to leave room for flavor text, we want to leave all kinds of stuff. And so my instinct as a game designer is like, if you don't need it, chop it, right?
Sure.
Get it out of here. And the creature type is actually something I had an inkling of in a different version much earlier, but I was like, it's just not going to be worth like 16 words or whatever on all these cards for nothing, right? It does nothing. Why would we do this? But what I learned through the process, and a big takeaway for me is, it doesn't do nothing. It makes it feel like it's in the world, and that is worth it, right? Those 16 words, it might as well be flavor text.
Right.
But that is some good flavor text, and it really, I think, brings the whole mechanic together.
That is cool. We were talking a little bit before this, and you were saying that some of the Final Fantasy folks actually play Magic.
Yeah.
And so I don't know if you can speak a little bit more to that, but that seems pretty cool that I know many of the folks on your team are big Final Fantasy fans, but it's cool to hear that so many of them also play your game as well.
Yeah, on my first, so we have a Tuesday night call every Tuesday with because late at night, kind of the time zones line up. And the first one I was on, they're like, I went to 4 pre-releases last weekend, and yeah, they're serious. When we would go over, we would have our meetings all day, and then after hours, time for Commander. We bring out our decks. In fact, one time, it was actually that time with the job stuff I mentioned you. We did the whole play test. It was like great. And then we had to go do some other meetings, like work out some details. And they're like, yeah, can we speed these meetings up? We want to play the decks more, right? So like they're really into Magic and really love the game. And so that passion on their side, combined with our passion of Final Fantasy on our side, was really great. And we got to teach the folks over there to play, and it's some really heartfelt moments. A moment that was really meaningful to me is, so Final Fantasy IX is my favorite Final Fantasy. And I was talking with someone who was at Square, and I was like, oh, what did you work on? Like, what are some of the first things you worked on? He's like, well, actually, Final Fantasy IX is one of the first games I ever worked on, and I was a huge piece of it. And I'm like, oh my gosh, it was my favorite game. And I was like, who's your favorite character? And he's like, well, my favorite character is actually Queen Braun, but like no one ever does anything with her, right? She's like this side villain, and like no one ever does anything. And I was like, hold on a second. And I like grabbed the deck I had and was like, flip, 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 flip. You mean this Queen Braun? And like had her art in and everything. And he was overjoyed,
That's
right?
awesome.
He was like, this is the character represented here. And the set lets us go a little deeper and pull some of that stuff. And it was cool that I got to make someone who made my childhood happy in return, right?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Duel Land by FlyQuest, presented by Archidekt. I am Brian Kibler, joined by Joey Schultz and Travis Gafford, and we just saw our second semifinals conclude with an epic win by Krim and Billy Ray over. My brain is melting. LS and Rainhead, yes. But they will be going on to the finals to face Talia and Broden, and I don't think this is the finals that anyone probably anticipated coming into this.
I definitely did not. And I say that with all respect to our competitors, but Ellis and Rainhead were definitely the villains of the event. And for those that saw our matchup earlier, where we did the video with all their battles all the way here, and so the fact that they went out in the semis, quite the upset. So
yeah, I was just in the back room back there, and Talia and Broden were both watching the game. They're like, oh, if it's Reyna, he's got so much removal. There's so much. I don't know how we're going to be able. They were strategizing, and so to see it like come around, like no, actually they were defeated. I think it was sort of a sigh of relief from Talia and Broden, but then also oh shoot, now we have to gear up for. We've been preparing for the past half hour.
Yeah. I did see. Yeah, we were talking about how yesterday Ellis and Rainhead were the only ones that were like studying their opponents, looking at the deck text. But today I saw. Yeah, Talia came over to me and she was like, "Hey, what's that URL again?" Archidekt.com/FlyQuest. And we were able to pull up, and she was looking at the decks. And again, looking mostly at Ellis and Rainhead. So we'll see if they have time. But speaking of Archidekt, Joey, we were talking a ton about Black Waltz number 3.
Yes.
You said you had a commander deck that you were building around this. I thought maybe you could talk to us a little bit about it.
Yeah, well, so we wanted to use this another opportunity to show off a really cool feature of Archidekt. Since it's putting on the event, we want to show off another cool thing that it can do. We kind of hinted at it yesterday, but you're right. We were talking about this. Black Waltz is a character that I feel myself like I enjoy it just so dang much because Final Fantasy IX was my game. So I've been building around that myself, and I put one together here, and I thought, hey, this could actually be kind of a neat opportunity to show off a cool way that EDHREC and Archidekt have linked up together. Just pulling the deck up here, but I've also got a page open for EDHREC. And as we were talking about yesterday, if I'm scrolling through a site like EDHREC, this also works if you're on Scryfall as well. If I see a card that I'm like, oh, these are pretty interesting, and you know what, maybe I've decided that actually my deck could stand to use, let's say, a Faithless Looting in this list. I've just thrown together a budget burn deck here. Archidekt is really cool in that you can actually like click and drag from one of those sites directly into your deck list right there.
That's great. And it's not just deck list. You can want to put it in the maybe board. I saw like that's pretty neat.
Absolutely. Yeah. It will give you the option. I can put it into maybe board, into sideboard, or automatically sort it just by type, whatever. So you can actually just literally go from one.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah. It saves you so much time. From
the number of times that I will have, honestly, EDHREC and Scryfall open at the same time.
Yes.
And I'm like, but now I have to type it into the other one. That's super cool.
Yeah, literally just all right, cool. And now we'll add in. And if you decide you don't like it, there's also this handy undo button where you can just like, never mind. Action undone.
I dragged over the wrong one. Oops.
Yes, precisely that. Yeah. But there's one other thing that I kind of want to point out here. You may notice that I was just adding cards to this deck, despite the fact that this is my deck. Like, this is the deck that belongs to my profile up here, Joey EDH Rec. But you're logged in on the FlyQuest account.
Yes, yeah.
So how the heck was FlyQuest able to add cards to my deck? What's that about?
Oh, yes.
Last night I added you guys as a collaborator
on
this deck. So that is another cool feature of Archidekt as well, is that if you and a buddy want to go in on a deck with each other and just brainstorm ideas, put stuff into a maybe board together, you can both collaborate in that way.
That's cool.
So
Yeah,
you can
I
give-
had. Go ahead.
No, yeah, just that you can give collaboration abilities to another person if you would like to.
I had an Dragon deck that failed. I did not. I could not get
Brian-
my head around.
Brian
it.
is like,
This
can't
is
relate.
my- this
Don't
is-
understand.
And that's my point. Is maybe I need to resurrect the Dragon deck and just send the deck list over to Brian. Be like, Brian, I'll buy you coffee.
I can just link you to mine instead.
I really like it if it was mine. It's still on just copy yours.
I don't drink coffee, man.
Yeah, no. So it's just a very handy ability.
I was trying to find an example of the tool, Brian. Just trying to, literally just trying to.
Now you just feel like an example of a tool.
Lead it, yeah, exactly.
Hey.
Dang. So yeah, that's another feature, and you can give those abilities to collaborate on a deck list to someone else if you would so like. They are able to add and remove cards. They can't do wholesale things like completely delete your deck or anything like
Yeah.
that. Although maybe don't put anyone with collaboration privileges onto your deck if you think that they might be the type of person to delete your deck in the first
Well, I'm sure
place.
you can also see what people have done, and see
And it
what cards-
absolutely it notifies you. It tracks that kind of stuff for you, and again, you've got that undo button and things like that. So
That's awesome.
Is it very
Is,
useful?
is there a remove all input from this person button? If I was like, yeah, no, Travis, I don't care about your thoughts on Dragon. Get out of here.
No one else is going to be able to collaborate on your deck unless you give them the ability.
But what if you did, and then you're just like, oh,
You can remove them
anytime.
anytime.
Ruined it.
No, you remove them anytime that you desire.
Does removing them remove what they did?
You've got that undo. You're right there. I feel like Brian's just got it out for you, Travis.
Yeah,
right now. He's really dubious. You said
I
that.
don't want Travis's input.
We've made it to the finals, and Brian is ready to be done working with me. I think is what I realized.
And there's one last thing that I'd like to show off here. I'm going to undo that other card that we added. But the one other thing that I've mentioned, we've talked a couple of times on these segments about how much more useful it could be to sort by something other than just plain old card type. Like as we were looking through some of these, boots have nothing to do with pieces of ramp. Like I've got a whole bunch of mana rocks in here, but I also have a Black Mage's Rod in this deck. And those all have the commonality of being artifacts, but they don't have much to do with each other necessarily. And there are ways that you can sort in a completely different method instead. And this is a format that I prefer to format my deck as. I would rather have it sorted by, here are all of my card advantage spells, here are all my lands. These are the different versions that I have of mana acceleration.
Are these
ways of
these
dealing more
custom
damage.
categories or are these default categories?
They are custom categories.
Okay.
There are default categories if you would like to do them. I like to give mine sillier names, like more damage.
I was going to say, if Staying Alive was
Staying
the
Alive,
default
absolutely,
category,
yeah.
I'm like, what gets auto-sorted into Staying Alive?
No, that's absolutely me giving, doing silly stuff like putting lifelink counters onto the Black Vault so that when it does damage to each of my opponents in Commander, I'm able to gain life off all of that, or keep it alive, or goad stuff so that people aren't attacking me, they're dealing damage to each other, stuff like that. But I've put it all into a category, and you can change those, move them around as you would like.
I've really started enjoying using categories when I build my commander decks because it's so nice for future upgrades where you're like, okay, I really want to fit this card in, but what am I going to take out? Getting into those categories and being like, okay, well, I really can't take something out of my ramp package, or I can't really take this. So, like, I think for categories, I just love that type of stuff. So this is great.
There's also even this categories multiple if you would like to put a card into 2 different categories at the same time.
Oh, cool, yeah,
Like,
yeah.
here's something that can fulfill the function of, let's say, your
Card
protection.
draw and ramp.
Card
Yeah.
draw, yeah. If you have a card that can do that, it will appear as like a little ghost card.
Yeah.
In another one of those if you would like.
That's awesome.
But just different ways of sorting out. You can have your deck sorted by mana value, by color, things like that. But then also just you can switch back anytime. So that's just another way of, I find that sometimes if you jostle around in your head the way that it's presented, that can unlock a new idea sometimes. And so all of these little ways can help it out. And again, if you need to add cards into it, literally just dragging and dropping from either Scryfall or EDH Rec saves you so much time. So I just wanted to demonstrate that real quick while we were here.
Thank you so much for the demonstration. Again, everybody can go check out archidekt.com/FlyQuest. Doing so helps us support the broadcast, and it's been awesome to see all the deck lists going over there for our event. And yeah, it's just been great to have Archidekt here as a partner of Duel Land. So thank you so much to Archidekt. All right, speaking of awesome people who helped us put on the event, before we get into the finals, I do want to give one final shout out again to Laughing Dragon, who have been great as tournament organizers. David from Laughing Dragon is literally right behind us. He's afraid to ever be on camera, so he will not be joining us on the couch, but we're always trying to get him to show up, and he never will. But regardless, his events are fantastic. Brian and I love going to those. Brian, what's some of your favorite moments from the Laughing Dragon events you've been to?
I think it was Laughing Dragon event in Portland, where there was a literal small child who came up and was really, really excited to play Commander with Olivia and I, and then I gave her a tutorial on shuffling.
Oh, that's awesome. Oh, I think I remember that. Yeah,
we posted a video of it, and,
Yes.
and then she sent us like a thank you note because we gave her she was playing a Thalia in the Gitrog deck, and we gave her a playmat signed by the artist. and a
Oh,
few other
that's
cool
so
things.
sweet. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of really great moments. I love going to MagicCons, but there's something really, really cool about these Laughing Dragon events. And I know they've got one up in Phoenix and then one in Tacoma later we were just looking at. And I think they have a little bit more of a nice community feel to them. It's so much easier, I think, to navigate sometimes, whereas like you go to the bigger events and it can be overwhelming. And
For sure.
So it's really neat. Artists, I think, are one of my favorite things. You go to the Laughing Dragon events, you do not need to queue for 2 hours to get something signed like you do at MagicCon. So, yeah.
That's a good point. I'm looking forward to that one in October. I will be there.
Oh, awesome.
Hey.
Yeah, looking forward to it as well.
Ooh, we're getting some hands.
Yeah, our players are sitting at the table. I believe we should be able to get one last look at the deck lists. Not really the deck list, but the key cards in their decks for each of these teams as we get into them.
Yeah, we still haven't seen that Cactuar come out.
Yeah, I know.
All weekend we've been talking about the Cactuar.
Dream
but
is here.
It does still have the Cactuar plus Blitzball shot to get in for 10,000 trample damage. And Broden with the Cecil and the Black Wolves #3, not just for Commander.
Yes,
exactly. No,
also excellent in two-headed chess.
Yeah. I want to see my guy do some damage. I want to see it.
He does
Seemingly
a lot of it.
good when you
A
have 4
lot of
people
it.
sitting at a table, I think is the takeaway for that card. So, again, that deck list over at archidekt.com/FlyQuest if you want to see the rest of the cards in both of these decks. But looking at our other team here, as we pull them up, we also have Krim with the Asian Avenger and Billy Ray. Yeah, have you seen this yet, Joey? The
I had
Cloud
not.
and Buster Sword?
Yeah.
I'm so excited. And knowing that there's a Sephiroth in the other folks' deck, we are literally down to Sephiroth versus Cloud
we are.
in
We
this
are.
final
Cloud
match.
versus Cloud.
We are.
That's
It is
awesome.
iconic.
I can't implore you enough. Hit that QR code and go look at Billy Ray's deck list. That list is insane. It looks like a singleton standard constructed deck.
Yeah, that's awesome. I know I walked away in the beginning of last game, but I know Cloud came down. I missed what happened with the Buster Sword.
So Cloud never got to pick up the Buster Sword, but a cat did.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
A flying cat.
A flying cat carried the sword to victory in the last game.
That's
so.
the alternative version of Final Fantasy, I
Yes.
think. Yeah.
But we were saying, like, Zach was actually on the board alive
Yeah.
with the Buster Sword being held by a cat. It was like, this is not exactly canon, but it'll do.
It is so cool, like, to do this event for Final Fantasy because we have like a Kefka deck and a Cloud deck as our 2HG, one of the most iconic villains in Final Fantasy, and I think definitely the most iconic hero.
hero. Oh, yeah.
Sure.
So
Also, I was talking with Krim before this match as well, and seeing him on Kefka is so perfectly Krim.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
he's
for
on
sure.
very little sleep, a little bit jet lagged, so it's nice to see he's going to his comfort place,
Yeah.
which is counter spells.
Yeah.
Not my comfort zone, but certainly his.
yeah.
Krim already cosplaying as a black mage. He's ready to roll.
We had that out earlier for the
Yeah, that was the Monarch
Commander
for the Commander Show match.
Yeah. But I'm glad he's picked it up and is assuming the role for this event as well. Well, I think they are probably working on getting mulligans going, but we should be
I
able
think
to
all
get
the players
game.
are currently on their phones.
We're checking deck lists.
Yeah.
Oh, whoa, whoa.
They heard us. They heard us.
All right.
Oh, no.
I'm a little worried
Getting
about
a little defensive over here.
a little worried about the. We need to make sure they can't hear us for the match. Could remove all audio components from the table. That would be great.
Kids, she said.
Tio said, post the finals, and we're like, let's get it going. Come on.
We're just really excited to see the clash go down.
I will say, I talked to the production about this. We are going to be doing more listen-ins on this match in particular because I think we might get some extra trash talk, some extra heat from all these players. And
They're also pretty chatty.
Yes, yes, yeah.
Really? Krim? That's wild.
He's usually so reserved.
Yeah. I am just a little disappointed that Krim changed his hair recently, because then we could have had the blue hair versus blue hair battle across from each other on the table. So, but his represented in the 8-bit version of himself that we have scrolling across the bottom. So
those spreads are so damn.
Yeah,
cool. I've never gotten over
awesome.
them once this whole week.
Shout out to FlyQuest. They have an awesome artist on staff who was able to build those for us, and it was very fun for me. I had to build the profiles, the little sort of dossiers on each person to try to figure out who should be what. I was looking at your Renaissance Fair pictures for Olivia's. I was like, okay, what is she? That's a very easy inspiration for a Final Fantasy character. So. And Talia is definitely, as she scrolls across the bottom, the most...
Foxy
and
Talia. Foxy and Talia. Foxy and Talia. The multicolored hair people are the easiest to pick out.
So I was saying, I got to dye my hair green before the next one. Pick my sprite out of the line.
Yeah. For those that haven't recognized, Joel's is right behind Krim's on the bottom. And that's... I like that yours has sort of the magic book, because we use that from the key art that you have for your channel. So. Yeah, it's kind of cool.
Me as a planeswalker existed. We just adapt that.
Yeah, Rachel Weeks, unfortunately, too sick to make it to the event this weekend. I hope she feels better. But her chibi is along the bottom.
Shout out Rachel.
Yeah, exactly. So
Rachel with the Buster Sword, notably.
Yeah. Well, Rachel is a bard in this one specifically.
I was looking at the wrong person. Ignore me.
Yeah. Well, either way, we should be getting into this match here in just a little bit. I think they are just letting their audiences know, hey, I'm in the finals.
Yeah.
Come tune in.
Come check it out.
Cheer me on.
Money for charity on the line.
Yeah.
2 charities here. Billy was just telling us about.
The Tourette's Association of America, I believe. Yeah.
Talia.
Village Enterprise.
Village
I believe.
Enterprise.
Yes. Yeah. I believe I've got both of those correct. So
represented here in the finals.
And that's what's at stake here. I mean, there's a little bit of cash bump if you make it to the first place one, but I think the bigger thing that is in the hearts of all these players is the chance for them to get $5,000 to the charity of their choice. So this
it's a
is
nice
really
chunk
cool.
of change, and yeah, for sure, they'll be able to buy themselves a nice dinner tonight.
Yeah,
if they win
with the extra cash, yes.
Yeah.
From the
not with the $5,000.
They will not. No, that will be going to charity. Just to be clear,
we just trust them to give it to the charity. We give them the $5,000.
If you see either team spending $5,000 on a nice dinner tonight, please let us know.
Yeah, just text Travis.
We'd like to get an alert going on that. So,
Krim was talking about how he was buying drinks for the whole bar, but his limit was $5,000.
Yeah.
I kept saying that.
Yeah.
All right, we are going to
Well, either way, here we go. We're into the game.
Talia and Broden starting off. Woo! First turn Saj's Chocobo.
All right.
She slammed that down too.
Yeah, that can get out of hand pretty quick.
Same turn one we saw from Billy Ray in their first match today. Notably triggering the cats, helping work their power up.
Yeah.
With the artifacts on the board, it being an artifact itself. Saj is off to the races there.
Really excited to see both of those turn ones.
Ooh, yeah. Wow, look at this.
A good dog.
Chocobo into Torgal.
Okay. Oh, I'm going to combat.
Okay.
Because I have a 2-3. Yeah.
What?
Wait.
It's a 1-2, right?
1, yeah.
Okay.
1-2. Just kidding.
1.
Just kidding.
Did you double it? All right.
In my mind.
In my mind. So
In my
we know
mind.
Talia has another land.
Undercity Dire Rat giving Broden a good thing to
Yeah.
sacrifice when we see the inevitable Vane's treachery.
And first blood coming in for Talia and Broden.
Yep.
I mean, that's great. I think that's why I'm not too worried.
See the white Oracite in Billy's hand.
Yeah, got a Galacat as well.
Are we going to get a repeat of Oracite on Sephiroth? Release Sephiroth from the Oracite yet again. Can we get a repeat performance?
And then this is a 2-2. That's a 2. That is not good. I think I'm gonna play just Black Mage's Rod.
All right.
I get a little hero token, and I think we're good.
All right, untap.
Creating a functional Black Mage with the Black Mage's Rod there. That's going to be an interesting one. Comes down early.
Yeah.
And all his non-creatures are going to be pinging them.
Our Black Mage is creating a Black Mage.
Hey.
Yeah, Talia getting to untap with the Torgal here is a little bit scary. You know, the going first with a mana creature ramping you if she has any extra land and any reasonable mid game could be a big tempo advantage.
Yeah, something like a Fenrir here lets her sprint out, double trigger the Chocobo. She's got some options.
Oh, this is cool.
Tapping the Torgal.
Jimmy Wong joining us on the couch.
What's up, bro?
Jimmy, what's up?
I'm just here to watch Magic because I'm addicted. Who went first in this game?
Talia and Broden.
Okay.
And there's a good boy.
Regalia.
Hey. 3 Regalia.
Here we go.
Oh,
with
dear.
the Chocobo chick on the battlefield from turn
yeah.
1.
Saz is on as a 2/3 already.
Yes.
Here comes in a sick 4/4.
Oh, wow. Haste on the Regalia.
Let's hope a suplex is in hand for Billy.
Yeah.
Oh,
We
she's
do
got
know
something.
there's an aura sight in Billy's hand.
Aura sight? Okay.
Yeah.
She's still 2
Although,
turns
I mean,
away,
that's,
though.
yeah,
it's going to take a while.
And the Regalia is going to get land, which is going to grow the Chocobo. So
Yeah.
even if the Regalia itself is dealt with, that Chocobo
Yeah,
is going
and
to be a
Broden's
scary
also got
threat.
the Drainer.
I mean, we were talking about, I was just talking about how powerful, this opening is if Talia has any kind of mid-game threat. Now we're actually getting into the later game threats with the ramp,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
She's effectively double ramped here.
So she's going to reveal cards until she hits the land.
Yeah, until she hits a land, and then
fixes.
yeah, if she didn't have red, she does now.
All right. The
Man.
Esper
Origins goes in the bottom.
Gone.
Plus, we've
Saz
got a
is Chocobo.
Chocobo behind the wheel of a convertible, and that's
Yeah.
an achievement on the weekend.
The
if I
bird
say
is
so.
driving a
Hell
car.
yeah, brother. And that bird got bigger.
So it's a flightless bird, but it can zoom.
Oh, yeah, it goes
zoom,
fast.
It just needs to go over a ramp with that thing, and then it's suddenly flying.
No matter what happens, I will be tuning into the MTG Goldfish podcast tomorrow to just hear Krim recount the fact that he made it to the finals.
Yep. But they are in a bad spot here.
Quite
They're gonna have to
literally
do
in the
something pretty
driver's
significant.
seat up there with
Okay,
Talia.
just a Paladin's armor from Billy. That's going to make a 3/2, I think, or a 3/1? 3/2.
Another artifact counting toward her eventual Gala Cat.
Yeah, Magitech
power
is now going to
growth.
be a good blocker against that little rat, maybe. Yeah, 3/2 Ward 1.
Wow.
And Krim with 2 chump blockers, everybody.
Next turn, he's on the right mana to grow their power, make them a little more
Yeah.
potent.
Yeah.
Indeed.
I think if Regalia comes in once again, they're going to throw what they can against it. Right,
Krim's
they got
had a-
3/2 and 2/1/1s.
Krim's had an interesting game with his control deck so far. He's just developed onto the board pieces that are going to pay off later.
We did see that aura sight in Billy Ray's hand.
Yep.
Yeah, so next turn she could Aura Sight the Regalia. But again, if she can trade it off, that might be better. And that Chocobo may want to take it too.
That's what I was thinking. The Chocobo
Right.
might be a preferable target because it's going to keep getting bigger and
Yeah.
bigger.
The nice thing about the Chocobo being taken down is that if Broden does suplex the Aura Sight like they did against us in their first game, it just comes back as a 0/1.
Exactly.
But turn 1, Saz's Chocobo is pretty sick.
Yeah, especially with that Regalia following it up. That is not going to stop growing.
Yeah. Broden has an intervention in hand. And again, for those watching, Billy Ray is just adding a 1 to her Magitech to show that it's +1/+0 right now.
Yeah.
Just helping you keep track of the game state, not an actual +1 counter or
not a
anything.
counter.
Just hearing the chuckling from Krim.
He's just giggling.
Feels like a good opportunity here for Talia and Broden to kind of keep the foot on the gas and put some more damage across before we start seeing the kickback here from Billy Ray.
Was that a car reference?
Was that a car pun? you saw my, I think it was just like, was that intentionally
I've
a
been
car
over
pun?
here writing them down so that I can drop them. We get the Regalia on the board. I got to take my opportunities.
Well, I'm really gladiolus that you made that pun.
Oh, boy. Alberto.
I think it's time for a listen in on our players. We'll be.
I hope
we'll
they're
be,
all singing for you.
We'll be
Travis.
right back in a second, but we're going to listen to how the table sounds right now.
Please mute them.
It's a Bentley. It looks like a Bentley.
The umbrella and the Bentley suit as well. Crazy.
So I think I'm just gonna kind of build up a little bit more.
Yeah.
I mean that's my. Yeah.
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 Nah. I'm gonna throw that in there.
All right. So
Counterpoint.
I guess we're not attacking, right?
You could attack a Torval.
No attacks.
All right.
We're gonna go to second main.
No, they saw the line. No.
I mean, I could attack with this. They probably won't block.
That's a good block for us. I mean, they don't have good attacks. You're right, and they won't. You're right. They won't block because like that ups us a mana. So it's a free 2 damage. Yeah, go for it. Okay, so we are gonna go to blocks or to attacks, and we will. And now, okay. All right, so we're gonna go in with 2/2.
Yeah. You just take that land drop and trade for 2/2.
Yeah.
That's fine. Yeah, we'll take 2 there. I think there's no.
Or you were just talking during that sound up about the decision not to attack with the Regalia.
Yeah.
Which we were kind of surprised by.
It feels like getting the land drop, growing your chocobo, getting.
Hey.
Oh, hey.
Speaking of chocobo,
okay,
maybe a fat chocobo will drive this.
I mean, with that, like you can get your 2/2. It can drive the car. You can attack with 2 4-power creatures.
Yeah.
Right. Like that feels like. You're just in such a powerful position there, getting that extra land and just putting so much pressure on them. But I mean, maybe they're just like looking to
I think what Talia wants to
build
do
up
is
something bigger.
Prepare for the next
Yeah,
combat where
they
that
want
chocobo
they want the trample.
could get 2 potential.
Yeah, maybe.
Triggers. Notably, she will have to crew the car when that trigger's on the stack for the fat chocobo.
Yes,
for the creature,
that is
the
true.
Regalia to get the trample.
That is true.
So that I think we're going to see a hound behind the car next turn, which is very exciting.
The dog is driving now?
seen
The
a
chocobo
chocobo drive?
before?
We've seen a
What's
dog
going
drive?
on? How did they get licenses?
Yeah, there's nothing in the rule book that says a dog can't drive a car. Now, Orisight here on the fat chocobo. Would you do that? Seeing what they're lining up here.
I don't know. It really depends on what else Billy Ray has in her hand here.
Yeah.
I mean, I do feel like the fact that they chose not to attack with any of Talia's creatures last turn has let up a lot of the pressure.
There's
here.
the Orisight.
Here's the Orisight. Now, what do you take out? Because
Chocobo or car feels like the shot.
definitely not
Yeah.
car at this point, I think. I think the trample from the fat chocobo, she's going to have a 3/2, potentially a 4/2 next turn, as well as a 3, 4, 5 maybe power Saz's chocobo. And a 4/4
They're
fat
debating.
chocobo.
They're debating it right now. I mean,
Yeah.
listen.
This is a really tough decision, I think.
So we
Because also getting a suplex on your Orisight with the fat chocobo is not great either. You're
Gonna
just
depend
delaying
on-
the inevitable on that.
Some depends on what Krim's got as far as
Yeah.
removal.
Yeah.
They're going to make their choice based off that.
Yeah, I mean, we're trying to.
Yes.
Trying to rebuild
We got
the car,
suplex like
man.
crazy in our game. Krim could
You're
have
having
me check.
flashbacks to suplex.
I
over
do.
and over and
And it doesn't
over.
even have flashback on it. But it felt like it did that game.
Yeah, it's like when they make the Final Fantasy set based on your experience in this event, there'll be just a suplex that has flashback to.
I hope you're listening, Gavin. Well, Krim does have all his colors and 4 mana, so good times for him here. His deck is kind of unlocked.
They're talking through the
Orisight,
options
yeah.
here. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there looks like they're going to go for a Regalia, I think. Yeah, double bombs. Mostly chumpers, but with the trample from the fat chocobo, it's going to be interesting what happens
Taking the
here.
car.
All right, the car has gone down. No insurance on that sucker.
No, not at all.
It could be an
Repoed.
eject, could be a Sephiroth intervention. Let's see what happens here. Oh, it's a creature. Nope.
Drawing
It's a card
cards.
draw spell.
This is
Circle of
exactly
power.
This is exactly the way it felt like it would be so important to attack last turn.
Mhm.
Once
Right.
those little fire bombs buff up, they're able to pick some stuff off.
Yeah, and at least trade for a chocobo, right?
Oh, and notably the Black Mage, the
Yes.
Wizard from the Black Mage Rod does get the lifelink from this. So they get the double ping and they gain. Well, actually, no, they don't get the lifelink from it right now.
No, not on the cast.
Yes,
Not on
Yeah,
the cast.
but they will
Right.
get the lifelink from the original Black Mage that's on. The
If he attacks with that
No,
Black Mage.
because it triggers on cast.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Future spells in the same
You're right.
turn
You're right.
would.
You're right. Yes.
And this card is best when Krim is able to play it when their life total is still healthy, because
Yeah.
you're going to lose 2 from it. Now they have 2 wizards out, and that could start doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, it feels like, man. Yeah,
But it is
just
shields down.
Stop letting Krim untap.
No mana left. Krim has an interesting choice here. Should he pick off a chocobo with a... Oh, he's attacking.
Yeah, they got
Wants
a
that life
+1.
So that's currently a 3/1 with lifelink. If Talia decides to block with the Saz's chocobo, he can kill it with a bomb.
Yeah.
if Broden blocks the Namazu Trader, he can also kill with the bomb. And then the only thing that would trade, and then he'll trade with the Chocobo as well as the Undercity Rat on Talia and Broden's board.
Yeah.
But they'll gain 3 life.
Yeah, I think this is just recognition of how much pressure they're already under.
Yeah.
Right? Like they feel like it is worth, losing the wizard here in order to trade with basically anything, perhaps alongside a bomb, just to get a little bit of life from the lifelink while they have the Circle of Power trigger.
I really don't think blocking with the Fat Chocobo is right for Talia. I would throw this rat in front of this. Oh no, the rat's down.
The rat attack.
What's the other creature next to the Namazu Trader and the rat?
The Albert Salvagers?
Oh, the 2/3. Okay, yeah. So I think it's a Chocobo trade. If I had to make a choice here.
I think it's very reasonable to block with just the trader, your weakest thing that also requires a bomb.
Yeah.
Right. Like that's probably the play that I would make.
Oh, the Namazu Trader.
Yeah. Just because
it's not going to get trampled next turn either.
Right. You're just putting yourself in a position where you force your opponent to expend an additional resource, and you're not losing a particularly important creature of yours.
Good point. And you get a 2-for-1 too.
Yeah.
Oh, the Fat
Oh,
Chocobo
wow.
going in
Interesting.
front.
Just wanted to force it.
By little Lalafell, my friend, my potato.
So,
and then,
very interesting.
And here we go.
Okay.
Blow a bomb. Yeah.
It's wizards. Oh, it's
Okay.
a wizard.
Yeah, you did it right.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Gain the life, 3 life
I
from
went
that
up to
creature
20.
going down.
And then we're gonna pop.
Okay.
Pop a bomb, kill the Fat Chocobo.
Now we don't know what's in Talia's hand. That could definitely affect what's about to happen here.
So I played it. We played
He's
it.
going to go again now at
Okay.
Torgal, a very fine hound.
Cleaning up the board.
And the dog goes down.
Notably, the Albert Salvagers is triggering on each of these creatures dying.
Oh, it's true.
So it's going to actually almost fully negate the life that Krim just got.
I believe Albert is only creatures you control.
It's right.
Yes,
it's only
it
on
is.
Broden's board, correct.
Yeah,
But
it's
it
you
does
control.
count itself if it is the one that goes down.
Yeah.
Ah, I see.
Shiny,
I
the
see.
trader,
The
3/4.
shiny blinding me. Okay.
Okay, yeah, I.
Because otherwise it's burnt.
And it's
This
also.
way.
I think the hound is right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
Oh, y'all are just wrecking my board over here.
Because the Magitech can block really well against the Chocobo next turn, or double block the Namazu Trader.
You had a lot of fun.
The Krim's board is only an 0-1 right now.
You can slow down on the fun for a second.
Let's do another listen in on these players because I think there's some fun banter going through.
All right, we're gonna untap. Let's see. So do this.
Do I dare? I could just play this right now.
How? Oh, yeah, you sure enough. Oh, hell yeah.
So we
Heck
play.
yeah.
We play. We attempt to play. Yes.
I mean,
we sort of all.
This like really. Okay. I have a plan. I wish I hit my land.
They're tapped out. Should I just do it right now?
Absolutely.
Don't do it. It's not worth it.
No.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm going to tap 6. Sack
Ooh,
this.
this is not gonna end well.
Don't smoke, kids.
To play Malboro.
Aw.
So each of you discard a card,
I
lose
already
2
have
life,
it ready.
and exile the top 3 cards of your library.
So we take 4.
Yeah.
Okay, so we discard a card.
Yep.
And
And
then
I'm
we took 4, and then we exile
the top card.
Top 3.
Oh, my.
3 cards
three
from our
cards.
library.
So huge play we just saw there.
Oh!
I don't. Mine is good. Mine is good.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
actually
yours is good for you. This is very bad for me.
No Buster Sword.
That's okay.
Oh, and then
We'll be
I'm
okay.
discarding Summon Anima.
Summon Anima. Yeah, makes sense.
The
Okay.
exile on the Kefka.
Not going to see it this round.
I know we've discussed, it's hard to gauge like the value of the exile effect, but
42 cards.
So the thing about mill or exile from library effects is that they are random, and that the only thing it really gives your opponent is the information that you will not have access to that card this game.
Yeah.
Right, and that can be valuable with a card like Kefka, with a card like say Buster Sword or
Even
whatever.
Haste Magic.
Yeah. So it is valuable information that they don't have to worry about that card, but it's not like you actually played and removed that card.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
you can imagine as though the card was
Emotionally, maybe it's like
I was gonna say, I think you are discounting the psychic damage that
Psychic
occurred.
damage, yeah.
Even if Krim wins, it's technically a moral loss.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because he never got to play Kefka
true.
at the
It's
sweet
true.
event.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say if you get salty over a card being milled or exiled, just imagine that instead it was at the bottom of your deck and you weren't going to draw it anyway.
And the reaction that you get from people, because I try and Olivia hates when she gets milled.
Oh yeah,
and,
it's so hard to break.
And the reaction that I get when I say that, she's like, "But it wasn't at the bottom of my deck. It was right there.
I was gonna get it."
It was the most Olivia reaction I've ever heard. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess the other option is you also know that you're not going to be able to draw it, so that if you're looking to play your outs, you also understand where those are.
And it's important to recognize that when you talk about people think sometimes they're like, oh, I milled them. It's like I got rid of 3 of their cards for 1 of mine. It's like, no, you didn't. They didn't draw those. Right? When you talk about things like card advantage, that's the cards that you actually have to play with, not the cards that are in your deck that you didn't draw yet.
Well, I do want to hear from the table because we talked obviously about the exile, but that Marlboro play is pretty huge.
Yeah. It's going to drain them for 4 life. They both had to discard a card. Krim discarding a card he probably wasn't going to play this game, given how it's going. It's a 6-mana spell that would lose more life for him. And Billy, I believe, just got rid of a land.
Yep.
So with the Auracite making mana, that wasn't so bad for Billy, a little bit worse for Krim.
Yeah. I do sort of looking back a couple of turns when Talia chose not to attack. It is a little bit more confusing now, considering she seems to have missed a land drop.
Yes.
Right. Like it is. Getting that attack in with the Regalia would have ensured that she had additional mana here, and now especially with the Torgal gone, she it has a deck which has a lot of high cost things. We saw the Jumbo Cactuar, and
7
it could have her in a position where she's not able to play everything that she wants anymore.
Yeah,
Regardless,
Broden's going to have to carry for a second here.
They're still on the back foot for Krim and Billy. They got the Namazu coming in, as well as a Rat that just keeps hitting.
Yep.
You got to trade for that thing at some point, I guess, but maybe not right now.
I mean, okay, the thing here is I would rather know that we lost to a very good curve and be as greedy as we can, because that's how we have to get back into this. So
You're not wrong.
So like at this point, there's no point in playing like being conservative, right? Because we're so far behind already. So we're just gonna take it.
Okay. Yep. I believe.
All right.
Unless there's a pump effect.
Second main.
Okay.
No, moving to second
Gotta
main.
ask.
I'm gonna play a is it a Sabo Tender?
Oh yeah.
Sabo Tender?
That's really good.
So yeah, it's 2/1 with reach. Whenever land ETBs, it deals 1 damage to each opponent.
They have a lot of burn.
And then I'm gonna pay 2 for a pew pew.
Poo poo. UFO. Yeah. Okay.
Poo poo UFO, so I can tap it to put a land from a hand onto the battlefield.
Okay.
It's a 0/4. I don't have any towns, so the second ability doesn't matter. But I think that's it.
Okay.
For us.
Yeah, Talia is missing that land drop.
Suplex drawn for Krim here.
Ooh.
Pretty good. Missing another land drop, though. I think he has an Island Cycler in his hand, so he might want to do that as well this turn. But it looks like a Suplex is going to come down first. Probably on the Sabo Tender if I had to pick one.
Yeah, Sabo Tender is definitely the scariest thing. The Sabo's Chocobo, definitely scary. Although, interestingly,
Oh, no, he's going after this. Okay, yeah, that can drain a lot.
That's the logic on that. Making sure it's exiled so that you never have to deal with any of those.
That's fair.
things
That's fair.
Hit it first, too.
Triggering that Black Mage as well.
Yep.
6 mana open for Billy right now.
She's got a cat.
Is that the Buster Sword in her hand?
It might be.
I think that was the Buster Sword in the middle.
I saw the cat for sure.
There's a cat.
And I know we talked, that's the combos she deploys, right? The Buster Sword cat combo.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it looks
5 total mana to
that,
play and
the
equip
angle
Buster Sword?
on that art does look like it might very well be the Buster Sword.
Yeah. I believe so. I saw the Ash and I
and
was
the
like, well, we can
Gaily
deploy that, go find the Buster Sword, but we got it.
I don't think Ash is the play.
No, not at this point. Maybe Cat so you can swing in the air with Buster Sword next turn, play and equip. Maybe play and equip the Buster Sword, get it going now.
Yeah, I would play an equip.
Not great blockers.
The Ward 1 on that that little hero, by the way, really relevant. The Paladin Armor hero.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, she does have actually 6 mana with the Auracite.
We're going to go Ash first.
Gonna go cat.
Yeah, it's kitty cat time.
With the pitter patters even.
Yeah.
It's a 3/3 that will get a Buster Sword next turn.
I was going to say, so we're set up for either creature to receive the Buster Sword here.
Yeah, if there's a way that they turn this game around, it is right there.
Yep. I think that's it for our turn. You don't have anything with Vigilance except for Kitty. So, yeah.
All right.
They're going to have to endure one more big attack here from them.
That's not the ping.
Yeah, I keep thinking about, and absolutely, they should have been pressuring as hard as they could have, I
Yeah.
think, early, especially for Talia to hit those land drops.
That Chocobo could have come in at least 2 more times.
I think the Saz Chocobo is going to stay at 3/4 here. I don't think she drew another land.
Doesn't look like it.
Brutal.
Then again, she does have the UFO that could put it into play.
Yeah, you do have
in the event of a combat
Good
trick.
point.
The combat trick, yeah.
A little sneaky neaky.
It is interesting to see just how fast and brutal our games have leaned toward today.
Yeah.
When how
Yesterday.
gummed up a lot of the games were yesterday, right?
Yeah,
they've all gotten better at building decks. I think it's
They know the format better.
Yeah, the day's worth of experience has really cracked open the format to be beat down.
Yeah, hit them hard before. Also, the play draw difference, big deal.
Yeah.
Big deal. I think if Reynad and Ellis went first in their game, we would have seen a different outcome.
Quite possibly.
Thunder Magic for Broden. That Gilly Cat, not long for this world, I think.
No, plenty of mana to pump that spell up.
But they could wait.
It is, yeah. It is interesting because you do know that there's at least the Buster Sword in the deck.
Yeah.
So you don't necessarily just want to like fire this off right now.
Yeah, I would not.
Depending on how well they know the card, it would take one more mana than she has right now to try and equip it twice if they were to respond to the equip effect.
He's being fertile.
So that value is too juicy to pass up.
Yeah.
To kill something. In
You also have a significant life total advantage. So you can present attacks, and if your opponent's double block, you can put them in a really terrible spot.
Yeah.
I just want you to keep that in mind. So like you use all your use your mana wisely.
Yes, don't tap out.
I think it's time to crack in with that Marlboro, though. That 4/4 looks pretty good against this board state.
Talia's nervous about the potential syncopate for 1 from Krim here.
Ooh, interesting. And if he does allow them to untap, that syncopate could be for 3.
We can use way less mana to do it. You use 0.
Look, she's just.
So I think, and we have like.
Ash doing a great job taking heat for being not a great
For
card.
real, drawing aggro.
For 0. And get rid of the.
That's gonna
thing
be
that
some thunder
fetches.
magic.
Then we'll realize.
But you shouldn't tap out.
Shrimp calling it, yeah.
So,
All right, here we go. Thunder Magic now for
Does that change your
just
mind?
Are you gonna do it?
2 damage, it seems.
Okay, 2 damage to
Ash.
Ash.
Okay.
Trying to play around that syncopate, I guess.
Yeah, but he could have done it for 4 and still played around it with that 1 mana remaining.
Sort of depends on what else he has to play.
Yeah.
Do we attack?
Punching?
Do we attack?
I think if you are a Krim and
I
Billy,
just
you are
really
so
wish I
very
had
happy that Ash was the target of
my
that
buff.
spell.
I really appreciate the question that Talia and Broden just asked
I
each other.
don't
So
have
do
good
we just
attacks.
start punching?
Yes.
So anyway, I just started blasting type of move for them.
Yeah, it is time to blast.
It's time. You know that Billy wants to equip her creatures before they attack, so
Yeah, but
blocking here is really not to her
A
advantage.
really good 3/4 and a 4/4 against Billy's board.
Yeah,
And
seriously.
Krim's
Black
got
Wizard's
nothing.
not blocking for anything.
Yeah, I think a full swing out here makes sense. You'll lose 1/2/2 if they want to put the Galley Cat in front
Just
of it.
does so much damage.
We're
It's just
dodging
damage.
Vane's treachery right now on Krim's side.
Please throw the Saz's Chocobo in. Let's go, Talia. Let them trade.
She's really attached to this Chocobo.
Yeah,
I
I,
mean,
can't
listen,
blame her.
It's been with her since turn 1.
Yeah.
It is
You
so
know?
cute.
It's a member of the
She also has
family
2
at
Blitz
this
balls
point.
in her deck.
Yeah, it's true.
Or 1, I think, at this point.
There's at least the 1.
And she has a Thunder Magic as well, so. All right, Krim's going to chump here on the 4/4,
Yeah, he's
I
feeling
think.
the need to chump, which makes sense at this point.
And Galley Cat's going to stay chilling.
MVP Undercity Rat over
It's
here.
tight.
Indeed. It's been coming in every single dang turn.
There is no trade that I would want to. Like, this will go in front of me. And then this can go
The 1/1 hero.
in front of this.
Oh, no, that's a 0/1 wizard.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think they have to look at a double block here.
Yeah.
Which also, like, they know that they just played the Thunder Magic, right? So
Yeah.
there's much less likely to be a removal spell.
Unless Talia is holding it up.
Right.
Okay, they're going to just take 3 from the Namazu?
So,
Ooh.
Yeah.
currently these are blocks. So Yellow Cat will go over here.
Okay, Galley Cat from the 2/2. With the poo-poo, though, online?
So that this way, fourth row. something like that. But this
Here we go. So trading for the Chocobo token, Gaelic Cat will eat the rat that gives a treasure token to Broden when it dies.
Yep.
And Marlboro chumped.
Flavorful. Feed the cat a rat.
Very true.
Yeah, there you go. All right, no effects
Okay.
here.
All right, we're just
So
rolling.
take 3 and go to 9. Wait, did they block?
Yeah,
the
I didn't think that blocked.
I don't think
that
blocked
that
either.
guy's just still hanging out.
Yeah. Billy may have gotten confused because it was moved during that exchange of cards.
Yeah, he's just still alive.
That's blocked.
Oh man, if that Saz's Chocobo came in, that would have been another potential
Yeah.
3 damage that they would have had to take to go down to 6.
Although, I mean, there is the Paladin, right?
Yeah, the Paladin would have. It's
That
just
could
a
trade,
3-2.
right? It's a 3-2, right? But the Saz Chocobo. Oh, the Saz Chocobo is a 3-4, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
it's
Yeah.
a
Yeah.
3-4. So they would have to at least doubled it.
Yeah, for sure.
And I think at this point you were happy to trade with a Sabotender
Right.
and a 4-4 on the board.
Yeah.
Way more cool when I had my car.
Now imagine if they had Trample.
Fran?
Okay, 4-3
Oh.
range.
It's
a 4-3
Good card.
range,
Ooh.
equals, get +1/+1,
Too bad the
have
Regalia's
the
not
ability
around.
Well,
Yeah.
notably the fact that it is reach
Yeah.
can stop the cat.
Yep.
Yes.
phase of
Okay, so that must have been their plan then.
additional combat phase, which would have been really fun. But I don't have my car. My car was
Would have
stolen.
paired up excellently with the Regalia
Yeah.
had that
For
minute to
sure.
play.
Yeah.
But the
yeah,
suplex
yeah.
from Broden still might
But,
exist.
that's all we
Let's see
got.
here. All right, Krim end step, probably
They're
a
trying to
cycling.
run us planes or
Yep,
islands.
he's gonna get an island.
Need that double blue for your counter magic.
Yes. Or just
or just a land.
Or just a land.
Hearing Talia speculate about the kind of magic,
So
I can relate.
She's onto him. She's onto him.
He's onto him, and they all played around Syncopate for 1.
Yep. If they did go to archidekt.com/FlyQuest,
They
they,
would see
they
just
would
how many
know
syncopates
that there
there
are
are.
3
Have
syncopates
known.
in Grim's deck. So
All right, so we have a Buster Sword. That will make the Gaelic Cat get out of range to be killed by the Balthier and Fran.
I think we'll listen in on this turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's hear
a
what the
crucial
players saying to each other.
All right. I mean, yeah. Like the question is, so you've got 2 cards. You've got 2 cards. They have reach flying. So that is.
But
It's the only. I think it's the only thing that we should do right now on your side.
yeah, it's the only play.
Yeah. We'll
Yeah.
just do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm playing this, and then I will tap for 3. And I'll play Buster Sword.
Ooh, okay.
Does it play? It's on? Okay. And then I will tap for. Ooh. You wanna pick the other guy, yeah? Because I know they have flying and reach, but I feel like it's something to do.
So that Gaelic Cat would live if you attack, because there's only this is a
If-
4/3.
Can I
and
read the
this is a
sword?
4.
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you. +2/+2. Should we do this common thing with your player? Draw a card.
And then okay.
Okay.
So I think I would just go to equip Gaelic Cat.
I agree. Okay, yep. Tap for 2. And I put Gaelic Cat.
Responses.
Yes, so now Gaelic Cat is.
Well,
Yeah,
before
we
that.
do have a response.
Okay.
Okay.
Tap for Sephiroth to intervene.
And go after the. Oh, he has a syncopate.
In
maybe.
response,
Oh, he has a
response.
counter spell. Oh,
I do have
syncopate.
syncopate. And so you
Syncopate.
do have a treasure, so I will do
All right,
this.
it was worth trying.
For. We are doing it for 2. I'm figuring out which mana. You only have that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That's pretty good. That leaves me with that.
That's
Right,
what we were worried
so-
about, right? Was letting Krim untap
Exactly.
and have full access to his mana for that syncopate that we all were pretty sure he had.
Yes. So we now have Buster Sword out. Yeah.
Flying Cat is armed.
Cats with swords.
Do you let it hit you? That's the question.
Is a 5-power cat.
5/5. No, 6/5. I think, right?
Yeah, 6/5.
6/5 flying vigilant cat.
Cast a
So-
6-drop.
Notably, Talia does have both the reach creature and the flying UFO. So she does have two ability, 2 options to
3 options.
get in the way of it.
Sabotender has reach.
Oh, it does?
Yes, it does. Yeah.
Huh, I forgot about that.
Me
So
too.
3. So
can
she could actually
Kill it.
try to trade with it if there's no tricks. It does have reach, huh?
Just chump with the
It looks like they're just choosing the
this
UFO.
is what I probably would do myself because you-
Keep up the damage on your side of the field.
Right. If you like double block and there's any trick, you are decimated, right? And you're already in such a strong position.
I think Krim has Ice Magic too in his hand, so.
Sure.
Broden might draw
Okay,
some
Circle
cards
of
here.
Power, and then is that Sephiroth? No, that's Cecil.
Cecil.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you also want to keep that Sabotender in the hope that you, as Talia, do eventually find those lands,
Right.
start getting those.
Yeah, the
lands.
Sabotender is a scary one.
Yeah, they're at 9.
Yeah.
Circle of Power. Here we go. This Wizard plus the Sabotender.
So no wizards on Broden's side of the board right now to take advantage of the life link. They've got a lot of life to work with, so.
Knowing that there's a Cecil in Broden's hand, is that the kind of card that he would want to play now?
In the previous game, he actually held on to it for quite a while. He was
Indeed.
he was looking at using it defensively rather than offensively.
I also
because
think
of the life loss.
he unfortunately tapped.
That's
in a
what I was
way.
gonna
Yeah,
point
yeah,
out.
he did. I don't know what else was in his
Got a
hand.
treasure
He has a
for
He does
treasure.
have a treasure if he wants to play it. But
Yeah.
yeah, if he doesn't have a red spell that he wants to play, if he were interested in playing the Cecil, he would lock himself out of it without the treasure.
That's just it. It's about like what you're putting into your opponent's mind. Do you threaten that you might have another
Right.
Thunder Magic type of thing,
Mhm.
or do you leave yourself open the ability to play that card?
Yeah, and Broden is he's been doing amazing, but he's definitely newer to Magic. He played a long time ago, but he came in. I think the first time he's maybe played in like a year or so was at my pre-release event last week. So these are the types of things where the Magic creators might have the edge on the gaming creators when it comes to tapping lands correctly.
I mean, it is the sort of thing where you just kind of get in second nature habit of like, okay, you look at what you have, okay, I'm going to tap like this. But like when you are more removed from the game, that can be the sort of thing that you don't have kind of in the back of your mind all the time.
Yeah.
Talia missing another
Oh,
land drop.
Talia, no,
She said she drew
She
a
said she
land.
drew a land.
Oh, okay.
She said she drew it.
Yep.
Is she going to play it?
Depending on what else is in
What
her
is this a
hand.
bluff?
Yeah, it's a bluff land
A
drop.
hard card type to bluff. I'm going to hold it up.
We've seen a lot of players
There
throughout
it is.
the
There we go.
Okay, there-
Staying back with my basic forest.
We've seen
Pass.
a lot of players like draw a land and pretend that it's
Yeah.
something, but we've not seen the inverse of that.
Oh, the
Choco
raceway.
racetrack.
Now she definitely just wants to
Okay.
go runner lands the
Yeah.
rest of the game.
Okay.
She's
okay.
in set up for it.
This is she is. I guess it looks like they're probably not necessarily looking to attack because she is tapping all of her mana before they've gone to combat. Right?
Yeah. Good point.
The attacks here are okay, but not great because of the cat.
The
And
cat.
Broden is also tapped out. The cat is bigger than anything on the opposing side of the board, so you'd have to commit very heavily. Krim does have mana up. Billy Ray has mana up. So you would potentially be throwing away at least one creature and potentially more depending on what sort of tricks are available.
Yeah.
So, but if they are going to attack, they certainly should have done so prior to expending all of Talia's mana and showcasing, hey, I have no tricks.
Down to 7 from the Sabotender trigger.
Yeah.
I think Talia and Broden's game plan to win right now is to
Sit back and
play
play lands.
lands.
Yeah.
And hope Broden goes runner, spell.
D
Yep.
up.
Yeah, I mean, they have the Black Mage, the Sabotender, and the Chocobo Raceway. They have a lot of things that, if the game just continues without really breaking in Krim and Billy's Ray favor, they have inevitability.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they really need to hope that their defenses against the, they chose not to attack. That
Once
the defenses
again-
against the Flyer and the Buster Sword
Yeah.
hold firm.
Once again, we are in Gaily Cat territory.
Yep.
Will this just take over the game like it did last time?
Good position for Talia right now. Typically on the other side, you'd be hoping she's drawing lands, but lands are not blanks for her
Yep.
in the least bit.
And at
right
5
now.
mana, she could probably cast most everything in her deck,
Exactly.
right? So
So
lands or spells
She's
are...
only drawing heat.
Yeah.
I mean, imagine if Broden rips a suplex, they get Regalia back, and they just go to combat, and they rip another land off of that.
Yep.
Well, the Regalia gives you an extra combat with the...
It does actually, yeah. So you
with
could
the
just
legendary.
swing, and hope to get him for just, a little bit, just have a wide enough board to get in. Well, we're off to the races, everybody.
I mean, this is a race where Talia and Broden have a significant lead, and
Yes.
Krim and Billy Ray need to get the inside track. But Talia's one with the racetrack in play.
Yeah, I think they might just take an attack here from the Gaily Cat if it comes in.
Furion Warrior in Billy Ray's hand, not really going to be hugely impactful here.
If she has another equipment, it could be a great way to just add a little pressure, but I think that Chocobo now is able to block pretty much anything that Billy can play, equipment-wise.
Yes, I am. Sure.
I think I like Talia and Broden here.
Three.
They have the inevitability. They have a suplex that can take care of that Aura Sight at some point, potentially if he draws it.
And we know there's at least 2 of those in Broden's deck, too.
Yeah.
Yep. Regalia has haste. It can immediately get back to work.
Regalia can immediately get a land 2 for the Sabo Tender.
I don't usually watch wrestling, but I'm enjoying all the suplexes.
Yeah, suplex has played a pretty big role.
Certainly.
Yeah. It's one of the best, if not the best red common in the set outside of Thunder Magic, I think.
And then we will. Does it resolve?
And we haven't seen Krim's hand as much this
I
time,
tapped.
so he's packing something though.
Oh,
Sure.
you're not.
It resolves.
Okay.
And now you
Thank
gotta
you, Lord
Broden with the bluff.
So yeah, I guess that playing Furion before combat is if she hits another equipment off of the Buster Sword trigger, if it connects, allows her to get the token copy of it.
Seems like she wanted to move that
she's
equipment
moving,
over
okay.
to the Furion so that it gives
To give it
itself
haste.
Interesting.
Ah.
So that will be now a what a 5/4. Okay.
So that trades with pretty much the whole board.
Okay.
I would just attack with cat.
So it could be a Marlboro chump block probably.
Well, I mean,
Or I mean a
they have
trade.
they have a lot of life to work with, and
Yeah.
Krim and Billy Ray don't really have very many blockers.
Yeah.
So if that does come in, it does leave like kind of an awkward position for Krim and Billy Ray because they don't have very much life to work with.
Yeah,
Yeah, maybe they just want it up.
Yeah, how many attack steps do you fade if you have that cushion of a life total? Against the Vigilance Cat, it still being able to block,
Yeah.
that's certainly a free attacker, but sending the other one in, there's a bit of a question mark around it.
And it sort of depends what's in Krim's hand, right? Because Krim has a bunch of mana up and a reasonable number of cards in hand, so
Yeah, I think
Krim's an interesting spot.
I feel like Billy wants to attack here because otherwise the cat could draw a card, and in that case you want your mana up. So.
Well, you get to free play the card with Buster Sword.
Oh, you're right. It is a
Yeah,
free
so
play.
you'll be able anything costs 6 or less is free played with the Buster Sword.
If it gets
here,
hit, yeah.
If it connects.
I think there's the Enchantment Tapper I saw in Krim's hand.
Yeah.
And Krim, just show us the camera a little bit more, please, buddy.
Good potential. Lock down the
Yeah.
Balthier here because then you force the block with the Sabo Tender, which is probably their biggest threat on Crimson Billy's side to take them out of the game.
I feel like you're blocking with Vanille right now.
It looks,
if
it
you
looks
want
like
to
they just.
stop.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. She's in combat.
Oh, they're in combat,
Yeah.
okay.
It looks like she did not attack with the Finian.
We're bluffing the counter spell.
Got it. So
Maybe
we're
not
already
count
attacks.
bluffing.
We're just going to chump with the Balthier.
Can you imagine? I block counterspell.
Can you imagine? Here's the cards.
Oh, yeah. That is. He
Okay.
does have the hard
Yeah.
counter in his hand.
And the chump block here does make sense considering the threat of not only additional resources but also
free
yeah,
play.
free play.
Card.
I am a little surprised by the choice to do all that moving, playing the creature and moving the equipment onto it pre-combat. In that case, though, if you're not going to attack with it.
Yeah. Just leave yourself open the option should they let the thing hit.
Did Talia hit a land?
I think that would have been slam dunked if it did.
Oh,
She said 06.
She said
yeah.
06.
So
It could be a summon as well. She
In
has
fact, let's,
Summon Titan in her deck.
Let's go back to the board. Let's hear our players talk.
Counter magic. He has like
Yes.
4 or 5 of them in his deck. High possibility of
You
the
underestimate
syncopate.
us. 4 or 5.
We have 6.
I could deal with a syncopate.
You okay? You wanna, or we can do it on their turn.
True.
You know?
This is true.
We can do it on their turn. But if we do it now, we can get a lot more. Maybe attacks through. That is the question. Let's see.
X is 4. just gonna say that. X is 4.
Okay, so I have an idea.
Okay.
Why don't I do this first?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Let's get
Yeah.
you involved. Yeah.
Yeah, get me involved in this. Yeah.
Really? Oh, I thought, again, I feel like Tali's been very involved since the beginning. And as a chocobo racer.
I don't know if this is smart, but I'm going to play Clash.
Fight spells.
Okay.
Clash of the
Which
Icons.
target creature.
They fight, right?
Yeah, which is.
Does it have to
Wait,
be your
how big
creatures?
is this again?
This
It's
guy?
it's a 5.
5/4.
5/4.
With Ward 1.
Can you use my creatures? Because this guy's just sitting here.
You control.
Oh, okay.
Maybe I don't do that. Oh gosh, because then I will lose mine. But also, it's not really doing anything right now.
Yeah.
So I am slightly concerned about that going off, and I have the ward cost to pay. I'm gonna fight it. Yeah, no, I'm gonna stick with it. I'm gonna fight this with this.
So you pay Ward 1.
Yes, I will pay ward 1.
Do you pay the 1?
Do you pay the 1? Okay, cool. That's
Oh,
that's
God.
heuristics that you should read. Every
All
spell has
right,
Ward
so
1.
what you got? I'm just gonna go for it.
So that clears that off, right? We kind of like
Oh,
that.
we don't.
That's okay. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
they'll
actually.
trade. They'll trade.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep,
yeah.
they'll trade. It's a good trade.
It's a good
Yeah.
trade.
Okay.
We pulled the binder out. We're ready to trade. Okay. Please be done.
He has it, so
Yes.
it just depends.
X is 4. Just remember
I mean,
that.
we're gonna try, right? But
I will just keep telling you X is 4.
because I want to get an attack on this because we need to surveil.
Yeah.
We need to dig a little.
I was going to use that for this though. Because I have to.
Oh, sure, yeah. Oh, that does trigger that too.
Yeah.
I think that's great. I think that's a great idea. Yeah. Yeah.
On our turn or their
You're
turn?
right. If we do it now, it forces him to have something. If he doesn't, then we can swing in.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
X is 4.
Love
Just gonna
that.
keep saying that.
Love that.
Whatever that means.
Like I think it's worth trying now since like they're at 7.
Cool. Yeah.
But I don't know.
I'll go for it. So I'll tap 2 and I will sack a treasure to play Vane's Treachery with a kicker. Target creature gets -6/6.
Let's see. Well.
And I'm also ping the wizard.
So it puts it down to.
You know what I think we should do.
I mean, I told you I don't have counters. I don't have a syncopate. I have a counter spell. So,
Yeah.
I will counter that.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
That's I think I'll counter that one.
All right. Fair enough.
I'm glad that's out of there.
Yeah.
Okay, well that makes attacks a little bit more interesting. So there's a 1/1 on the board and then the 6/5. And I still think it's worth
I
attacking.
think you can't.
The Sabotender's so important to the end game.
Yeah, we might as well try and
Brilliant
finish
just
up the
has to
game
play
with it.
2 spells plus 1 land from Talia to end the game.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, they do still get the Black Wizard trigger off
Yeah.
of the Vane's
Yep.
Treachery at the
Yep.
very least. So the treasure token didn't die in vain.
It died in Vane's
died in
treachery.
All right,
Oh,
okay.
wow.
Beat me to it.
Hey!
I'm over here lobbing them up.
That was so good. That was excellent.
No. It's like, do we want to play that or do we want to
I
sack
can
it?
save it and play it. I can save and play it.
I don't know if I would save anything at this point. We know Asian's off
think that-
blue mana, so we can
I
get
kinda
around the
play-
counter spells currently.
You were saying earlier, it's been so fascinating to see just Crim's presence alone has forced them to wend and wind in so many strange ways.
Right.
Yes.
In some ways, that does just his presence could make you behave more cautiously than you should be.
Yeah.
I think we've seen that. That
Exactly.
Chocobo sat there the entire game and
Exactly
then died.
that, yeah.
Let's see. This one does. Oh, sorry. Oh my gosh.
5 mana removal.
We're
Right,
still
Crim
not
was
ready.
eject, tap down, and 5 mana removal.
Travis might, by the way.
have a question. I need to know what your card is.
They snuck a card in
No,
our
we're
table.
Okay,
Five mana.
so no, we're good. We got it.
You good?
Yeah. We got it. Yeah.
Do you just swing all here on Brilliant's side, lose a creature, force him to chump with the hero? Probably not.
Just because I can block that from happening.
I mean,
So,
attacking
if
with
you wanna
both,
play,
you end up basically like trading your Marlboro for a hero. That feels bad.
Yeah, it feels bad.
Right? I don't know that you're really making much progress in that way.
I think Brilliant's just hoping for spells off the top.
Either way, I'm gonna put on the floor, right?
Let's do it.
Yeah. So I'll tap my other mana. I did that weird. Sorry.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did.
Tap
There's
on
one
tap.
mana there.
For Cecil.
Okay.
Nice.
That helps with the ground game because the inevitability of the Buster Sword is that even if we answer the cat, it just re-equips. There's plenty of mana.
Well, I think he's sacrificing it.
Yeah.
I think he's playing it to sacrifice
Came to
so
die,
he can
huh?
surveil to try to find answer to the cat or sword.
Or just a spell to trigger.
Oh, he's
the
not
Black Mage.
sacrificing. Okay.
Oh,
so
interesting.
they are going for the basically like trade Marlboro for the hero to just try and clear up the board a little bit.
Yeah. And Cecil's a really good attacker on an empty board state.
Second main.
Gaelic Cat Vigilance, by the way.
Yep.
G freaking G.
Yeah, such a good card.
Rydia. Okay.
Yeah.
So
And then I can
this is
return
really
the
awkward.
Saga.
Talia has 0 cards in hand.
Yep.
If she draws a land, she may discard draw.
Yeah.
However,
I
there's
think she
nothing to
wants.
discard.
Yeah.
All she really wants to draw is land.
Yeah.
Does she have any? She has
does
fat
have a summon fat
chocobo.
chocobo.
Yeah.
If
Oh.
she draws a land, she could bring
The
it
fat
back, right?
chocobo. No, she doesn't need to draw a land.
Oh, you're right. She could just flat
She
chocobo
just-
next turn.
she could
5 mana.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is actually that Rydia is threatening to end the game next
There's
turn
a-
with the fat chocobo, I think, because that
No,
that
it
board
would
cleared out.
require 2 more turns. Right?
Well, it comes in with haste.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play Mountain. You know what? I think.
But Krim does have the eject and the tap down.
Yes.
And he's going to be holding both those up for sure. He just had a land drop, so we know his full hand here.
Crim and Billy's going to come down to a coin flip here because it's really going to be, does Talia want to block with the Sabo Tender and give them that card draw free cast, and can then that turn the game for them? They are on their back
There are
foot.
so many ways that Broden could be. His deck is looking like needing. It's going to be the one that saves this game or wins it, one way or the other.
Yeah.
I think. Oh, is Krim saying kill the Sabo Tender?
Indestructible. Is it other creatures?
All attacking creatures.
All attacking creatures?
It's all other is the actual text of the backside of Cecil.
Other, yeah. The Cecil itself is a 4/4,
Yeah,
which
it's
is
a 4/4
lifelink.
lifelink that
No
gives
cards in
when it
hand?
attacks gives all your other attacking creatures indestructible. But notably, it doesn't flip just when your life total gets to half. It is when Cecil's ability
Hits and,
triggers
yeah.
and your life total is less than half. So, all right, well, Billy Ray is
That was a big
loading
cat.
up the cat.
Sword and shield on the cat here.
Yeah, this cat is he's got a sword. He's got armor. This is a truly epic hero of the feline realm.
Plus 5 plus 3, so it is a 8/6.
Yeah.
I believe. Vigilant, but no trample. One Samurai's Katana would have been real sweet.
Yeah.
But now, do you block here? Because you are 1 land and 2 spells away from just winning the game.
That's what it is. That's the
just
coin
it.
flip here.
I feel like I take at least 1 hit from that cat because drawing a single land with that Sabatender can take such a chunk. Does more than a third of their remaining health. I
And
feel
then
like you want to
Cecil
lean into
also
it.
has to be blocked the next turn.
Oh, okay.
Tender
Throw
down.
the tender away.
Okay.
I'm not
Okay.
gonna let that go through.
Does not want the trigger to happen. Does not
Yep.
want to take the chance.
I mean,
Use the known information.
It is a really, really difficult decision, right?
Yes.
Because your opponents are in a real bind from a life total perspective, but you've got to be terrified of what comes off the top.
So Talia has to play any land she gets off the top because the Chocobo racetrack. She's going to rebuy the Fat Chocobo, and we'll get another 2/2.
I mean, I have to imagine that
Krim does something
that
about
Krim has to stop the Rydia.
Yeah.
If he has any way to answer it, he needs to answer it before it has the opportunity to
He
bring
has
back
a
Fat
very
Chocobo.
clean answer in a tap down ability and a removal spell. The tap down ability will not allow it to use his activated ability, but she'll still get the looting rummaging effect from it if she plays
Yeah,
lands.
and
But
this
she
is-
has 0 cards.
No,
in hand.
he's making very clear. Oh yes, the saga gains haste. That means a fat chocobo is also a fast chocobo, and that thing's waddling at you like with the speed of light.
And Krim does see this coming from a mile away here. So now he's thinking, okay, what can I draw with this eject? And it's probably going to be an Ice Magic or maybe a Thunder Magic. Maybe even a Suplex.
Yep, Krim realizing it has to be answered.
Yeah, so it's going to be a bounce spell here. Now, what Krim also could have done, which would be interesting, is also bounce the Sabotender or tap it down. But I think they're too far against the wall for him to make a play like that.
So because of that, I'm gonna spend mana again to play.
All right, eject coming in.
Okay.
Okay, sure.
Drawing him a card, very crucial right now.
Yep.
Top or bottom?
I'm gonna draw a card.
Or back to hand?
Just back to hand.
Gotcha.
So that looks like a suplex.
Is it?
It's red.
And then
Is it a haste magic?
I don't think he's playing haste.
So
No.
notably, right now, right, looking at the board,
It's a
Krim
Thunder
and Billy Ray are in a position where is it a Thunder
I
Magic?
think so, or it could be a no. He's played all his
Because right now there's the just on Talia and Broden's next turn, assuming they have no cards, they play no cards, right? They're in a position where they can attack with all of their creatures if they want, because they're dead if they don't block.
Thunder
Okay.
Magic on the
Okay.
wizard. Okay.
All right. Smart.
So the wizard being gone and the Sabotender being gone means
Both
that
huge.
that Broden and Talia are no longer in a position where Billy Ray is forced to block with a giant cat,
Right.
Yes.
right? Because otherwise, the Cecil and the 3/4 would threaten. You'd have to block the Cecil to not take 3 to go to 2, because the Sabotender or the wizard would kill you with a single spell or land.
Right.
Now Talia does have a 1-of Blitzball shot in her deck. If they swing with everything and they only block the Namazu Trader, it's game over.
If the Blitzball is in hand, that's what she drew.
Or even if they put the trample onto the death-touching Cecil.
Yes, it could assign.
Also true, Well, no,
no, it would
yes.
assign 1 and then trample for 4.
Yeah, but then you still 3 from another creature.
Yeah, 3 from another creature. That's right.
I do believe we see a Sephiroth there in Broden's hand.
Yeah.
Oh, that is very good. But what is he going to sacrifice to it?
I'm gonna play.
You don't have to sacrifice if you don't want to.
Right.
It's a May.
But any creature dying, that's right, will cause it to trigger.
There's
which
the
is
landfall trigger.
Landfall trigger, Chocobo on the board.
I unfortunately don't get that trigger, but I do get a bird, so that will.
Yep. Chocobo coming.
Wow.
The inevitability.
That Sephiroth could be really spicy. It's just another
Yep.
way for Broden to get an unstoppable damage.
Yeah, and you do it at a position, if you play the Sephiroth, if you don't sacrifice anything, you attack with both of your creatures. You force them, if they block the 3/4, they're still going down to 2, which means they there's a Sephiroth in play, and your opponents, if 2 things die anywhere, they're dead. If the Cecil gets through next turn, they're dead.
And the Rydia has the ability, if Krim doesn't stop it. Also, let's note that, oh,
there's a sacrifice.
Channeling
Okay,
Seed.
sacrifice
That's
outlet.
a sack outlet right there.
Okay.
Sick.
And now,
Now they're down to 1.
that's
Here it
Sephiroth.
There's the other 3.
Okay.
When he enters, I may sacrifice another creature. If I need
Wow,
Yep.
Broden.
Krim with 1 blue on
Shambling
tap.
Sith.
They are moving
Yep.
with confidence right
Is
now.
that 1 or 2?
Sick beats.
Buster Sword versus Sephiroth.
Yeah,
Couldn't be more poetic. It really couldn't.
You don't need to see the card itself. You just need to see how hot he is.
That's it, I'm telling you.
With his art.
I think you swing.
Yeah, so
They feel
wait,
it.
this is actually no. Well, okay, yeah.
Yeah, they're down to 1
Right.
here.
This will put them to 1 life.
Oh, actually.
I'm getting the death trigger
Cecil
now.
does 2. Talia and Broden go to 22. The death trigger from the Namazu Trader will put them
1
down
life.
to 1 life, which means
Against
a single
a Sephiroth.
creature dying will cause any creature on the board, by the way.
Yep. So this cat needs to take that Buster Sword, clock it across Talia and Broden's head, and pick up an absolute miracle right now.
Find another Orosite and fast.
Suplex will also answer Sephiroth because it exiles him when he dies.
Well, Sephiroth is also another creature. I don't believe he counts.
Oh, he doesn't count himself? Okay, okay.
But the problem is, there's still just too many creatures.
Yes.
Right. You don't just need removal.
Yeah, so Krim has a 2 in the blue tap down ability, so he can stop Rydia from doing her thing. He will have to play something that blocks the now Cecil and the Chocobo, and the cat will do it 1. So they have to deal with 2 things this turn cycle. Otherwise, they're going to be toasty.
It's a tough decision.
And his Stuck in Summoner's Sanctum also is pretty bad against Sephiroth because Sephiroth keeps his triggered ability.
Sephiroth.
Sephiroth.
I do appreciate in the final moments of our final match, Sephiroth has appeared.
Yeah.
It's the one that ended the first game as well. This card's a powerhouse.
Yeah.
And when Sephiroth attacks, he is allowed to use his trigger, right?
Yeah, it's when he enters or attacks.
Yeah. Why is Cecil dying?
What's
You did something to him yesterday.
Is there a sack ability?
Which
Oh,
one?
they
did
sacked it to Namazu Trader?
Oh, okay.
So he's
Interesting.
surveilling over the damage.
Interesting. Okay.
Sephiroth.
Yes.
Oh, I love that.
So they'll
Huh.
still go down to 3.
That's not great for us.
Another Shambling
Another
Seed
one?
in the
Okay.
graveyard, and
Interesting.
is it good enough on top?
I think he's keeping. Is that a
Okay,
Black
so-
Mage's Rod on the
I
top?
think it's a Black Mage's Rod.
Oh, it is a sacrifice thing for Sephiroth.
Well, but this is putting them to 2 rather than 1.
Yeah.
Because they had the creature die.
Get rid of that though.
Interesting choice.
It is sack fodder for Sephiroth.
Yeah.
And then they could re-equip the Black Mage's Rod, and that would also be good. Wow, this is tough. I
That
don't-
and it being a non-creature spell lets them get back both Shamblers. Is that
Yeah.
correct?
Yes.
I like that.
Yeah, that's actually kind of sick.
Oh, that's right. Bull Chandler would come back as well. Oh, good point.
Well, how do you feel about it?
Although at the same time, you don't really have
top for the
like you only have this. I guess you have the traitor's going to die.
Traitor's
Right?
dying,
So,
yeah.
so that's not going to give you the opportunity to continue to trigger your Sephiroth. They aren't low enough that if you attack with Sephiroth and kill them with 1 ping because they only go to 2 rather
Yeah.
than 1.
Right.
Yeah. Wow, that's actually really close, I think, of a
Yeah.
decision. Because drawing a Shambling Seath next turn would not have been good for Broden.
Right.
Carry it, though. Thinking carry
Yeah, the decision to go for the surveil is an interesting one because it feels like the difference between 2 and 1 with the Sephiroth is so huge.
So huge. Because it just means anything that happens to your Broden
Right.
next turn, it's game over.
Oh my god. Yeah. Okay. We got it.
Okay, so that dies.
So this also dies.
All right, Namazu dies,
Yeah,
and
go
there's
to
a
2.
Sephiroth
We
ping.
got there. We got
Okay.
there.
Okay. It has
Sephiroth.
your stuff.
Your stuff.
Oh, any creature dies.
Oh, right. Yeah, you're right.
blood, Broden blood, Talia of us, Broden,
And I couldn't attack.
I think we can go to a listen in on the player.
Dual Land. Brought to you by Travis.
Flying cat.
Mountain.
Did we get the updated life totals on them?
Yeah.
Yeah, they should be at
They should be at 2 life. Yep.
There we go.
It's like it's.
Oh no, player name base.
Oh no. They've been replaced by player name.
Ah.
I think the main thing here is we swing with that. So it's 8.
All right. Well, we have no blocks at this point.
Yeah.
So you'll
Right.
Buster Sword happens.
This is a really important moment. Whatever comes to the top of the deck for Billy Ray here.
Oh, what just happened?
It's a land.
He's
Land.
got stuck.
You were at
Do you remember what it
26,
was?
And you took 8, so it should be 18.
Oh.
Yeah, that is correct.
Yes.
Look, it's like.
Okay.
Oh, there was some technical difficulties with the life total tablet. It looks
Uh-oh.
like. Which may have been why we had the player name crash as
Yes.
well.
It doesn't want us to lose.
There we are.
There we go.
All right.
So that triggers, yeah?
What? Yeah, we drew. I think we're not gonna put that in play.
Whiffing on the land off the Buster Sword. Pretty heartbreaking here.
Yeah, they needed something big and they did not get it.
Yeah, that's
Krim tried to bluff that they were making the choice not to put it onto the battlefield. They were like, what?
It's this.
Stuck in Summoner's Sanctum. Oh, he has a 5-mana removal.
Yep.
On the Sephiroth. if
Light
he
of
wants
Judgment
it.
on the Sephiroth.
If he doesn't kill the Sephiroth this turn, it's over because
Yeah,
the
the
Chocobo,
Sephiroth has to go.
Yes.
the Chocobo and
When,
Rydia coming in, it's
little guy
it might
wants
just
to
be game
make man,
actually.
Yeah, you said it was a 5-mana removal
It's a
spell?
5-mana removal spell.
And
he
they
has
still
a,
have multiple attackers even just on Talia's
Yeah.
side.
Yeah, and they
Not
can only
even-
stop one, and she'll give
Yeah,
haste to the Chocobo.
The big
Yeah.
Chocobo is going to come back, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, just killing Sephiroth does not win the game.
And Krim right now is checking to make sure that when the condition for which this Shambler, I think it is,
Yep.
comes
Shambling
back.
Seath, yeah.
Yeah. He thought it was whenever a death trigger occurs, but now he's realizing it's not creature.
It's a non-creature spell, which Broden has on the top of his library.
Which is reasonable for him to assume since they kept it on top.
If this is a win for Talia and Broden, it is a Chocobo plus
That's actually kind of
Sephiroth combination.
Okay, so cool.
All right, let's go to the listen in for these final moments, potential final moments.
That's my plan.
Okay.
Yeah. Should I do it now?
Yeah, I guess do that now.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
return target saga.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you know what though? If I attack with this, oh no, then I can't tap it. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna do that. Yeah, we'll get this going. So we're gonna return Fat Chocobo.
Chocobo.
And I make another
huge and is running the 40-yard dash. It's
like
so
a
fast.
It's like a linebacker, dude.
And then I make another bird.
Give that Chocobo the Heisman Trophy.
Holy
Right.
crap.
All right. Shocker. Land.
Oh.
Hey.
Land enters. Make another bird.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and a land drop.
And the Chocobo
All
gets
right.
bigger.
There's a bird.
Not that any Chocobo is not
And
already lethal.
These can attack.
I do like to be sure about these
Yeah.
things.
This one has +1, right?
Yes. This one has +1.
Chocobo.
Fat
Chocobo.
And then I'll pay 2 to play Black Mage
He's
Rod.
so fat.
Black Mage's Rod.
Which brings in a hero.
They're dead 17 ways.
Yeah, I mean, there's like multiple angles.
I mean, we don't know what Billy Ray drew.
It was a land.
Was it?
Yeah.
Did you
Off the
see
Buster
little
Sword,
card?
at
Off the
least.
Buster Sword. She land for the turn and then dual land one of the towns. So Krim was probably going to do everything he can here.
You'll pay
But
1. Yeah.
He has to spontaneously come up with a whole bunch of blockers and a thing that
Yeah.
removes the Sephiroth.
yeah, he can stop one thing, and I don't know what the last card in his hand is, the blue one.
Yeah.
That's true.
Is there one of those altered Aether Spouts in this format?
There you go.
You can at least bring it to your hand, and then you have 3 mana left over. All right, I'll do it. So you can still, so you'll have 2 in your hand.
Going through some motions here
Yeah.
aren't going to be relevant.
Seath's back to hand.
Nothing? No counters?
Oh, no. Yeah, so,
Okay,
so
so-
like, yeah.
Cool.
So, what are you doing?
I'm going to pay 3 to
What are you doing? Hold on.
Do you want to go to combat?
No, because I want this out so I can sack it.
Yeah.
That's what we were.
Once that thing's a sacrifice for Sephiroth, for sure.
Yeah.
Pay 3 to play.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oof.
you're fully tapped out. Talia, you have 2.
All right, before combat.
Give me cards.
No.
Okay.
I have no cards.
Krim confirming full tap out.
This isn't going to do it.
Yeah. Just trying to slow roll them here.
Yeah.
If he has a syncopate or something.
The writing is on the racetrack.
I don't know if he's counterspelling us.
But I can overrun. Yeah, he wants me to swing.
Deliberate.
We're rolling this up right here.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna make sure that. So sorry, this is I'm gonna tap like this. You have this is an X2, right? 3/2.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So yeah, we blow up.
They can only stop one more attacker here. They
Well,
would
there
imagine.
are 2 attackers. There's still the 8-power cat in the air.
Yeah, we can
Yeah.
block.
So if Krim has like a fire magic or whatever,
Thunder magic.
Thunder
Thunder
magic,
magic,
yeah,
yeah.
he can kill the 3/2.
He has one more blue card in his hand, though. I
Is
think
it?
there's 2 more blue cards. Yeah. So it's up to what Billy has, but I'm pretty sure it's just land, or land.
I think what Krim's trying to do here is specifically left, oh wait, I need to leave the mountain up. He's trying to basically bluff
Yeah.
that he
So
has
nice.
something that if they attack, that they will just, end up losing their creature and wants them to wait a turn to get another opportunity for the Buster Sword to connect.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, it's a good point. And they might take the bait. Krim
Magic
is
is
hitting guys.
I mean, Talia and Broden have played quite cautiously in
Yes,
this game.
very defensively.
And it's possible that like they kind of just
So-
take this as
So like this will just get targeted.
I feel like Talia's coming in, though. There's no way. They don't care about losing an extra creature here.
Especially with the tokens they just
Yeah,
made as well.
yeah.
You've got
you
the same
still,
situation
you
next
still
turn.
have lethal that you're threatening the next turn.
And the Shambling Seath and the Rod, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Sure that they've got the trample as well next turn.
If the Chocobo stays alive, I think that thing
This is absolutely like a masterclass in attempting this bluff by Krim.
Yeah.
But also a good lesson in don't hesitate.
She said go! They said go! It worked! It absolutely worked!
What?
Wow,
2 blue
that's
spells in
another
his
blocker
hand.
from Billy as a Cali Cat. And she can re-equip it as well if she wants to, spread the damage out.
That swap was so
Another
friendly.
land.
Broden dropped his
My heart. Oof. My heart.
Wow.
Okay.
That hat. It's the hat.
Oh, wow.
My
This looked like it was over, but Krim absolutely mind gamed them into not attacking.
Ching swinging for 8.
Offer one more chance at the
And
Buster
this
Sword.
Is, yeah, this is this could
Going to 10.
connect.
It hits.
Draw the card.
Bustin' makes me feel good.
This is a friendly show.
It's another Gaelic cat.
Yeah, multi-cat.
No,
There is a
she's
cat.
not. She's not happy.
All right, what's coming down?
The cat.
The cat for free. And then in her hand, I think it's Zach Fair.
Tap for 1, and I will play Zach.
Yeah.
Okay, that's 3 blockers.
Right.
They're all going to get trampled, though, because of the Chocobo.
True. They might still have lethal, but they're just still so afraid of what Krim could have.
Yeah.
Yeah, it depends on what he does on the Fat Chocobo here.
He's still committed to arranging his
If
land
they can
just
win
to
one more
intimidate them.
Yeah, it's just like, okay, I got it. He's like setting things aside as if he just has multiple things he needs to plan
He's counting. He's counting.
Yeah.
At least here, though, there's no reason to hesitate anymore. There's enough flying damage on
You,
the other side.
you are clearly dead if you don't kill them
Yes.
this turn.
Yeah.
So there's no bluffing anymore.
Full send.
Oh my gosh. Crimothy. Asians, am I right? That was Jimmy Wong. Oh, realm sketching. Wait, what can this double?
That's a copy of target artifact, creature, or land.
Artifact, creature, or land.
And so
Get
It's
my
a
own
freak.
Chocobo.
Call them out in Chocobo? Or it could be Fat Chocobo. It gives him another creature that can block.
It gives him two
Two
creatures.
creatures, yeah.
Yeah.
I think Call the Fat Chocobo is the target here.
It has
And
to
now
be,
he has
I
1, 2,
think.
3, 4, 5 blockers against 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 7 creatures that can attack next turn.
Yeah.
So that's the game plan. I'm gonna go ahead and copy.
If Krim gets away with this,
Oh,
if-
is he coming
the
in
Aura
Aura
Sight.
Sight?
White Aura Sight.
Oh, so they're not
So
going to
that
get
gets rid of
trampled.
the trample.
Yeah.
I'm going to laugh so hard when Broden rips a non-creature spell off the top and just black mages.
Yeah. There's one black mage trigger that will end it.
Yeah. So
There's still 6 creatures that can attack on the ground, though. Oh, Krim gets a hero token.
No, it's a copy.
Oh, it's a copy. I
token,
see. Okay,
yeah.
okay. Indicating,
You have no more sagas, right?
Right, I have no more sagas in my graveyard.
Okay.
Okay, he has 4 mana left. He has 1 tap down ability spell in his hand.
Okay.
Does this?
They're still dead on board, but they were that last turn.
Yeah.
If you
Never count them out.
No,
It's
no.
it'll no, it's gone. It's gone.
Oh, I
It's
see.
underneath this.
Oh, wait, okay. Yeah, because you made a copy of that. That's right.
He has a black open right now.
That's our turn.
Oh, no, it must be blue. It must be blue.
Yeah.
Or is it black?
All right,
I
time to
think
see
it's
what they
swamp.
draw.
Yeah, I think that is a
It's an
swamp.
instant speed spell he can play here.
That
must be an island, right?
I'm glad y'all made
Yeah, he's gonna need to bounce or turn something off to.
It's not a non-creature for Broden?
Generosity.
Okay, so this is interesting.
What did Broden get?
Oh, that's a 5 mana removal
Is that an
spell.
event-
for
If
a
that's a
short-
non-creature, then just cast it,
That's
guys.
ball
Cast it
game.
quick.
Yeah, 1 cast in this game is over.
Don't overthink it. Don't hesitate. You got it.
Does Krim have a counter spell? Doesn't matter. It's
No.
a cast trigger on the black mage. Yeah.
Do it. Do it.
Oh,
3, 2, 1.
tapping
1,
5.
2,
Seen tap mana.
3. He's 4,
The thing.
5,
The big thing.
G,
Yeah? Okay.
Light of Judgment
G.
Fist
Cast trigger.
triggers my
Black
Black
Mage.
Mage.
Yep.
That trigger on the stack.
Oh. Yeah.
All right. Well, that.
I'm gonna go get our competitors real fast.
Yeah.
I draw land. So,
What a time.
That was a finals
was
right there.
really
That
good,
was
yeah, yeah.
oof.
Holy moly.
The absolute gamesmanship that got them
Totally.
so close when it looked like they were absolutely out of the game. That was remarkable.
Yeah, I was on the edge of my seat the whole time.
Truly.
Another situation where you saw a giant life gap, but it still didn't matter because
Yeah.
you're like at any moment something could go switch in just the opposite direction.
When you have an 8-power cat in the air that also can block.
Yeah, with the
things
Buster
change on a
Sword.
dime
Yeah.
so fast.
For sure.
Yeah.
Wow. That was wild.
White Aura Sight, huge in these matches throughout the last couple days. So many fun lore moments, like Sephiroth on the field with a Buster Sword on the other side. Yeah, Cat was holding it, but it's still fantastic. So,
And again, a good lesson, I think, of just like don't let the blue players trick you into too many things.
man, seriously.
Grim did so splendidly with
Yeah.
that, but at the same time, too many moments of hesitation like that can potentially have cost you something.
Yeah.
So
Oh, for sure.
we're going to
like
get our
to get
players
there,
out here in just a second to interview both teams. after that momentous victory, our first ever dual land winners. So yeah, we're working on getting them out here. They'll be out here just a little bit, but while that happens, any favorite moments for you, Brian?
I mean, that last couple turns actually just has to be it.
Yeah.
Given the way that this whole event has played out, like it was looking like this is absolutely over, but it's like, okay, let me rearrange my mana real quick,
Brilliantly, yeah.
And it was like this game, like if your opponent's attack, you're dead. You just gotta somehow convince them not to, and it worked.
Yeah, that was fantastic. By the way, we talked about how Black Mage is not as relevant. The game-winning moment
was from that.
Black Mage.
Absolutely,
yes.
yeah.
So much attention went into the combat, but wait a moment.
Yeah.
Hold on.
One last thing.
You're just dead.
Yeah. And as we get our players out here in just a moment, I do want to say thank you so much to FlyQuest for putting this on this weekend, Archidekt for making it happen. It's been fantastic. All of our competitors have been so great. There were so many amazing matches. So many great moments, and thank you all so much for tuning in. We're going to have them out in just a second so that we can officially crown them the victors. I guess in some ways Krim did.
Yeah, he did.
That's
the wizard
true.
hat.
I hope that they come
he
out
was
to wear
the reigning Black Mage.
Yes, that's
the,
true.
The hat
That's
at
true.
the end,
Broda took it over. So we're working on getting them out here. But, oh, man, what a fantastic
Considering this event was put together as sort of an homage to the crossover between Magic community and the esports community, it's also only fitting that FlyQuest is currently playing Game 5. Yeah. we got some pop-off moments in the background during our finals of them in their finals, and people in chat saying that they had a crazy comeback in Game 4 that turned it around.
Oh,
so
awesome.
I'm excited for that FlyQuest team.
Yeah, that's awesome. You can have both streams open right now. Awesome.
Fantastic.
Seeing a Buster Sword, seeing a Sephiroth be so relevant to that last game, so fun.
Only thing I'm bummed about is that we didn't see the Cactuar.
I know.
Yeah.
No Cactuar victory, but there she is.
Yeah.
I fully did not expect to win this at all, but here we are.
Did not expect to win.
No, I mean, we're playing up against like some of the biggest names in esports, the biggest names in Magic, and we're just a little guys.
Yeah, you can fit the double hats.
There you go.
But we had so much fun with our decks. I love it.
Yeah, talk me through that match. What were some of the moments that were you nervous at any point in time? Any big moments for you?
We were. I felt like we came on so strong. We kind of had the game. I was nervous a little bit because I know Krim loves his counter magic, and I know that he had a ton of syncopate, so I was just kind of like...
X equals 4, apparently.
like, that was making me a little nervous at times. But, yeah, I think we were playing it pretty cool for the most part of the game.
It did feel like you were trying to take the safest possible route in number of points because you were
I am
clearly
a safe player.
You clearly were very far ahead early on, and
but we had to make some aggressive moves too.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
Absolutely. But toward the end of the game, we were out here, watching. It's like, oh, they're dead, and like Krim with his rearranging of his mana convinced you that he had the removal spell. You're like, okay, we're not going to attack, and then that was not enough to handle the spell and the Black Mage the next turn. But it was really fun to see both how well you all navigated that game and sort of the gamesmanship that kept Krim and Billy in that game, as long as it did.
Yeah, we really struggled with that surveil at the end because
that was a tough
we were
decision.
like, do we keep it on top? And it would trigger it did.
Yeah.
It did trigger, so that was good.
Well, I mean, and in the end, I did end up putting something in the graveyard, which gave me that perfect card draw at the end.
Yeah.
So it was all worth it.
Yeah. But tough decisions.
Yeah, hard to make.
Well, any favorite moments? Obviously, winning, I'm sure, was a huge part of it, but any favorite moments from the weekend?
Anytime. I mean, when I played Sin, that was pretty fun.
I loved that.
Yeah?
I loved Sen. That was really cool.
Also, like ending a game with like the Sephiroth drain for our last game.
We were definitely doing a few really terrible renditions. Sephiroth. Out here.
Yeah.
There was a moment it was Chocobo when you had the army.
Archidekt, Talia best.
Broden, I know you haven't played as much Magic. You came into this event as on the gaming creator side playing this Final Fantasy set. What was the experience like for you?
It was interesting. I did like a little bit of homework coming into this because I haven't played Magic in a while, and then this Final Fantasy set is what kind of drew me back in. And so really all I was comfortable with or knew was Black and especially Sephiroth. So being able to get him today
I
was like,
take
nice.
it. I was
Comfort
like-
pick. Yeah.
It was
yeah,
faded.
We got really lucky with the black pulls, so we were like, yes, this is your comfort.
And you both, I mean, we did, like, we had you in a chat beforehand, but you both met for the first time yesterday.
Yep.
Yeah.
What was the team dynamic like behind the scenes?
A lot of energy, a lot of high fives, you know.
Very positive.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, hey, we're gonna get Krim and Billy in here as well. Krim is coming over here. I'll give you my spot, Krim. We'll get Billy up at the microphone.
Billy, you want to grab the mic here?
Feel free.
Okay. All right. So yeah, that was a wild finals. We were talking a bit about how clearly some of your gamesmanship that managed to keep things as close as they were. So
Yeah.
Tell us about how you kind of made things go the distance when it looked like you were dead a couple of times.
I was dead numerous times, and I think I finally clocked in my my acting skills. I'm ready for my Oscar. So there were so many turns where Talia just had the craziest start. I'm like, well. I look over at Billy. I'm like, this is perfect. Right into our plan.
I think the turn before, I said, I'm not going to play some mind games with you. And then the next turn, I had a land, and she's like, oh, she's untapped. I'm not going to. I had a land in my hand. You could have had game point there.
Well, the turn specifically where you, I think maybe you played the eject, and then you rearranged your mana to have the red up.
Yeah.
And you were just dead.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, flat
You
out.
were
I
just
was
dead.
flat out dead.
But you just rearranged your mana. It's like, oh no, I have to leave this untapped. And then you guys were like, okay, we'll wait till next time.
You just never know.
Beautiful.
You never know with you. Like, honestly, I played against Krim for like 6 years at this point, and I know you.
That is a man leaning into his reputation.
It's like his
honestly,
whole
like,
identity.
We were low-key hoping for a Sephiroth's intervention to get like a little bit of life, like just
a little bit of
just
buff,
to
'cause-
hold on. and
That
then,
was
you know.
that our Sephiroth's intervention was tough for us because that's the only one that we had.
Yeah.
And so when
Yeah.
you countered it, I was like,
We needed that to get back in, though, because
I
you had
know.
the car,
I
you
know.
had the
I didn't feel bad about
chocobo.
it. I didn't feel bad about it.
The bird was in
But I
the
was
car.
like-
Everything was
Yeah.
go. Oh, you had the racetrack for your birds. You were
didn't
going
really
to
do anything,
town.
though.
The birds were driving the car.
That's
Not
so
yet.
weird because I feel like it did so much. Oh my god!
ran over.
But it was really fun, and then just seeing Sephiroth. But I will say there was a big party foul. No one sang One Winged Angel. I'm just saying.
Oh, we were.
Okay. Okay.
Good.
Thank you for the broadcasting team for covering for us on that.
Jimmy Wong very hard on singing that.
Okay. Okay.
Nice.
See. Okay.
Speaking
I'm,
of Jimmy,
Thank you.
can I
Oh,
tell you guys
yeah.
something?
Yeah.
Jimmy said before into finals, he said, "You're gonna mount a flood."
He
And
passed the Jimmy
Jimmy
curse.
cursed us.
Wow.
That's the
Yeah.
Jimmy curse.
Yeah.
Oh,
beef
there's
with Jimmy.
Jimmy.
now. Jimmy,
There he.
we have beef now.
Oh god.
We have beef. I mana flooded.
Where are my
Yeah, who
lands,
said
Jimmy?
that?
Yeah, when you had the first hit go in and you didn't man, it was like,
No, there
Yeah, you
there
did
were
have
there
lots
were
of
a couple of big moments with the Buster Sword where it's like, okay, you need something really good, land. Yeah. Once again, you need something really good, land.
Yeah. I love that I had to look at Billy. Like we both looked at each other. Yo, that true, so true. That's
Yeah,
a
we
very
laughed.
good.
You
card.
don't want to cast that now.
Yeah. Save that for our next turn.
Talia and Broden, since you won, the charity prize goes to your organization.
Village Enterprise.
Yeah, you want to talk a little bit about it?
Yeah, so Village Enterprise is a group that works with the communities in Ethiopia to help access them grants to assist them with building their own companies and building up their own communities there, which means a lot to me because I travel to Ethiopia and I hang out with these communities, and I've seen the work that they do there in helping these communities to grow with the assistance from Village Enterprise. So
Now they've seen
really
from
cool.
you through
Yeah,
Village
so
Enterprise. So there you
really
go.
awesome.
That's awesome.
Thank you so much.
Billy and Krim, I know you weren't able to pull off the win, but if you want to shout out your charity.
Would love to. Shout out Tourette's Association of America.
Yes.
That's it. Simple. Yeah. There we go.
I think there's a surprise for you both.
Oh, a surprise.
It's Joey.
Yeah, there is a little bit of a twist here that we're throwing in. Y'all fought so hard, and Archidekt is very proud to say that we're giving a $5,000 charitable donation to your charity as well. And if
Oh my
nothing
God,
else,
that makes
those
I
mind
just got
games alone
goosebumps.
were totally
My
worth
acting.
it. So congrats to both teams. Y'all absolutely were amazing this weekend.
And can I just say, if we had to lose to someone, I'm glad it's to you guys.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, this was
exactly same.
was
I was
perfect.
like really looking forward to playing with you guys again. So it
Yeah.
was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Thanks for
Yeah.
being good sports.
It's okay. We're gonna go cry now. So. Yeah, great sports. Love it. Love it. Love it. I cry. Sorry.
Well, hey, I just want to say thank you all to all of our competitors. Thank you to Archidekt for being here, Laughing Dragon for running the event, our amazing production team who was able to put this all on together. It's been fantastic. Brian, it's always amazing on the couch. Thank you all. It's truly a dream to bring esports and gaming and Magic together. What an amazing set. Thank you to everybody who worked on this event, and we'll hopefully see you all soon for Duel Land 2.
Ooh, yeah.